Hi, welcome back guys. This is your Sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Had a Genius Twin Sister? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. We began, as most things do, small. Small and together, under the watchful eyes of our masked guardians. They came, switching posts each day. Usually there was only one to watch us too. Each was different. Bear was a slight man with plain brown hair that was usually tied down to fall around his ears. He spoke seldom, and when he did it was with a strange sort of accent, like his tongue didn't fit quite right in his mouth. He was nice enough, though he was mostly contented to watch us play with foam blocks or make up games that didn't have real rules. He was fond of us, I like to think. He taught us to read and how write our names in finger paint, and he never did shy away from picking one of us up. He was just quiet. There was something about him that seemed sad. We were children, and I was a real child then. I miss it sometimes. The blissful ignorance that I had before the truth woke up inside of me. I miss being young and free and filled with joy at each new thing. The first butterfly to land on the windowsill was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. The breeze through an open window tasted like rain and joy and sweet April showers. We were children of the autumn. Our hair reflected, mine the scarlet of the dying leaf and my brother's the gold of the dying sunsets. Oh, the sun that fell through the windows and spilled across my skin was a blessing, and I loved it fiercely and coveted the daylight hours with it. It was Dog, with her long violet hair tied right behind her head, that allotted us the most time to simple look out the windows and dream. Dream of the children that ran and laughed below our window and the parents that chatted and watched with careful eyes. The sun kissed their skin and lifted our spirits. Children are foolish. I didn't understand, before the awakening as I have taken to calling it, that the sun mocks us. It almost always shines, cheerful and never fading over this land of fire. The only glares that it receives are from the seldom and few here, from those that hold lighter complexion or the rare pale eyes, who it threatens and burns and blinds. The sun is not the only thing that mocks us. There are children too, adults, even select animals will jeer and taunt. I truly, honestly hate this place. Not always, not then, not on that day in May when the world was blooming with new life. It was one of the days when Bear was our guardian. When the accident occurred. Back then it was normal for me. I didn't know that regular children were not beholden to mass deletes every day. I had no idea that two young children didn't always share an apartment. I had only ever had my beloved brother and the ANBU to watch over us. At least as far as I knew. In retrospect, it's comical. Increasingly, powerful ninja couldn't even properly watch over two little kids, neither one older than 5. Bear was there that day and Dog as well. We almost never had both. They were the ones who were there when my bliss was destroyed. Was really something that shouldn't have happened, something that could have easily been prevented. If ninja knew shit about childcare. Mainly the part of childcare that involved no pointy edges or being left alone. Someone had had the foolish idea to let me sit on top of the counter while lunch was being made, whether it was the bear or the dog I don't particularly recall. I just know that the dog was the one who was in the living room with my brother, playing what amounted to patty cake, just without the words. My legs had been swinging and I had been chatting up half a storm with Bear when Dog had called him into the other room for what I still do not know. He had left, leaving me with instructions to keep the soup stirring. I did so, watching the broth form a whirlpool as noodles swept around, poking out and bobbing. Then I heard my brother start to cry and I leapt from the counter without a second though. Alas, I was 4, and so my coordination was non-existent and my head was just high enough to make sharp contact with the corner of the table. It hit me right in the temple, and that was end of my childhood. Everything faded with a skull-splitting pain and the loudness of white noise filling every crevice in my brain. I didn't know what had happened for certain. I've done a lot of research and come up with a lot of theories, none of which would be confirmed or denied for many, many years. It is difficult to truly explain what sort of a place I found myself in. It was neither the world I was in, nor the one that I had come from, and I was neither herself nor the girl I had been. Instead, I was between. There was nothing under my feet, but still I stood. There was no atmosphere, but wind still tousled my short hair, some strange mix of blonde and red in this world where nothing was. I pushed my flyaway hair away from my eyes, making a face, and opened them to look around. Where only whiteness had been before the wind struck, now images swirled around me. There wasn't a pattern, there was no rhyme or reason. All there was flashes. A school, an apartment, a sunny day, a dog park. People talking, so much talking, the sound closed in on me in a wall of pressure and noise, and I thought I was going to drown. I clapped my hands over my ears and screamed, trying to block it all out with my own small voice. Tiny hands that were also full-size lashed out, knocking into an image that got a little too close. The whiteness vanished and the noise was replaced. Crickets chirped in the distance. A bullfrog croaked outside the window. The girl sat on a bed, legs crossed with piles of picture books in front of her. Manga, she understood. The sheets were purple with white trim. It was a clean, big room. There was a desk with picture off me friends, Chelsea and Monique and Travis. A bookcase with her school texts and psychology books. The walls had been decorated with posters of boy bands, and glow in the dark solar systems decorated the ceiling. Looked out the window, into the darkness, and saw a lightning bug flash in front of her eyes. I jumped, pulling hands back, and the scene vanished, returning me to where I had come from before. Now, there was a little less noise. No more crickets or bullfrogs or turning pages. I licked my lips and reached for another image flying past me in the tornado. She found herself sitting on cold metal, a heavy leather jacket draped over her shoulders. Lights bore down on a green field in front of her. White lines raced over it, crisscrossing with boys her age running down the field. Half were dressed in purple and gold, half were dressed in blue and white. "Let's go, Benwick, let's go," she chanted, stamping her feet. She wanted the purple and gold to win. They were the snapping turtles, and they would snap your neck. People pressed in on either side of her, screaming their lungs out. Chilly night air nipped around her ears and chilled the tip of her nose. Their team threw into the infield and she roared with the crowd. She pulled back, more of the noise had dissipated. What was this place? Who was I? One of the images launched itself out of the vortex and smashed into me. It felt like my head was splitting open, and this one was no brief scene. It was long, drawn out, and it flashed by so fast I almost didn't understand what was happening to me in the rapid run over months. It was death. It was my death. And it was horrible. I couldn't make out what all of them were, but I saw myself, saw my new self, my brother. My sister, or who had been my sister. My death. It wasn't pretty, or fast, or heroic. It was cancer. A mixture of bad genes and too much time in the sun had led to melanoma, and it went downhill from there. It had been wrong from the beginning, skipping over the nodes completely and taking hold before doctors even thought to look for what was causing the strange patches on my skin and the constant fatigue. By the time they found it, it was already too late. Treatments were tried but all failed. My hair was lost, then my vision, replaced by hallucinations. Eventually I couldn't take it anymore. A bottle of whiskey washed down unidentifiable pills and it was over. The video that skimmed over of my end cut short and I was left standing, or felt like I was standing, in the middle of a vortex. Faster than I could process, they flew, blurs in a whirlwind around me, dizzying and impossible in speed and existence. None of it made sense. That girl that had died was me, but it wasn't. I knew it was me, I recognized myself, but I was too young for that to be me. My hair wasn't that color, those weren't my eyes. But they were. If I had a head, as I am yet unsure if I was aware of a physical body of that time yet, these thoughts would have surely made it hurt. As it was, I had come to hold a detached sense of reality, pulling me away from the confusion and allowing analysis. I knew that that was me, but I also knew that I was not that person. Could it have been that I was not that person any longer? That at one point I was that person but now I wasn't? If so, how was it possible? As if summoned by my thoughts, another clip jumped from the fray and in front of my playing out. This time my sense of sound returned. There was a man in the front of the room with hair only on his chin, a marker swiping across the board on the wall and spelling out quick, sharp letters. A name was spelled out. Voltaire. Voltaire, The man spoke, hands still working, was a French writer and philosopher in the Age of Enlightenment. You might know some of his work, chances are you don't. We'll be reading some of it in class this week, but for today get out your notebooks and a pencil for notes. There was shuffling around them and the view tilted down, passing a singular desk with a chair attached and moving to show a pair of hands open up a back patterned with flowers. A key chain jingled at being jostled, a smiling strawberry charm hanging from it. The spiral notebook of paper was pulled out, lit. Marking the green cover in thick, looping letters, and a pencil was brought into light as well. As the perspective-turned walls lined with posters were revealed, most of them holding bulky men in uniforms. The bored and the bald men came back into view with more writing now. Voltaire believed in and wrote in favor of civil liberties, freedom of trade and freedom of religion. Keep in mind this was during the time that the Catholic Church was basically in charge of all of Europe. He wrote thousands of books, plays, poems, pamphlets, essays and letters in his life, attracting a lot of negative attention and controversy. Unlike Newton and Locke, he didn't bring in any groundbreaking theories, but instead helped to spread those theories to the general public. The major ones were political, social, and religious reforms. As far as religion goes, Voltaire was very outspoken when it came to keeping the church and the state separate. He himself believed in a religious perspective called deism, not so common anymore but gaining popularity during the Enlightenment period, especially in France, England, and Germany. Deism is, to put it simply, the belief in a singular creator of everything, usually God, and the rejection of supposed miracles and supernatural events. He also believed in reincarnation. The man turned to the room and the view shifted to reveal the back and sides of the heads of dozens of teenagers in brightly colored clothes and dull-colored hair. Who knows what reincarnation is? There was silence for several moments before a hand went up slowly from a dark-skinned boy 5 seats to the right and 2 back. Jackson? Jackson began to speak uncertainly. It's like, when you die you don't die forever? Kind of, you go back to being a baby? The bald man nodded. That's about right. Reincarnation is the belief that when one life ends, another begins. If you die in a car accident you'll wake up as an infant. Your soul, if you believe in that thing, leaves your old body and is put in a brand new one. Makes sense? There was a quiet murmur through the room and the bald man turned back to the board. Reincarnation. That had to be it, I decided as the clip faded away, leaving me in the tornado again. Silence returned. So I had once been someone else. And the fall had forced me to remember. I did remember too. The knowledge was creeping into the crevices of gray matter even as I watched in wonder as the specific memories passed me by, too quick to catch. I remembered the basics. Name, age, birthday, family, friends, language and home. Everything else, I knew I would have to relive. I would have to pull the memories and the knowledge from the vortex. So I did. Memory after memory, truth after truth, scene after scene I watched that life play before my eyes. Minutes, hours, days I spent reliving parts of the life I had lost. I stayed far away from the last 5 years. Then something else caught my attention. A word at the end of a memory of my sister. The name of my brother. Naruto. Scenes jumped suddenly, many of them, slamming into me from all sides and darting back into the multicolored hurricane, like they were trying to get me to follow them or choose which one to see first. My hand reached out, revealing to me then that I did have a form, long-limbed and partially transparent as it was, and brushed the corner of a square of memory. Inside a small screen were 2 boys and a girl, accompanied by a man. They were walking along a path in relative silence, the scene flitting around them. They were in a TV. The boy on the furthest left side from the front had straight dark hair, pale skin and a close-eyed smile on his face. There was a sword strapped over one shoulder, his black shirt cut to expose his stomach and his pants and matching shade. In the middle was a blonde, a frown on his whisker-marked face. His eyes also closed and his hands in the pocket of his orange and black jacket, matching his pants. The only girl was dressed differently, watching the boys as they walked. Short pink hair, bright green eyes and light skin. Her shirt was red, her skirt not really a skirt with shorts under it and a large pack strapped to her middle. The last was a man with brown hair, black eyes and a faceplate, a green vest on over a blue shirt and blue pants. The memory was short and vanished, but I knew that face, even older and two-dimensional. That had been my brother. Cold fingers gripped my heart and I looked around at the world around me. My brother was in my memories, but not as he should have been. I was struck by fear. I needed to get out of there, to return to the real world, but I didn't know how. I didn't even understand how I'd gotten there to begin with. Terror held its claws around my throat and I choked, frightened and confused. I reach out and another memory snapped into place. Naruto and a boy with dark hair, spiky instead of straight, were there, younger than before. Naruto was in. The air and light enveloped the other boy's hand, the one not holding the blonde up by his neck. A dark smile passed the other boy's lips, strange tattoos creeping across his face. His hand shot forwards, straight through the orange-clad boy's chest. Blood fell into the water below. The memory ended. Tears had begun to prick in my eyes, which by then had truly revealed themselves to exist. I was physically there, or a physical manifestation of me was. A scared, panicking one. I thought Naruto had died, but of course that couldn't be the case. He had been older in the other clip. So he must have survived. With shaking hand I reached out again. A swing. Another. A forest, a giant snake, the same dark-haired boy begging for life. Another. Giant frogs. Another. Orange hair, dark piercings, Naruto on his stomach with long bars of metal pinning him down. I was almost crying as I found another. Wide open spaces of light, bright colors. A woman with long red hair, a white shirt and a green apron that went almost to her ankles. She was hugging the older Naruto, a warm smile on her face. She was his mother. More and more passed by, some interrupted, some not. I did start crying before long. I kept going, watching my brother's life pass in front of me, scenes playing at complete random in confusing schemes and no distinct pattern. I couldn't stand it anymore, everything was too much. I screamed for it all to stop already. Shockingly enough, it did. The vortex froze, the images inside did too. I could see them clearly now, like photographs creating an igloo around my and shielding the outside world. Stunned by the obedience, I could only stare for a long time before I spoke again. Naruto, I called quietly. From the walls floated down hundreds of the little rectangles, no longer screaming through the air but floating to stack on top of themselves. Curious, I spoke again. Oldest? I asked, watching them start to rearrange themselves in the air in front of me into a straight line in chronological order. I took a deep breath, steeled myself, and dove back into things. They weren't in complete order, as I had apparently not watched all of the show in direct order. It started with a red head, in fact, one I would not meet again for years. It ended in black and white and apparent anger. It wasn't just videos either. It was also pictures in books or on the screen of a computer, sometimes it was lists and walls of text. There was one thing I realized watching everything. One horrible, horrible thing. I wasn't there. I wasn't supposed to exist. It hurt and it was confusing. That made me cry more than anything else had that entire time. My heart hurt and I couldn't understand why I wasn't there. I let out a shaky breath, lowering my head and willing the memories back into their places as I had learned to do. I want to go back, I whispered quietly, and the world dropped out from under me. When my eyes opened I was blind. Temporarily, thankfully, as I doubted the second experience of it would be any less terrible than the first time around. It was the lights that stole my sight, and when the glare of them faded away I was allowed to see again, colorful spots dotting my vision. There was something warm against my arm, hard and weighted. The all too familiar ceilings of a hospital met my vision and I felt my stomach turn. I was no longer a child. My memories were filling in steadily, which did nothing to stop the headache that was forming. If anything, it got worse, pounding into my temples. My breath quickened and the heart monitor I was attached to speed with my heartbeat. Fear from the last time I was in a hospital and I knew I was going to die, and there was nothing anyone or anything could do to change that. I struggled to calm down. I could hear footsteps hurrying towards me. How long had I been asleep, unaware and wasting time? How long had I been oblivious to the world around me? I wasn't oblivious or confused anymore. I was awake now. And I knew what I was going to do. I wasn't supposed to exist, yet here I was, alive, breathing, with a brother that was going to need somebody by his side. I would stick by him no matter what, I decided then and there. And I would do whatever I could to throw a wrench in the plans of those that would use him for their own gain. The prince is awake, your sheet is wrecked. I was awake and alive. And I was going to rain hell down upon this world. Just as soon as I got my brother to get his head off of my arm. I had to smile when I looked down and saw him sleeping peacefully, resting in the edge of the far too big bed I had been placed in. I reached out, placing my hand on top of his head and petting his unruly blonde hair. Blue eyes blinked open blearily before they found me, and I smiled at him, watching those eyes I had spent years looking at from a new life. They brightened with pure joy, and he threw his arms around me, clinging tightly. We were all each other had in the world. This was my brother, and I would do whatever it took to protect him. I said I would rain hell, but that is notoriously difficult when you happen to be 4 years old, going on 5. I had little power, a limited amount of knowledge, and, before long, people out for my head. It was only after I came out of a week-long coma that we were finally allowed to go outside, without our ANBU caretakers. It was horrible, and I would have been just as happy staying inside. Of course, I knew what awaited us outside the safety of our apartment walls. And really, if I had been knocked out and in so much risk, shouldn't they have locked us up longer? Ninja were just stupid as sheet. They missed the obvious, didn't see a problem with child soldiers, and for some reason shelled away their best moves for last instead of just ending the fight in one overpowered blow. I am not a fan. I hope that it's environmental and not genetic. Naruto couldn't have been more excited, nearly shaking with it as he pulled on his shoes in front of the watchful eye of our new nanny Hawk. Hawk was one of the ones with weird hair, spiking green on top of his head. He was nice enough, more professional than Bear or Dog had been. It was sad that they weren't around anymore. They had been my favorites. But I had been injured on their watch, so there was nothing to be done. My brother had stood at the doorway while I self-consciously pulled my fingers through the thick red hair, eyes on the door. I wasn't sure I wanted to go out. I knew I had to, and had done my best to prepare for it, mentally, emotionally, and physically. Naruto looked almost like a ghost under the amount of sunscreen I demanded he wear. "Let's go," he whined, tugging my hand towards the door and using his most dangerous weapon on me. The puppy dog eyes. I sighed deeply. "All right, little brother, let's go." The door opened and we went out, into the warm brilliance of the sun. I was expecting worse that first day. For the most part, we were just a couple of kids that no one really cared about. In cast-off clothes, cheap stuff, and under less supervision than we had been previously. Who in their right mind just let a couple of 4-year-olds wander a village? We could have been kidnapped or beaten or worse. But no one hurt us, no one even paid us much attention, and for a little while I had hope. Had the Hokage's order been obeyed more this time? Or had our years in solitude just ensured people forgot about us? Maybe, just maybe. The second was about the same. No one seemed to pay us much mind, as if we were just regular kids out to run amok. She explored shops and played in the park, and we even got to play a game of tag with some other kids on the playground. Naruto was ecstatic. I was still worried. Still waiting for something to go horribly, terribly wrong. After all, we clearly had sheet luck. The third day was the day things changed. We were met with glares, denied entrance to stores, and had children turned or pulled away from us before we could so much as say hello. Someone must have said something, must have spread the truth around that Naruto was a Jinchuriki. And that I was too. The memories I unlocked were not only from my past self, but also from my current one. I had searched for the memory I had lost with age, finding it when I next went to the room in my mind, focusing on the exact spot on my forehead as I lay in bed. It let me back into the frightening world, and this time I was more ready to face the challenge, no longer 4 but decades older. I commanded the memories into lines and folders, putting everything into the order it should have been in. It looked a little bit like Fantasia, just without the troublesome broom. I wanted to see if I could remember my version of the QB attack. I did, but it was mostly a jumble of confusing sounds that I really did not like. Unfortunately, or perhaps for the best, infants cannot see, so it was all noise and chaos, angry shouts and infant wails and explosions. Screams far off in the background and a sickening crunch towards the end of it. I could only guess what that was. There were words though, words that rang clear as bells and brought my eyes to water again. "Have a little faith," a man said, his voice thick and bubbling. "They are our children after all." He sounded confident, self-assured. His words would be true. Then came the woman's voice. "Don't look so sad, Minato. I'm happy. Happy that you loved me. Happy that it's our children's birthday. If I try to imagine surviving and the four of us living together, I can't think of anything beyond I'd be so happy. If I had any regrets, it would be that I won't see them grow up." Her voice ended in a choke and something shifted nearby in the darkness, a wail rising, and then another, 2 children. "Naruto, Rin, you're going to experience a lot of pain and suffering. Remember who you are. Find a goal, a dream, and don't stop trying until it comes true. There's so much more that I want to say, to teach you. I want to stay with you. I love you. Naruto, listen to your motor-mouth mother." The words cut off, and for a long time there was silence before new voices filled the air alongside the continuous wail of the infants. "Lord Hokage, these children..." The voice of Sarutobi broke in. "They are the new Jinchuriki." "How is that possible?" the other person questioned. "The seals. The demon was split. The girl has the yang and the boy the yin. What do we do with them?" "I will take care of them. Their status must be kept a secret." There was a murmur of several other people, over a dozen, over 2 dozen, too many for a secret to be kept. I had never been self-conscious before, not in this life. I had no reason to. That changed a little over 3 months after my brother and I started going outside. I hated it, but we needed to take the trips to get supplies. The baskets were coming in less frequency and the ANBU, after we turned 5, were off our duty entirely. We were on our own, for all intents and purposes. Every 2 weeks we got money from the Konoha Widows and Orphans Fund, or KWF. It was enough to get us supplies. If we went cheap and picked which shopkeepers were less likely to try to chase us out of their stores. I was buying overly soft vegetables when something cold made impact with my cheek, exploding juice all over the side of my face. The force of the impact had me tumbling to the ground, more from surprise than anything. I looked up. Boys much older than I was stood above me, holding fruits like baseballs. "Now your face can match your stupid hair," one of them jeered, and another was thrown. I tried to block it with my arm. It struck, juices flying. One of the other boys came around, grabbing the long locks of my hair and yanking them harshly. "What kind of dumb color is red anyways?" he asked, sneering at me and smashing one of the fruits into my skull. I cringed and tried to pull away, only succeeding in getting strands torn out. "Leave me alone," I cried, feeling tears prick my eyes as I tried to fight back. It ended up with my getting hit in the shoulder. The words continued, mocking me and every aspect about me they could get. My hair, my eyes, my face, my parents. Or lack thereof. I ended up in tears, running away from them as fast I could and getting my nice white shirt splattered with tomato juice. I really, honestly, hated this place. When I got home, Naruto, who had spent the day in bed after more bad food that morning, was immediately concerned. Getting up in my face and asking quickly if I was okay, what had happened, everything a brother was supposed to ask. I assured him that I was okay, patting his head and walking past him to the bathroom. I filled the tub with lukewarm water and threw my clothes into the hamper before sinking down into the bath and doing my best to scrub the tomato from my hair, getting the water the gross color of unshaken ketchup before I dried off and went back to my room, slipping into hand-me-down pajamas and crawling under the comforter. I closed my eyes, curling into a ball and focusing only on my breathing. I was almost asleep when the mattress bounced a bit and the blankets were pulled up just enough to allow another form to join me, small and warm. Naruto wrapped his arms around me and I did the same with him, resisting the urge to cry again. "Naruto?" I asked quietly. "Yeah," he returned just as low. "People are mean." "Yeah, but they won't be forever," he tried to assure me. I couldn't help but ask how he knew that. Because we're going to make them respect us, we'll be so great they'll have to love us. My parents' last words floated through my mind. Hey, brother of mine? What is it, sister? A smile graced my face. You want to be a ninja with me? His volume grew louder as he cheered a yes. I laughed and shoved him lightly, my ears ringing. Not so loud, you dork. I am not, he objected, still too loud. You are so. I countered, and promptly shoved him off the bed. He hit the ground with a thump, but he was laughing and crawled back up as soon as he could. I was already there, gripping my pillow. I flung it and it smacked him the face. Hey, he cried, rocking back before diving for the other pillow on the bed. Hey is for horses, I pretended to scold, ducking the swing he took at me. We were a couple pillows short by the end of the fight, but I was feeling better and my brother was talking adamantly about how cool of a ninja he would be. He would be a great ninja. And I would be his guardian. The Ninja Academy was an interesting place. It wasn't only a school, as my brother and I knew well by that point in our lives. Above the school was the office of the Hokage, where he did all of his work and met with important people when he needed to. Off from that, down and away from the separate section that made up the classrooms was the Jonin standby station, where the Jonin would mill around, turn in their mission reports and submit requests for more. All of this was managed by Shikakanara. Naruto and I knew that part of it quite well. We passed it whenever it came to our minds to bother the Hokage. We didn't tell him about how terrible things were or anything like that. Neither one of us wanted to put more strain on him. He was old, and while we might beg for attention, we would not put more pressure on the only adult who had our back, and risk driving him away. Whenever Naruto was in the room, his boundless energy would light it up and he would run around, causing mayhem and getting into trouble. The old man took it all in good humor, luckily, and while he did yell at him, I knew he was never really mad at my brother. I was a different case. Whenever I was in the room, I would remain noticed only for a set amount of time as I walked in, storybook in hand, and sit on the little couch Hiruzen had pushed against a wall. There I would tuck myself away, open the book, and listen. It was, for one reason or another, very easy for them to forget that I was there. The same would have probably been said for Naruto if he could sit still or didn't try to get people's attention. This led to some interesting occurrences and a much more in-depth understanding of how things worked than I would have had before. While Shikage did sign off and read all of the reports, the Hokage had to reread and send them to be filed or sealed, all with his signature or stamp slapped onto the bottom right corner. The mission rating was made in agreement between the Kage and client, according to what the client perceived to be threatening compared to what ninja thought of as dangerous. This would affect the amount paid, with D-ranked missions being close to paying the neighbor to clip the hedges and A-rank costing enough you could buy a house off just one. If the client lied, as some did, and the mission was bumped up in rank while still in progress, then the client would have to pay for it or go into debt with the village. If they went into debt, then they would pay back steadily while the village paid the shinobi involved up front. All in all, it was a pretty solid, well-thought-out system that had evolved from years of work, trial, error, and monetary loss. I learned more about the actual ninja too. I learned that some chose to stay genin because they felt they belonged there, even if their actual skills could have gotten them to jonin without a problem. Some people made jonin when really they should have been chunin. I learned their names, and by listening I got a gist of what they were best at. It was all very educational. That was the Hokage's office, which smelled of pipe smoke and held the sharp tang of chakra in the air. Contrary to what you may have been told, being born into a world with chakra from one without did not automatically mean insane sensor abilities. I couldn't tell one person from another. I couldn't sense what someone's rank was by their chakra. I just knew what it smelled like, from some instinct deep inside. It was like how you knew the smell of paprika when you'd never smelled it before. Just the scent says, paprika. Or maybe I was crazier than I thought I was. Who knows? The standby station was somewhat like a lounge, filled with older ninja and the occasional protege. There were 3 teams always kept on standby, rotating weekly. These teams would be 4 jonin and they would spend all of their time at the station, reading, chatting, or any other number of things, and at night they would retire to the attached rooms, go bags at the ready and equipment already gathered. Should an emergency arise outside the village, those teams were the first on call, unless there was some kind of special ability or person needed for it that the Hokage wanted to send off, in which case the mission would be delayed those few minutes it took them to gather, or alternatively they would be sent as a backup squad. Most jonin hung around there in their free time for whatever reason, probably because most ninja are either paranoid or antisocial, as my theory went. The academy was the largest part of the structure, and the most used. There was no limit on the number of children that could attend, and there were no restrictions to entrance. A child from a ninja clan, or even a single ninja parent, were often enrolled by their parents, whereas civilian children were only sometimes enrolled by their parents. If the parents didn't do it, then the children themselves could, as often happened with those living in the orphanage. This didn't mean they would graduate. Most people spent roughly 7 years in there, learning ready, writing, math and science, as well as the basics of ninja skills. Chakra usage, weaponry, and very, very basic hand-to-hand combat was taught right along with it. The curriculum moved quickly too, with lots of tests and exams to take, and not all of what you learned taught in class. The pressure of this led many children to drop out in the first 4 years, unless they realize that the only tests you actually need to pass to graduate are the written and practical graduation exam, which was offered to children throughout their time there. Most couldn't or wouldn't try to pass it until their 5th year at least, and still more were advised to wait until they were 12, the common graduation age. In special circumstances, like if the person was shown to be mental or emotionally unstable, they weren't allowed to take the test until they were 12, as if that was the magic number that would fix whatever was going on in their head. All of this was, of course, only for peacetime. During wartime, any child that could pass the test, a rushed version of it at that, was sent through and assigned a teacher regardless of age or state of mental health. Luckily, the day my brother and I walked into that place was during the former. We stood in front of the familiar building on a side. We normally had no interest in side by side and hand in hand. We were not the only ones there that were not accompanied by our parents, but we were the only ones that were being completely avoided. My adoration for my brother knew no end, and when people started glaring at us, I put myself in front of him, chin lifted high and eyes narrowed in challenge to any of them. My brother's hand was warm in mine, and while he did not shrink behind me, he didn't seem to have much of a problem staying there for a while. I didn't mind. I just wanted him to be safe and happy this time around. "Ready?" I asked, tilting my head to look at him. Naruto nodded, his smile bright. "Yeah. It's gonna be so cool. We're gonna learn all of the awesome ninja stuff and be the best," he cheered, throwing both of his hands in the air and nearly knocking me off my feet. I laughed, spinning around his raised hand and pulling him towards the building. "Then let's go. We have to find out what class we're in." I marched us forwards, dropping our hands to swing between us. There was one good thing about the whole Jinchuriki shtick: if you glared at them, people got out of your way. This made getting to the list of teachers and students that much easier. It was expected that children be able to read by the time they entered the academy, though it was not a requirement. The only requirements listed were basically that you love your village, be willing to sacrifice for it, and be physically fit, and most of that was entirely subjective. For instance, I loathed this place and would have left if it was possible, but I was still being admitted and expected to be a good ninja. To be a good tool. "Where are we?" Naruto asked, looking up at the board that held class assignments. He could read just fine, but he liked it better when I did. I was better at finding information that I needed with less hassle and time than he took. I skimmed the board briefly. "It looks like we're with Yumino Irika," I reported. I was very glad that I was in with my brother. I don't know what I would do if I wasn't. Probably cry or cause so much trouble that they had to switch me from one teacher to another until I eventually got what I wanted. I preferred going unnoticed, but when I tried I could figure out more ways to get under someone's skin than a tick. Before, I'd had the idea that I might be a psychologist. The doors were shut, we would be picked up by our teacher soon, but for that moment we were left on our own in the middle of the playground. There were lots of children around, but none that would look at us for long after their parents told them not to. Those that didn't have parents followed the suit of their peers. There was one child I was relatively sure wouldn't have been given XPLCT orders to stay away. I let my eyes wander the grounds, catching faces, hairstyles and clothes, searching. Naruto caught my look, face twisting in curiosity. "What are you looking for?" he asked, and I caught his eye, smiling. "I'm looking for a friend for you," I explained, swinging our hands between us. "For me?" Naruto asked, excitement overtaking him for a moment before my words fully registered. "What about you, though?" I smiled at him, shrugging. "You're my friend. I'll get some, but I know about a kid that you might like." I paused. "Well, maybe not like, but I think it would be good for you to be friends with him." "How do you know that?" Naruto asked, head tilting cutely. My smile grew and I hopped forwards, spinning him around me and with me. "'Cause I just do. I know lots of things. Trust me, okay?" Naruto nodded, his faith in me painfully absolute. It almost made me feel bad, taking advantage of his trust to twist things, but I knew what the future held, even if I wasn't supposed to be in it, and I wasn't about to let it pan out the way it had before. So when my eyes landed on a little boy with spiky hair standing next to two adults, I smiled. It was time to push things in a different direction. In my direction. "Hey Naruto," I chirped, causing him to perk up. He knew my tone. My hand connected with his arm and I bolted, shouting "You're it!" after me and sprinting away, the little blonde hot on my heels. Just because I didn't like being the center of attention didn't mean I didn't like to play. I was still a kid, thanks. I darted between people too slow to get out of the way, ducking and dodging swats aimed at my head and scrambling to go faster. The ninja shoes, the mini ones that most kids wore when they started training, caught the ground with magnificent traction, supporting better than anything a civilian might get, allowing me to make sharp turns and quick spins. Before, what seemed like an eternity ago, it would have been hard to do any of this, my body so weak from chemotherapy that I had to give up ballet. Now I could run as long as I wanted, this body enhanced by the demon held within it. Being a child's body, it was still uncoordinated though, and so at 5 I slammed head first into a little black-haired boy my size, sending us both tumbling to the ground with startled cries while my brother tripped over us and flying into the legs of the woman that had accompanied my target. "Hey!" came a shout from under me as I lay on the ground, breathing deeply. Not even on the ground. I lay on the small body of one Sasuke Uchiha, who was struggling to shove me off while his mother laughed and his father watched on, disapproval in his eyes. All this I took in as I rolled off of him, bouncing back to my heels. "You have bad reflexes," I informed him, playing at mispronunciation. I watched the little boy's arms cross and he huffed. "I do not," he objected. "Then how come you didn't move?" I challenged. "'Cause you moved too fast and you were too heavy to push off," he grumbled, causing me to stop moving for a second. I heard my brother breath in sharply. My eyes narrowed sharply at him. "Did you just call me heavy?" Offering him the chance to retract the statement that could not possibly be as described. Apparently not sensing my desire to maim him, the child nodded firmly. I pounced. He screamed. Mikoto laughed good-naturedly as he tried hiding behind her, sidestepping and allowing me to get at her son before he scrambled back into my brother, who was laughing at me. I had almost forgotten that Mikoto had been Kushina's friend, until she tolerated us and smiled so nicely. "Don't you laugh at me," I shouted, lunging at the two in more play than ill intention. Both took off as fast as they could, running alongside each other as I had hoped. People I was good at, people I could nudge here and there with small comments and dropped hints. It was a talent I was developing further than I had before, now needing it more. I spent a good few minutes chasing the boys before I dropped back, letting them get out of my reach. I watched, a pang in my chest as my brother laughed and ran, nearly tripping in sync with the young Uchiha boy. That was what I wanted to happen, for them to have a good first meeting. So why does my heart hurt watching his back? I swallowed past the lump in my throat and jogged to catch up with the two, Naruto smiling like the sun and Sasuke struggling to breathe properly. I had barely made it to them before Irika, looking just as I knew he would, came out of the school and called his class in. A group of roughly 30 children followed him, myself included, and were taken to one of the rooms. There were 9 desks and 28 of us, so that was 4 to a desk and one that would have 5. Naturally, I took the seat beside my brother, between him and the window. Interestingly enough, his other side was taken by Sasuke, and on his side was a small girl with bubblegum-colored hair. I wasn't sure if I should be happy or annoyed that Sakura was there, knowing how she would be in a few years. Until I realized that it wasn't how she would be, but rather how she could be. If I stepped in right there instead of Ino or alongside her, and pushed things into place and encouraged the girl to focus more on training than boys, then she could be stronger than was originally thought. In fact, considering that these were the formative years of everyone, I could begin the shift before I had even thought to before. Just because I wasn't supposed to exist didn't mean I wouldn't take full advantage of the twist in fate. I had a lot of plans and not a lot of time. So I would work and remember, figure out everything I could, and help my precious brother as much as I could. The first day lecture began and I prepared myself for the day ahead of me, listening intently to Irika as he started off the grand plan of brainwash the 5-year-olds into becoming murderers. The place was so effed up. Class was about how I imagined it would be. We did reading, writing, and arithmetic, as well as history. That part was incredibly brief, probably for good reason, but I was also beginning to believe that no one bothered to write it down. Oh, certainly we knew the kage and the villages and when they were formed, but dates were spotty and inconsistent. It annoyed me to no end. Nothing was concrete, and if you wanted to know anything you had to take it from mouth information. One reason I was so thankful for being close to the Hokage, I could bother him with endless questions. I didn't, of course. Not endless ones at least. Just some, now and again when I was sitting in his office. I did that a lot, hiding away from the world. Strange, seeing as I had once been so sociable. It was all strange, really. The series that I had reread several times was now my life. The part of my last life that I had tried desperately to hide was now all-encompassing this one. It was a little bit scary. I couldn't tell anymore if I was Rin or Felicity, or both or neither one. I wished I could have asked someone, anyone about it, but there was no one I could go to. Playing things close to the chest was how I got through my lifetime. It would have to be how I got through this existence as well. At the end of the day, that's what I did. I went home or to the office as quick as I could once kunoichi classes let out. Kunoichi classes were, by far, my favorite part of the day. They were the only place where everything was absolute and concrete and where I excelled. I already knew how to twist a boy around my finger, so that was easy, and everything else was non-variable. This flower means this, these ones are poisonous, this is how you address a person of this stature. All of it made sense. I didn't really have friends there for a few weeks, largely thanks to the fact that nearly everyone avoided me. If I wanted to talk to someone, I had to instigate the conversation, which is what I did our second week of class. Little Sakura Haruno was one of the shyest people I had seen in this world, trying to hide herself behind her hair. It was weird that it was her forehead and not her hair that she was being picked on for, considering it was a few shades shy of neon. Also ironic, considering that my hair was more natural of a shade than hers and I got tomatoes smashed into my face for it. "What's wrong with your head?" one girl, Ami, asked Sakura one day when I was within hearing distance. I looked up from the snapdragons I had been inspecting, watching Ami and her 2 followers stand above Sakura in a position all too familiar to me. Sakura looked up, shrinking into the high collar of her shirt. "Did you hit it against something?" one of the girls asked in fake concern. Another laughed, high-pitched and loud. "It's so big it probably hits everything." I rose slowly to my feet, deciding that that was as good a time as any to begin my planning and alterations. I walked over, interrupting before more insults could be tossed into the girl's face. "You know that's rich coming from someone who got their hair cut from a lawn mower," I commented offhanded, propping my hand on my hip and falling into the familiar pattern of confrontation. Normally when I did this I wasn't at the bottom of the food chain though. It was intimidating. It was a challenge. It was exhilarating. "Like you're one to talk, tomato head," Kasumi butted in. I arched a brow and gave her a royal look, breaking from the child that I supposedly was. "Did you intentionally get that perm, or are you so bad at teasing your hair it got stuck? And really, that dress, with your body?" My nose scrunched up delicately. This was a role I could play. This was, in fact, the role I was best at. It was in parts a mask, and it was also, in other parts, myself. I had spent years trying to avoid being bullied, and so did the only thing I could that would guarantee that. I became the bully. And it felt good to watch people bow their heads, shame painting their cheeks. It was a rush to have that kind of power over people, to be at the very top and be able to make or break someone with just a few words. It made me feel important, paramount. The same way I felt watching the three girls start looking at each other. I was, after all, nobody. The village pariah, who all had instructions to stay away from. By all rights I should have been bending to their words and will, lower than dirt and smaller than dust. This was all assuming that I fit into the hierarchy at all. Which, right then, I didn't. I was breaking the rules, hands on my hips and superiority dripping off of my tongue. Physical violence I couldn't handle. Having fruit thrown in my face and my hair yanked, I would cry. Verbal abuse was different. That was where I was the queen, where I ruled. And these amateurs were trying to sit in my throne. Who do you think you are? Ami asked, trying to look superior. My expression, built up of years that she did not have, cut her down and I saw her falter. Who do I think I am? I repeated, that's one of the least original things I've ever heard anyone ask. Who did you take argument lessons from? Those points are as sharp as a spoon. Well, at least my hair doesn't look like it has a sunburn, she tried to defend. I did one thing that few people ever seem to think of when facing insults. I laughed. I watched the confusion cloud the girl's face and the three looked at each other. They knew that this wasn't how things were supposed to go. They knew it was wrong of me to be there, acting as their better when I was the least respected person in the village. It wasn't how things worked. It wasn't how things were done. I didn't particularly care anymore. Once you fall from grace and die, everything else looks pretty small in comparison. Laughter was really the best medicine. If someone is trying to make you feel bad, laugh it off. Better yet, laugh at them. It makes them feel stupid, just like anyone else, and they'll back down real quick if they think that they're about to have the tables turned on them. It worked like a charm. Essage, shut up. Ami shouted. I laughed. Harder, lips curled in a snarl aimed at her. You're just stupid. Kasumi cried, her face turning as red as my hair. Come on, guys, the last girl muttered, grabbing their hands and pulling lightly. Let's get out of here. I watched them go, remaining in place until they were occupied elsewhere. Only then did I let my shoulders drop and turn back to Sakura, who was staring up at me in surprise. I smiled at her, not the sharp, confident one I wore for the girls. That was the smile of the sun, bright and arrogant. The one I offered Sakura was a small curl of the lips, not enough to dimple my cheeks, dimmer but no less strong. A moonlight smile. You all right? I asked, offering her my hand. Hesitantly she took it, wiping off her eyes as I pulled her to her feet. Why, yeah, she mumbled, riding her cheeks of tears. You know, I began, pulling my hand back to my side, they only make fun of your forehead because they know you're sensitive about it. If you didn't hide it, they wouldn't get anything out of picking on you. I spoke from experience. You had to pick targets carefully, or things might backfire. Sakura ducked her head. But it's big. Yeah, I agreed. And? Who cares? Sakura shifted from foot to foot. Doesn't it bother you when they say your hair is like a tomato? She asked quietly. I shook my head and twirled a long strand around my finger. It was a lie, I didn't like my hair, but Sakura didn't need to know that. I don't like it when they throw things, but their comparison is wrong. My hair isn't like tomatoes. It's more like strawberries. Sakura looked at me, confused and not quite understanding but nodding anyway. Okay. I bit back a sigh. Lack of confidence this girl had. Here, try wearing your hair out of your face tomorrow. See if anyone notices your forehead, I instructed, watching her hesitate before agreeing. The next day she did as I asked and no one said a word. From then on, Sakura sat next to me during class, and Naruto wasn't the only one of us to have a friends. Chakra is bullshit. This I decided sitting on the ground, trying to get a leaf to stick to my forehead while Sakura already won there and on both cheeks. She didn't look like she was struggling at all. Everything I tried to get it to stick, I would end up sending the lead darting up into the air before physics took hold and it spiraled out of grip. Needless to say, I was not happy. Sakura couldn't seem to understand why I was having so much trouble with using less. I had an idea. While most children had the problem of having on a little more chakra than you needed to survive, meaning that they had to drag it out and force it to do what they wanted, I was the exact opposite. No doubt my brother was as well. For us, the energy was straining to get out, fighting to burst from our bodies as even the slightest nudge. Trying to get only just enough to stick a leaf to me was like trying to funnel an ocean through a garden hose. It just didn't work. When the energy was released, it came gushing out with a vengeance. As I said before, chakra is bullshit. You just have to push a little bit out, Sakura tried to explain for perhaps the 12th time. I was starting to get annoyed. I resisted the urge to snap at the girl, reminding myself that she was still young and didn't understand that things weren't always the same for everything. Snapping wouldn't do anything helpful, it would just send the girl back into her shell, the one I was trying to coax her out of. Children were so dim and delicate. It's not so much pushing some out as keeping enough in, I tried to explain again. I can't get not enough to make it stick. It keeps flying off. Similar to what my temper was about to do. If you push too much out for one leaf, why not use more? I stopped my one-sided glaring match with the offending piece of foliage, head snapping up to stare at my pink-haired friend. More than one leaf? Irika had advised the class not to try more than one at a time because it could put strain on the still-developing chakra system of 5-year-olds. Sakura and I sat far away from the rest of the class, under a tree on the far side of the practice area. From there I could see my brother trying to talk to Irika while Sasuke hung back, watching them. It seemed that Naruto was having just as hard a time as I was. Technically, Sakura wasn't supposed to have 3 leaves sticking to her face, but with Irika preoccupied, she had decided to try it out anyways. She was a regular rebel. More? I repeated, if I did that, wouldn't I have to push the chakra out of different places? Wouldn't it do the same thing? Sakura paused. I heard her hum, watched the gears start turning in her head. The girl was a genius. I was technically 22 and I doubted I was as smart as she was. To be fair, I'd never cared much about school before. I liked reading, loved it in fact, but that was as far as my academic interest had gone. I was a cheerleader and an A-lister, had no need for math, science, or anything like that past graduating. To be assured, I took my classes and passed them, with B's in maths, C's in most sciences, and low A's in social studies and literature. That didn't mean that I remembered what I'd been taught 5 years later, or that most of what I knew was even applicable. I was broken out of my musings by Sakura once more. What if you put out the minimal amount of chakra you could from one area and spread it out over the rest? She wondered. My brows pinched and I gave a very intelligent sounding, like with peanut butter. You glob out a bunch of it into one area, and then you spread it out with a knife. That made a surprising amount of sense. Okay, like peanut butter, I muttered quietly, taking the leaf in hand and tilting my head back. I pushed as little chakra out as I could then, focusing on the warm energy, pushed that small amount out and across the skin, keeping as much inside as I could. I placed the leaf there, taking in a deep breath and praying that it worked. The leaf stuck in place. I laughed in triumph. I am not stupid. Contrary to what my grades will tell you, what my teachers will tell you, and what just about anyone else would say, I was not stupid. I didn't care about math and science, with the exception of anatomy, was a bore, so I will admit I had a few shortcomings there. Which is where most people think intelligence really is. My knowledge, what I like and care about, are not what people normally mean when they say someone is smart. History, literature, and people is where my brain lies. I had gotten the highest score of any class when I took psychology, and no one knew the classics as well as I. This didn't mean I was horrible at the others. I knew the quadratic equation and how atoms were put together, same as anyone. Now, this being said, there are simply some things that don't make sense to me. Namely, chakra and how to use it. I was lucky that I'd chosen Sakura to be my friend. That girl picked up concepts faster than anyone I'd ever seen. By our 3rd year in the academy, she had far surpassed me. Of course, by the 3rd year we had begun working through quadratic equations and the makeup of the periodic table. Why a bunch of murderers-to-be would need to know this, I had no idea. It still seemed to hold no practical application, and before long I just gave up on it. I'd still been in geometry when I died the first time around, So around 8 I started relying heavily on Sakura to help me out with those things. She didn't really need my help, except for me to be her friend. Why she wanted that to me I had no idea. She could have fallen in with almost anyone else just as easily as me, once her confidence came up. There were 3 groups of girls our age. The ones that ran with Ami, the ones that ran with Ino, and the rest of us. Used to be, with Felicity, with Taylor, or the masses. I miss those days. By the time our 3rd year rolled around, most of the girls had dropped from the system after being told that they didn't make the cut. It wasn't kicking out, just encouraging that they leave, or getting so fed up with failing over and over again that they gave up. This left us with approximately 9 girls left. There was Ami, Kasumi, and Haru in one group. They were still bullies, but they left Sakura and I alone after a few more verbal beatdowns. Ino and her group were primarily brought together as what Sakura and I called Sasuke's stalkers, though Ami and hers fell into that category as well. Sakura had been offered to hang out with them by Ino, but had chosen me instead. Along with Sakura and I, Hinata was also counted as the rest of us. She didn't hang out with us and I didn't ask her to. The girl was just too shy. I couldn't picture hanging out with her as being very fun at all. Instead, I mentioned her to my brother one day after school as, "This girl who wants to be friends with you but is too shy." The next day he asked her to cut class with him to go to Ichiraku. Irika was not pleased when she stumbled out a yes. Speaking of, Naruto had finally gotten into the reputation he had as a prankster. He brought trouble down on top of him, and on several occasions, me. What my brother did to people for being mean to us and what I did were 2 very different things. He did harmless child things, like painting walls or throwing the rotten eggs we were sold, or setting up boobay traps that would do more to humiliate than harm. I slipped into houses and ducked through vents, whispering things when they thought they were alone and pushing objects just a few inches out of place when a room was left. I would do this until my targets inevitably had a mental breakdown or moved. I don't know what the Hokage thought. He had yet to address that it was us that did these things even though Naruto left our shared name on everything he did. So far things were going about the way that I figured they would. It wasn't until Sasuke came to school with a cloud over his head that I remembered what else happened when we, or everyone else as it was, were 8. The first time he met them he was brand new, small, pink, and squishy. He didn't know it at the time, being preoccupied with being a baby and all, that the pair of children on the other side of the glass would grow to be his best friends. Their first meeting that he could remember was tumultuous, with Rin tackling him and then chasing him, while his mother did nothing to help. It hardly mattered that there was a bruise forming on his shoulder by the time they were done with what had dissolved into a game of tag. He had people to sit by in the classroom, and after that he had 2 kids to see after school who didn't care about his father or his family name or the expectations that he had to live up to. Rin and Naruto were sweet and loud and irritating and smug, and Sasuke wanted to hit them almost as often as he wanted to hug them. Still, whenever he found himself at the gates of the school, he felt a smile cross his face and his chest got too tight with happiness. For the first time ever he had friends. Mikoto had known the pair since before they were even born, had looked through catalogs for cribs for them and her Sasuke, had helped pick out their first outfits and accompanied their mother on every doctor's visit. She was the only one to visit them in the hospital. Not even Kakashi, who should have been there, appeared. She took to the council her right as godmother to take the 2 home with her, only to be met with the firm denial that no clan was allowed to take them in. Not even the only one that could control what was inside of them should the worst come. It took 3 different ANBU to finally get her out of the room, fury turning her eyes to crimson and horror painting her features when she realized what that meant. Jiraiya wasn't in the village. Kakashi was a wreck. She was forcibly removed from them. They would grow up without a single hint of care or true, unbridled love of a family. She wanted to watch over them, but any interference on her part reflected poorly on her family, who was already in a bad standing. No one would say it to their faces, but they all knew. They knew that most of the village suspected that an Uchiha was behind the Kyuubi attack. Mikoto seethed quietly and hid it behind the love she bore for her younger son, raising him and loving him and doing her best not to dwell on the fate of her best friend's children, on her godchildren. 5 years later, a little ginger flew headlong into her son. Her laughter was near hysterical to her own ears. Fate seemed to have a sense of humor. Fugaka had never cared much either way for the Jinchuriki twins. He had known and respected their parents, even been set up with one of them as a joke from their future wives. So he was completely neutral towards them. He made sure that the rest of his family held the same reservation of judgment in the matter of the Uzumaki as well, lest his wife get a hold of them. Her wrath, while hard to rise, was miles more dangerous than his own. So when his son dragged the pair into his home a week after his first day of school, the man could honestly say he did not mind. The logical part of his brain was thinking of how useful it would be to have such powerful children loyal to his son. The father part was happy that his younger would actually have friends, something that Itachi had always struggled so much with. The trouble came when the tricks that Naruto pulled started warranting police involvement, which meant his clan, which meant no playing favorites or the councils, civilian, shinobi and elder, would start riding him for it. So he sat the two down in a cell they had landed in and had a talk. Really, if they were going to be good ninja, they couldn't keep getting caught. That was the first time he saw the girl smile genuinely, and the first time the boy's grin was directed right at him. The combined light threatened to blind him. He probably should have handled it differently. Told them that the laws were there for a reason and that they needed to follow them. Told them that they were troublemakers and needed to stop before they got into real trouble. But they weren't really hurting anyone and they had looked so happy. When his mother told him to walk the children home, he thought little of it. Itachi was 11 to their 6, and a chunin already. He thought it would just be the normal precaution. Until someone started approaching. A man older than he was by about 10 years, pushing quickly towards the trio. The children pushed closer to his sides, Rin having been walking on the other side of Naruto and pushing him closer, putting herself between him and man. His confusion only lasted until the hate-filled words were spat at the cowering children. In a sudden flare of instincts that any sibling might have, Itachi had dropped the man in a genjutsu. The twins had stared up at him in shock. The young Uchiha took both of their hands and led them away from the writhing man, a fury sinking slowly under his skin. He wasn't as close to Rin and Naruto as Sasuke was, but they spent more time at his house than they did at their own, and he had seen them off and on for 2 or so years. They were good kids, happy and cheerful if a little mischievous. Rin was quiet and clever, and something about her made Itachi think that, if she wasn't so in love with their family, she would be dangerous. Naruto was brilliant and loud and charismatic as a little boy could be, with big dreams of being a Hokage. Itachi started walking them home more often after that, and before long people stopped trying to approach. The day Shisui met them had started normally. Them, being the children his mother seemed to insist on calling demons in spite of his father's objections. They never would tell him why she did that. He had stopped asking a long time before. He had been out training in one of the clan fields, striking a practice dummy when a group of children trooped into the area. He recognized his favorite cousin immediately. The others took him a second. Weariness touched his chest, remembering his mother's words. Sasuke came running at him, the blonde sprinting after him and the redhead following at a slower pace. "Shisui," he called, attempting a tackle. The favorite older cousin sidestepped, catching the back of his shirt. He wasn't counting on the other two diving at his legs to make him let go of their friend. The end result was the ninja hitting the ground, sitting on the blonde's head while his sister called him names 6-year-olds should not know. Well, he thought, looking around at the children, this isn't how I thought today would go. Mikoto wasn't always all for the coup. She was a jonin, she cared for the village, fought a war for it and worked hard to reach high ranks. There were good people in there, she knew. Kind people who would never hurt a soul. Unless, she found, that soul was one of her godchildren. The day that she caught Rin up in her arms, tomatoes squishing to stain them boy and tears running down red cheeks, was the day she really got behind things. When she marched into the meeting that night and demanded that the Jinchuriki be spared, no one dared contradict her words. She was considered one of the clan's strongest for a reason, after all. It had started out as a normal day, with Sakura, Naruto and I standing around in the schoolyard, waiting for either Hinata or Sasuke to show up. They both arrived at roughly the same time normally, About the time when Sasuke passed through the open gates of the academy yard. He was staring at the ground, what Naruto and I called his brooding face on. He came over to us without even looking up. "What's wrong?" It was Sakura who asked while both I and my brother leaned forwards and peered up at Sasuke from under his bangs. He didn't even start, so used to our antics was he. A sigh tumbled from his mouth. "You guys remember my cousin Shisui?" Naruto nodded rapidly, a grin forming as fast as could be. "Yeah. He's the one that helped us out with the replacement technique." "I remember him." "Sakura too." "What about it?" There was a bad feeling churning my stomach. Something was wrong. Shisui was someone I'd forgotten about, but who? I couldn't place it until he jumped into a river yesterday and drowned. I almost fell onto my butt. Shisui of the body flicker, Shisui who Danzo stole one eye and Itachi was gifted another, Shisui who could have stopped the massacre after he died, after his death the massacre, Itachi, Sasuke, revenge. Rin. My head snapped to the side, finding Sakura with her hand on my arm. "Are you crying?" Sasuke asked, staring at me wide-eyed. I brought a hand up to my cheek, finding that indeed it was wet. I hadn't ever made the connection until then that Shisui, who had taken time out of his life to help a group of 4 brats learn how to summon logs, was the same one who had died for his village and family. I hadn't made the connection that the kind, warm woman who brought my brother and I over for dinner every Friday was Mikoto Uchiha who would die. That the stern man who had taken the time to scold Naruto for getting caught was Fugaku Uchiha who was killed. That the teenager who walked us home from school and caught the tomatoes aimed at me was Itachi Uchiha who murdered. They were right in front of my face, and until Shisui died I had never actually thought they are going to die. I just liked him. He was nice. I kicked the dirt. Not a lot of people are. "Yeah, he was," Sasuke agreed. "There was this thing too. Some of my cousins thought that Itachi had something to do with it. He got in a fight with them and Dad and his eyes did something dash." "The Sharingan?" Naruto wondered. Sasuke gave a strange mix between a shake of his head, a shrug of his shoulders, and which when translated from Uchiha meant, roughly, "It looked like it, but I don't think that's what it was." "Aren't there, like, multiple levels of the Sharingan?" I questioned. The others looked at me, startled. Even Sasuke looked confused. "What?" I nodded, more to myself than anyone else. "Yeah, I heard some of your uncles or something talking about it. Like at first there's just one of the spinny dot things dash." "Tomo," Sasuke corrected. "Yeah, and then there's 2, and the full Sharingan is 3. Itachi already has 3, that's not what it was," Sasuke assured me. "Well, I read somewhere that there's another level." I admitted, lying only a little. I had technically read it out of sight and knowledge of my peers. "What?" Sasuke questioned, brow furrowing. I shrugged. There were records about some Uchiha who had awakened the Monga Mangekyo. I stumbled the word out. "I don't know more than that, except it only happened during the big wars." "The Mangekyo Sharingan?" Sasuke mumbled, frown on his admittedly adorable face. I kicked at the ground, tilting my face to the sun. "That's what it said. I don't know more than that. Ask your dad maybe?" The little boy nodded and the bell rang, drawing out little group towards the school building. "Yeah, I'll ask him after school maybe." Irika's shout had us kicking up out heels. The next day was the weekend, and as per usual Naruto and I were spending it in the Uchiha complex. Sasuke was showing off the new fireball he could spit out. Itachi and I stood at end of the docks, he on his way to speak to the Hokage and only there to watch Sasuke impress Naruto, who was bouncing cheerfully behind his best friend, doing a dramatic reenactment of the whoosh and then it went it wah. I watched them, smiling softly. I could see the pride in Itachi's eyes, and for the first time I understood. I would have done anything to protect Naruto. He was the most important thing in my life, and I would have given it up if it meant he could keep the sun-dimming smile on his face. Looking at Itachi, I knew it was the same for him. Nothing mattered more than his little brother. They were dead by the end of the week. Naruto, Sakura, Hinata, and I took Sasuke from the hospital and stood at his side at the funeral. When those that hadn't been cremated were put into the ground, we all but moved in with him, never letting our friend out of our sight. Even Sakura and Hinata were allowed to stay over most nights with us. Sasuke was never alone, even when he was dark, quiet, and closed off. We were right next to him. It was 3 weeks before the blank, unseeing darkness left his eyes. We were at breakfast, all of us, about ready to go to school when he spoke for the first time since he had woken up in the hospital. "I'm going to kill him." The 4 of us looked at each other before back at him. "Just him?" I asked quietly. Dark eyes found mine, narrowed sharply. "What do you mean?" "I mean he couldn't have been alone." There was dead silence. "What do you mean?" Sasuke repeated, his voice harsh and furious. "Think about it," I murmured, voice low and eyes cast to the table. The Uchiha was filled with some of the strongest ninja in the village, Jonin, Enbyu, years ahead of even Itachi. He was a genius, but he was still just 13. There's just no way he could have taken out an entire clan of highly elite ninja in one night, without any kind of help. The quiet was tense, deathly, and dark. "You always know things," Sasuke told me. "You knew about the Mangekyo, now you're talking about it, him, having partners. Why?" He sounded almost accusatory. Given that his entire world was just thrown upside down and the person he trusted most had betrayed him in the worst way possible. It would be no surprise that he would be wary about us, especially me. I was never the most typical child. I watched too much, I twisted people too often. I'm quiet, people don't notice me unless I want them to. I hear things, sometimes, and I put them together. This one was basic reasoning. I know a lot, from deduction and what I hear. Sasuke stared at me along with all the others. "She's right," Sakura mumbled. "It makes sense. No one person could do that, they would have to be as strong as the Hokage." Itachi, Sasuke flinched, was strong, but he wasn't that strong. Hinata's voice was less timid than it had been before she started hanging out with Naruto. Our revenge might not be only on him." Sasuke bridged his fingers, propped his chin on them and fell silent, thinking. I was 8 when I decided it was long past time I did something very stupid. Well, let me rephrase that. I was 8, going through my memories and putting the new ones in order when I remembered something very important. I was a Jinchuriki. Not that I ever forgot, as if I could with all the bullshit of the village around me. I just happened to remember that, even with the amount of control I had over my own mind, I had yet to even make an acquaintance with the fox sitting in my stomach. So, while sorting a memory into never think of again, I stopped, pushed the folder I'd put it in away, and closed my eyes. I took a deep breath, though I'm sure that it was more for confidence than necessity, and started a mental chant. Krama. QB. The perfectly white world faded away, as did the stacked-up organization of memories. I could feel the nothingness drain away and get replaced by cold, wet, and stale air. When again I opened my eye, there before me stood a wall of giant bars, and through the gaps in that thick iron a pair of glowing red eyes peered out at me. Very sharp, very deadly teeth flashed in the scant light. "What's this?" His voice was a growl, rumbling the area around us with power put into it. I was 89% sure it was an intimidation tactic. "This," I put finger quotations around the world, "is Rin." "I don't think we've had the pleasure of a proper introduction," I drawled, pretending to inspect my nails. I may or may not have also been trying to keep my hands from shaking. In excitement or fear, I don't know. "You should show more respect, brat. I am the QB." I pretended to gasp, putting my hand over my mouth and widening my eyes comically. "Oh, say it ain't so. Not the QB." Kurama glowered at me and I shrugged, ducking me head. "Alright, so no sassing the fox. Got it. So, Mr. QB, what's your name?" I questioned, rocking back on my heels. Water sloshed around my ankles and I grimaced. "Also, can I make it, I dunno, not a sewer in here? Play nice for the fox, see where that gets me." "I am the QB," he repeated. Then, after a moment, "Yes. QB is a title, not a name. What's your name? And how?" "Why should I answer anything for you, human?" He glared down at me and I sighed deeply. "Because I'm stuck with you until Toby comes back or I die." Hopefully neither one of those things is going to happen anytime soon, but I would rather our relationship be at least somewhat friendly. So, I crossed my arms over my chest, looking up at the great fox. How about we cut the sheet and be honest with each other? That sound good, Kurama? There was silence, and I could only watch as the fox rose to his feet and approached, hunched in the small space of the case. He walked forwards enough that his muzzle could have toughed the bars if he moved it. Crimson Eye locked on me. What do you know? I bit back a grin. Equivalent exchange demands information for information. So, you tell me how to get us into more sanitary environments and I'll tell you all the nasty little tidbits I've got locked up in my head. Sound like a plan? The demon growled low, but the fear had drained out of me. He was on one side of the cage and I was on the other. I was in control here. And whatever he said about humans, Kurama was still a person, and people I could twist however I wanted. Focus, came the growl. This place is an extension of your mind. In theory you can control it if you wish to. So like the rest of my brain? I looked around the place, picturing the never-ending darkness be brought to reign with cream-colored walls. Nothing happened, not truly. The walls rippled and acted like they would form before a headache of epic proportions formed, and it vanished. I glowered at where it had once been, rubbing my temple with the heel of my hand. I ignored the laughter of the fox, taking in a breath and straightening out as I turned to face him. Okay, Kurama, here's what's what with yours truly. When Rin Uzumaki walked into his office that day, the Hokage knew something was wrong. She didn't have the normal book she carried in with her, nor was she as quiet as she usually was. Violet eyes were locked onto him and a sense of dread settled into the pit of the old ninja's stomach. The last time he had seen that look it had been when Minato had confronted him about Danzo almost 10 years before. Rin, he greeted, is something wrong? The girl kept walking until she was standing right in front of him, making him swivel in his chair to keep facing her. The fourth Hokage is my dad. It was said with the same certainty as one might tell you that the sky was blue. Ignoring the increasingly bad feeling he got, Sarutobi watched her, giving nothing away. What makes you say that? She gave him a look that said that that was a foolish question. Naruto looks just like him, and according to, well, everyone, he was supposed to be going out with a woman named Kushina Uzumaki, who had red hair and purple eyes. Her hand rose to her cheek, rubbing against the highest whisker mark on the left. Sound familiar? Instead of answering her question, he asked another. What else do you know? Rin paused as if thinking of what she should tell him. I'm a Jinchuriki. It's not that hard to figure out, what with the never-ending whispering of the Fox Brats or the Demon Twins. October 10th, that is my birthday and the day that the fox attacked. Traditionally it has been members of a Kage's own family that become the Jinchuriki, so as to keep loyalty going and whatnot. The girl paused, her head tilting to the side. Am I wrong yet? She wasn't, and her logic was flawless. Truly, this was Minato's daughter. Have you told your brother? He wanted to know. To his relief, she shook her head. No, Naruto he's a loud mouth. Sasuke and I keep him reined in as much as we can, but the fact of the matter is that there's a good chance he might blurt it out at a bad time. And if that happened, and someone from another village heard. Our parents were good ninja. They made a lot of enemies, and we're still too young to protect ourselves from civilians, let alone full-fledged ninja holding grudges. The Hokage held back a wince at the mention of the civilians. Instead he asked another question, something he did often. If you knew all of this, why tell me? What do you want? For it was clear she had come to ask for something. She never talked this often unless she was convincing someone of something or leading up to a request. Her expression turned from confident and assured to something sheepish. She had been caught. Well, I wanted to try my hand at sealing, you know. Her cheeks turned a light pink at the slip at the end. She had been trying to break the tick for years. The Hokage knew. Hiruzen wasn't as surprised as he felt he should be. So she wanted to try sealing, something that both of her parents had been masters in? Slowly the Hokage nodded, his mind twisting with new information. All right. When Rin's face lit up, he held a hand up to stop her from believing it would be that simple. I will give you references on sealing if you get an A on your next test. Rin cringed and Sarutobi almost sighed. She and her brother were both alike in that they cared little for academia, though he had a feeling it was more irritation than inability to comprehend in Rin's case. She was smart, a blind man could see that. Smart people got bored easily, Shikaku's own son was a testament to that. I'll try, she promised, her nervous action returning. The Hokage watched her turn around, give him a small thank you and rush out the door. The next week Rin returned to the office, presenting him with a shaky 91. He received her with a smile and handed over a book of the basics of sealing. Her smile, for once, matched that of her younger brother in voltage. I'm not a nice person. I do not forgive and I never forget. I could not tell Sasuke that revenge was a bad idea because that would be a lie. I didn't want him to want his brother, who had always been nice to me, dead. But I would be a hypocrite if I told him not to. Largely because I was already the cause of someone's death. It hadn't been intentional, not really. I didn't stab him, or strangle him, or unleash a can of fox-flavored whoop, but, shut up, I'm still cool. Instead, I got him to hang himself. It wasn't actually that hard. I just did to him what I did to most of my victims. Only with him I was more relentless. The reasoning for this? He hit my brother. So I followed him, for months, always at the edge of his vision, watching. I was in his house, outside his workplace, only a few yards behind him when he went shopping. It didn't take him a week to start sweating, looking around in paranoia and driving off all others who might have helped him with his crazy ravings about demon ghosts. When he came home his furniture would be exactly 1 inch to the right of where he had left it, there would be a few cans less in the cupboards and a little less milk in the carton. In 2 months he lost his mind and put a belt around his neck. Thinking about the red mark he left on Naruto's cheek, I can't say that I regret it. Only that it took so long for him to stop twitching. It was finally over. We were out. Through hard work, determination and an unhealthy amount of cheating we passed, without my brother having to take any sort of remedial lesson. I didn't let Mizuki anywhere near him. I would have put a knife in his eye before I let him touch my brother. It was because of Sakura and Sasuke and their patience with our stupid chakra control that we had made it out without having to resort to drastic measures. We could make clones, but only a few dozen of them, our control not fine enough to make only a few. Transformations were easy, and the replacement was as well. So yes, we passed. After everything was over, Naruto and I went to see the Hokage, to show off our new headband while Sakura went to her parents for celebration dinner and Sasuke took his to the Uchiha graveyard. My brother and I trooped up the winding steps of the tower, ducking past various desk ninja. My brother was nearly buzzing with excitement, his green goggles replaced by a metal plate. He didn't even knock before opening the door to the Hokage's office, giving a call of Gramps. Unfortunately, our caretaker was not the only one in the room that would fit the description. Turning towards us as the door swung open was the entire council of elders, 2 old men and 1 old woman. I tensed, stepping closer to my brother. I did not like how Danzo especially was eyeing us. It made my skin creep and my stomach twist. I had never seen him in person, but I knew who he was. I knew what he'd done and what he was willing to do, and it scared me. That was probably Felicity more than Rin. Her memories and a lifetime of weariness of older, shady men that was not ingrained into the mind of people in this world. They were more concerned with neighboring countries than neighbors, oddly enough, especially when many of those neighbors were murderers. I don't understand it. We'll talk later, Koharu announced, taking the first step towards us. I pulled Naruto out of the way, watching Hamura and Danzo follow her, their eyes lingering on us. The door shut soundly. There was a beat of silence before the tension was shattered by my brother spinning around, his smile dimming the sun. We passed. Ours found Naruto asleep on the couch and me sitting on the Hokage's desk, looking over the files he had spread out as he selected teams for tomorrow. Teams were one things I was anxious about. I had little control over them, only educated guesses and hope for the future. I was good at dealing with anxiety, so to anyone else I would have seemed the normal level of worried, not the level that might put someone into a panic attack if they thought too long. I'm sure you can guess what the truth was. What do you think, Rin? My head snapped up from where I was skimming Kurenai's file, a soft "huh" falling out of my mouth. Hiruzen was watching me, eyes shining in amusement. About teams? What do you think? Well, I hadn't thought. Not really. I had accepted that it was out of my hands with grace and dignity, refusing to pitch a fit and beg. If he was asking me though, I started thinking quickly of my answer, turning to the rest of the papers. What I think? I only know my classmates, so I can't say a whole lot about the others, I warned. When I wasn't interrupted, I went on. Ino Shikacho is a tried and true formation, and Shikamaru and Choji are inseparable, so they should be one team. Ino will kick them into doing work too. Probably under someone more relaxed than strict, but still skilled. Shino is long range with his bugs. Nada is close range with good sensor ability, so if they were together they could balance each other out, and add someone else in there who could do heavy-hitting jutsu like Kiba. And Akamaru. Adorable dog. And your brother? I paused. He should stay with Sasuke. They're good friends and even better rivals. They work best off of each other, improving because there's a challenge and a need to win and prove themselves better. It's actually kind of stupid. For a third member of their teams, Sakura, I think. The Hokage tilted his head, humming curiously. Not you. I looked up at him seriously. I would kill to be able to stay with my brother. But I'm not stupid. Only a fool would put two Jinchuriki of the same bijou on the same team, I told him honestly. So I assume that we'll be separated. Aside from me, Sakura is the only person I trust to pull Sasuke and Naruto out of a fight without taking one person's side and still be successful. She's already training to be a medic. She would thrive with those two pushing her, I'm sure. The Hokage was watching me carefully. And what about you? What about me? I wasn't particularly good taijutsu or projectile weapons, mostly because no one would actually teach me anything. Only Sasuke and Hinata were willing to help me improve, and they were still learning themselves, so it wasn't very effective. My chakra control had gotten better, steadily building up in efficiency until I could do the more delicate exercises with an awful amount of trouble. Really, I think I would be best suited to chakra-intensive things like nin or genjutsu, the former more than the latter. Still, my real skills lay in traps, manipulation, and seals. In response to the Hokage's question, I shrugged. I don't know. It's up to you, but there should be someone on both mine and Naruto's team that can put the fox down if we screw up. Aside from that, I shrugged again. I didn't know. I really didn't. Team 7, Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, and Sasuke Uchiha. Team 8, Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame, and Rin Uzumaki. What? I stared at Irika blankly. I must have heard wrong. Team 8 was supposed to have Kiba on it. Not me. This wasn't right. But Irika just went on with the announcements, and steadily our classmates filtered out of the room in groups of 3 until only 12 or so children remained. I sat in the room between Hinata and Shino, leaving my brother to celebrate with his team. They expressed their sadness that I was being left out, but I waved it off, draping an arm across Hinata's shoulders and assuring them that I would be fine with the blushing girl. She didn't stutter as badly as she had originally, partially because of the 4 of us that pushed her to be clear and confident. Sakura especially was a help. We weren't going to let our little friend be a pushover to be picked on. She had the potential to be strong, and her heart was kind and courageous. She was good. We were sitting together for about 20 minutes when the door opened and a very masculine voice called in. Team 8. We turned to the door, confusion clear on my face. Wasn't this team leader supposed to be Kurenai? So why, I wondered, is Yamato standing in the doorway? Tenzo looked in the room, his eyes landing on his latest assignment. He hadn't volunteered for this one. He wasn't a teacher, he was an ANBU. The Hokage assured him, however, that it was very important that he be the teacher for the female Jinchuriki. Kakashi was to be the one for her brother, putting both children with someone who could control the demon if something happened that no one wanted to. So here he was, collecting 3 genin who were only 9 years younger than him. The 3 rose quietly, not a one saying a word, creepily enough. Weren't kids supposed to be loud? The trio in the back was. Right? He cleared his throat awkwardly. My name is Tenzo. I'll be your teacher from now on. If you'll follow me? The girls looked at each other before the boy took the lead, walking forwards to do as ordered. When the girl followed his lead, Tenzo almost sighed in relief, turning down the hall. This was not what he'd signed up for. The three of us followed Yamato, Tenzo, whoever he is, out of the classroom and through the village, forming a line. I ended up passing Shino, who stayed in the middle, with Hinata in the back. The ANBU trooped us through the part of town that held ninja shops and the arena, or as I called it the Coliseum, until we reached the training grounds. I frowned when we arrived, taking a seat on one of the tree stumps as Tenzo ordered. Surely we wouldn't be getting a test right away. The man sat in front of us on the fourth and tallest log. A very mild intimidation tactic, I decided. I want you to tell me one dislike you have, and one interesting thing about me. There was a beat of silence before Hinata and I shared a glance, one I could feel Shino being a part of. One interesting thing about him? Not even our names? Surprisingly, it was Hinata who spoke first, though her voice was still very quiet. I like flower pressing and I, dislike and not being very strong, she swallowed, dropping her chin. You have F-57 kunai and 43 shuriken on you. Tenzo nodded, giving Hinata a simple smile. You're right, except for any weapons I might be keeping sealed away, those are what I'm carrying. Next. Shino's spine straightened minutely. I enjoy walks in the forest. I dislike people who irrationally hate bugs. You have water and earth nature chakra. Also right. Rin, looks like you're up, Tenzo observed, and all eyes turned to me. I cleared my throat, drawing dark eyes. I like strawberries, I hate the sun, and you are strong enough to hold back a bijou, I reported. I could see Hinata's eyes snap back from me to the teacher, sure that the bug user was doing something similar. Tenzo displayed only the bare minimum of surprise that would be appropriate. What makes you think that? I crossed my legs, looking only at him and not at Hinata or Shino. Because you got a team with me on it. What do you mean? Shino asked. His eyes were burning a hole into the side of my head. Well, that's a funny story actually. I threw a smile at him, laughing nervously and rubbing one of the marks on my cheek. But I guess since we're on a team now you might as well know. Tenzo didn't interrupt me as I explained what I was. Since it was my secret, I was one of the only ones who was allowed to tell it. The others were my brother and the Hokage. The other two took it surprisingly well. They were surprised, but Shino informed me that he had known something was off about me because his bugs wanted nothing to do with me. I wasn't sure if I should be insulted or not. Hinata didn't really say anything aside from a stumbled, I see, but she smiled at me, so I assumed we were okay. Once everything was said and done, Tenzo stood up. Now, I want to get a feeling for your abilities. So, go home, pack a bag for camping, and meet me at Training Ground 44. That sounded familiar. You have 2 hours. I'll see you there. Tenzo gave us a nod and we three jumped from our logs before wandering off. Hinata stuck with me for a little bit before she spoke up. What about Naruto? She never could seem to say his name without stuttering. He's like me. We each got half, actually. My brother doesn't know though. If he passes his test, then the Hokage promised to tell him everything afterwards, I explained. Test? Hinata repeated. I paused, remembering not everyone listened in on the Hokage and knew about them. Yeah, the test. Only 3 genin teams can pass and go on to stay as a team. The rest fail and get 2 choices. They can either go back to the academy and try for another team next time, or they can go on to join the genin corps. So only 9 of us will actually become genin under a jonin. Which begged the question, what happened to Kiba? Let go of Akamaru. Kiba let it go, it's just a dog. F you. Stop fighting guys, come on. Ami, Akamaru is important to him, maybe we should help Dash. Shut up, Tobio. Akio stared down at the fighting trio, the dog in his hand squirming. They looked like they were trying to kill each other instead of him. You all fail. Hiruzen stood in the kitchen with Kakashi, watching the man look through the refrigerator. It was their 3rd and final visit, having already been by the Haruno residence and the apartment of the last Uchiha. The jonin was pushing through food, though most of what was in the kitchen was non-perishable. He pulled out the milk, grimacing. It was quite clearly spoiled. Looking around the house, you would never guess that it was run by 2 children who hadn't even had their official test yet. Every entrance was sealed and trapped with both innocent and sinister outcomes for whoever triggered them. The place was nearly spotless, except for papers on the tables and a few dull weapons laid out on the floor. The only place that wasn't perfectly cleaned was Naruto's room, which was covered in takeout containers, clothes and miscellaneous artifacts that you would expect from any 12-year-old. Which meant that the neatness was the doing of Rin, who had demonstrated a predisposition to organization. It was as they were finishing up their inspection that the girl came in, pushing the door open. She walked right past them before she stopped, walked backwards and turned her head to look at them. She found the Hokage first, then Kakashi. For an instant her eyes narrowed and pure, unbridled hatred flashed through them. It was only an instant though, vanishing as soon as it had come. Instead it was replaced by a curious smile and a tilt of the head. If he hadn't known her since she was born, the Hokage would have missed it entirely. "Hello," she greeted, a prompting for them to explain themselves. "Hello." Kakashi smiled at her with his only visible eye, showing no sign if he noticed the slip-up in the mask that she wore. "We were just checking in," Hiruzen explained. Rin nodded her understanding. "That milk is bad enough to make us sick. You shouldn't drink it," she advised. Apparently done talking, she turned away, resuming her walk. The adults watched her go, staying silent. They could hear her moving around in her room before she came back to the kitchen some time later, nearly an hour, with a pack strapped to her back. She began moving around the kitchen, picking out soft fruits and bending vegetables. "Rin," he called, drawing violet eyes away from where they had been eyeing a box of crackers. "Ah?" she questioned, taking the box and stuffing it into her backpack. "What are you doing?" "I'm packing. Tenzo-sensei said to get things for camping," she explained, zipping up. From under the sink she produced a canteen, filling it up in the sink. "That's fun," Kakashi commented. "Where are you going?" Without looking at them she replied, already walking to the door. Training Ground 44. The door shut behind her, leaving the two adults standing in the kitchen, alone once more. Kakashi was the first to speak. "He knows that they're genin, right?" The broken fence loomed above us, cutting us off from the tall trees. I stared incredulously at Tenzo, leaning away from the gate. "The Forest of Death? We're 12. "Yes." Tenzo turned to me and I froze, fear shooting down my spine at the dark shadows of his face. "Is that a problem?" I squeaked and shook my head quickly. "No." "And my teacher was insane." Kakashi wasn't sure why the Hokage had called him into his office. It wasn't a mission, or the call would have been phrased differently, more formal and less like a teacher to his student, as the case was. The 15-year-old stood in front of the door, waiting patiently for the team of Chunin, made of Aoba, Ibiki, Asuma and Kurenai, to leave with their mission scroll. Only after the door had opened and his former classmates had trooped past him did Kakashi walk in, shutting the door behind him and looking to the desk. Minato Namikaze sat there, leaning back in the big leather chair of his office. Bright blue eyes caught his and Kakashi almost paused before walking forwards to stand in front of the desk. "You called for me, sensei?" the young Enbyu asked, single visible eye watching his leader's face. There was a twitch going on above the man's lip that Kakashi knew to mean one of two things. He was either about to explode with good news or go out and kill everyone in a 10-mile radius. Considering they were in the village and he couldn't feel any killing intent radiating from his leader and teacher, he decided to assume it was the former. "Kakashi, I'm glad you got here so soon. I have news." "About Kushina." The slight tilt of Kakashi's head encouraged him to continue. "You remember how we've been trying to have a child?" "Yes." Kakashi's chin dipped with his nod. He knew. They'd been trying since the war ended. Minato, he was aware, had always wanted a big family, being an orphan himself, and his wife, who had lost all of her clan, felt the same. With the village at peace, they had decided to go on with these desires and attempt to start a family in full. With anywhere between 5 and a dozen children, he had been told. He was pretty sure that those numbers would get lower after the first one was born. The grin that had clearly been straining at the blonde's lips spread out, revealing perfectly straight teeth. "I'm going to be a father." Almost against his will, a smile crept across Kakashi's face. "Really? That's great." He knew how much both of them wanted this. He was happy for his teacher. Do you know how far along she is? Minato's head bobbed, happiness practically radiating from the man. She's about 7 weeks along. The whole thing is going to take about 10 months instead of 9 because of... He gestured to his stomach, miming the QB, that. Kakashi hummed his understanding. I'm happy for you, he stated. Then, almost slyly, he continued, have you thought of any names yet? Minato shook his head, paused, and shrugged. We've talked about it a little bit. We're going to wait until we come up with anything concrete. Knowing you, they'll probably be named something like Menma, the boy teased, his teacher's happiness contagious it seemed, pushing away the sorrow that had been drowning him for the past, 10 years. Menma? No, I think Naruto would sound better. Minato flapped his hand. Were he anyone else, Kakashi might have rolled his eyes. Naruto was the name of the main character in a book that the blonde had insisted his entire team read. The Gutsy Ninja, or something similar. If it's a girl, Minato started suddenly, what would you think if we named her Rin? The breath was almost knocked out of the ANBU. Of all the things he had been expecting, that hadn't been one of them. He swallowed thickly, letting the idea sink in. He thought about it, about Rin. He thought about her smiling face, her kindness and her strength. She would be a good namesake, Kakashi decided, and maybe he would get another chance to fulfill his promise. That would be fine, he told the future father, finding his voice steadier than he had expected it to be. In fact, I like it. Rin Uzumaki. Kakashi had known her since before she was born, even if he had never actually spoken to her. She was 5 years old, just a little over 3 feet tall, and the spitting image of her mother. She had the same light skin, violet eyes and crimson hair. She even had the same hairstyle, if the pictures Kakashi could remember seeing were any indication. While her looks were her mother's, her personality was much closer to her father's. She was quiet and observant when not playing with her brother or the pink-haired girl, Sakura he thought her name was. Her eyes were sharp, locking onto everything and drinking in information in a way that was scarily similar to Minato's. Her brother was another case entirely. Naruto Uzumaki. Kakashi had known him since before he was born, even if he had never actually spoken to him. He, like his sister, was 5 years old, an inch or so higher than the redhead, and almost identical to their father. With wild spikes of blonde hair and bright blue eyes the color of the sea, it was a wonder no one had put 2 to 2 together and gotten the 4th. It was probably his personality, Kakashi figured. Naruto was loud and boisterous, drawing as much attention to himself as he could and taking a long time to comprehend what he was told. Never slowed down and never quieted, listening only to his sister and, on very rare occasions, the Uchiha boy he had befriended. It was like fate had stepped up and pushed them together. The Uzumaki twins were quite the pair, no doubt they would cause trouble. Naruto had already shown a penchant for pranks, and Rin had displayed the ability to read people as easily as Kakashi himself might read a book. The silver-haired man, now 21 as of that day, watched the girl shoo her brother off after Sasuke Uchiha before she herself went off with a group of kunoichi to be, catching step with Sakura. Danbu waited until they had both disappeared before he himself left, ignoring the cold stone of guilt in the pit of his stomach as he went to see what mission the Hokage had for him. He needed to get out of the village for a while, maybe a few years. It would be easier that way. The man sat in one of the many trees that lived in the graveyard, masking his presence with practiced skill. It was dangerous to be in the village, but sometimes he had to come back, so see people, the dead and the living. When a shock of white hair appeared on the path, it seemed that he would be seen both that day, if only one knew he was there. The sun was setting, casting long shadows along the orange-painted ground. Wind blew ruffling pale strands that marked the teenager as Hitaki. Kakashi would be about 16 now, 2 years younger than his observer. A dark eye watched him stop in front of the grave, glove-covered fingers reaching out to trace the name of the lost girl. Hey! His voice did not carry, it was only through sheer ninja skill that the masked watchman was able to hear what was said. I haven't visited you in a while, Rin. Sorry. I didn't forget about you, promise. The other thought bitterly, you just killed her. Things are starting to look up, finally. Did you know Sensei is going to be a father? This was news. The man perked up. Kushina is PRDNT, and you know what else? If it's a girl, they're going to name her after you. Behind a mask, an eye grew wide. This information was invaluable, offering him a golden opportunity in the near future. The seal would be weak while the woman was in labor, and the owner of it would be virtually defenseless when it was going on as well. The baby, a new Namikaze. Rin Namikaze. His bitter heart squeezed. A good name, Sake. One that would surely result in a kind, strong girl. 11 years, almost 12, had passed since he had bothered to step foot in the village of leaves. It just didn't seem important. However, with only a year before the graduation of his teacher's children, he wanted to see what was going on personally. Zetsu kept him updated, so he wasn't without any information. The boy painted over the library, the girl killed someone, the boy tried to help an injured bird, the girl blew up a fish. So far it seemed the elder of the Uzumaki was more suited to shinobi life, if one ignored her penchant of running from conflict. She was not like his Rin. She could not perform medical ninjutsu, though she should have been able to. She was not kind, or brave, or emotionally strong. In some ways Obito hated her for it. In others it made it easier for him, knowing that she was so different. In part it was his fault, he would admit. The status of a Jinchuriki was a difficult cross to bear, one that many cold or filled with hate. His Rin would have never been like that. She did not hate, she loved and was kind. Completely unlike this one. That was what he thought when he arrived at the gate of the academy building, genjutsu in place too strong for anyone without a Sharingan of their own to see through. Since he had Danzo in his back pocket and Kakashi didn't want around with it unveiled all the time, he would say that he was safe from the only other two men in the village who possessed the trait. Even the third one in the world that had unlocked his eyes worked for him. The man waited across the street, unnoticed by anyone, for the school to let out. When it did, he got his first good look at the Uzumaki twins since he had spirited them away upon their birth. When he saw them, it was like getting punched in the stomach by the ghost of Christmas past. How more people did not know their lineage, he hadn't the faintest idea. It should have been clear to anyone with eyes who their parents were. They were identical. The boy took after his father, blonde hair spiking wildly and blue eyes bright with life. His smile was all his mother's, as was his fashion sense. Orange. Too much orange to be healthy. It actually hurt to look at. In contrast, the girl was miniature of her mother, violet eyes and crimson hair, even the same crooked smile and threat of attack when his little cousin, fourth, once removed, said something she apparently disagreed with. After that disappeared, she was replaced with Minato, cunning eyes scanning her companions and the around them. There were only two physical differences he could see, hair and cheeks. Both children were marked on each cheek with 3 diagonal lines, and both kept their hair noticeably shorter than their parents', Rin's falling just past her shoulder. Like the real Rin. He shook his head quickly, banishing the musings. It came back a minute later when Rin fell back behind her group a few steps, her eyes on them. They softened, as did her smile, before she was called back to join them. That was Rin. Obito hated her. When word reached him that Tenzo was taking the children to the 44th training grounds, he couldn't say that he was surprised. The boy had never been the best with children, and as a prodigy himself, it was likely he didn't think to wonder if the newly graduated genin were up to the challenge. Danzo was curious to see if they were himself. 2 clan heirs and a Jinchuriki were an interesting choice of a team. He had little doubt they would rise to the challenge. The Hyuga girl was timid and weak, but her eyes still held the trademark of her clan. The young Aburame had shown promise as a child, enough so that, had he not been the son of the head, the elder would have taken him into the folds of Root. And then there was the older of the Uzumaki twins. Rin was one he had had his eye on for a while. Both of the Jinchuriki were, of course, valuable assets and major threats to the village. But it was Rin who showed promise in the ninja arts. He had kept her under surveillance since her birth, watching as she grew. The results were mixed. On one hand, she held the potential to be a great ninja. If she wouldn't have been missed, he might have brought her to train. On the other, she had grown a hatred for the village that, while not verbal, was very clear to one who looked. That was balanced out by the fierce love for her brother. What did all of this mean? It meant he had a potential tool, one that would only need small nudges in the right direction. Hate and love ran a thin line, and both made for easy manipulation. That was the reason there was a stack of papers sealed in one of his desks detailing her dark escapades, from moved furniture to the suicide of one Kaname Fujimoto. They would never reach the desk of the Hokage. He had too many plans for the girl to allow Hiruzen to interfere. Those could wait though. First she had to get out of the forest alive. Kunoichi classes should have been mandatory for everyone. I decided 5 hours after Tenzo had dropped us in the middle of the woods with the promise to be back by the morning of the day after next. This conclusion I made after I discovered that Shino had no idea what plant was poisonous for him and not his bugs. Hinata was just as clueless, having never attended those classes thanks to the after-school demands of her father who, like most men, thought them useless. This meant that on top of setting up a perimeter with seals, I was also responsible for collecting edible foliage. Shino and his bugs collected wood to enhance our shelter, and Hinata used her eyes to track down prey animals. By the time my seals were done, the smoke we made cooking it wouldn't attract anything big enough to get through. Best of all, I had found a skeleton that was still occupied by weapons. My weapons were dull. In fact, they were chipped to the point that they were more likely to kill me than whoever I attempted to use them on. The store owners wouldn't sell my brother and me anything else, and we were too proud to ask for more help than we already did of the Hokage and our friends. So we took the chipped, blunt weapons and scavenged training fields. The set I got off of the corpse was the best I had ever handled, still sharp after years without use. All in all, it was so far a pretty productive outing. I was still sad as hell that Tenzo had abandoned us and freaked as F that something would attack and kill us, but Kurama had reminded me that he wouldn't let me die until we had achieved our shared goal. To kill Obito, that is. I understand why Obito was doing what he was doing, honest, I do. In fact, I would likely do the same if put in his situation. I feel I would get along well with him if it weren't for two key factors. He had killed the Uchiha. He was a threat to me and my brother. It had been decided some years ago that the rest of the Akatsuki could be saved if possible. Itachi would be saved PRD, and Zetsu and Obito would die. In order to do that, Kurama and I had been working on getting stronger, in chakra control and seals for the most part, until I had a real teacher who I could blame my advancements on. I couldn't draw too much attention to myself, after all. Wouldn't want anyone knowing that I was in cahoots with the demon. That was one of the reasons that the seals I had put up around our camp were so detailed and strong. They were of my creation, with Kurama's overview and a hint of demon chakra in to make them stronger. Nothing got in or out of the area without being attached to me, Hinata, or Shino his hive. And Tenzo, I suppose. If they tried, they would zapped by a barrier of very unpleasant energy. So we were safe from potential predators. And if that didn't get them, I had a whole slew of nasty traps set up around the little area we had chosen. Tenzo hadn't dropped us off there. Instead, he had left in the middle of trees where, not 5 seconds later, we were ambushed by, of all things, a tiger. A tiger? This wasn't even a tropical climate. Shino's bugs saved our collective butt, thankfully. After that, we went searching for a better place to camp. By which I mean I gave dictations and Hinata looked for what I dictated. Which is how we found this jewel of an area. There was a gap in the top of a thick redwood tree where lightning had struck a gap in it and some other creatures had hollowed it out the rest of the way. The tree itself was growing 30 feet from a small river that Shino's insects assured us was safe for drinking. Around the stream grew a variety of plants, including watercresses, water spinach, taro, cattails, and caltrops. Most of those weren't actually native to our region. In fact, the Forest of Death was made predominantly of plants that were not strictly from fire country, or that grew together, meaning that they were put there purposefully, probably by whoever had decided to fence of these woods and turn them into deadly training grounds that genin had no right to be in. By the time the sun was setting, Shino had managed to get a fire going close to the water. Hinata had yet to return from her hunting trip. When the sun was gone completely, we set out to find her. Kurama was kind enough to enhance my senses, letting me see, hear, and smell better than any human had a right to. Shino sent his bugs out to search while the two of us started out ourselves. Our first mistake was splitting up in the beginning. Our second was waiting for the light to vanish before we set out. Our third was not being quieter in our search. No. idea what it was that hit me, but 1 second I was standing on an overturned log and the next my head was smashing into the dirt below it, my side feeling like it had been hit by a truck. I managed to scramble to my feet, blinking frustrated tears away as the pain began to fade immediately. I didn't know here Shino was. We had broken away from each other after leaving camp. All I had of him was a small group of bugs in my pocket. The things made my skin crawl, so there was no way they were crawling on my skin. I was regretting not have Shino by my side as I jumped up, yanking a kunai out of my pouch and spinning in a circle to try and find what had hit me. I didn't see anything, a worrying fact. I was hit from behind again, this time in the head. If it had been anyone else they would have been knocked unconscious, but because it was me I only saw stars dancing in the way of letting me see whatever had hit me. I breathed in, trying to catch its scent but finding only the forest. I was no tracker. I couldn't tell the difference between most things. I was fighting blind. Shino was making a wide spiral of a search around the camp, all of his bugs helping him look for Hinata. He was starting to worry that they wouldn't find her by morning, a morbid, at all, playing in the back of his head. He was in the middle of asking a passing beetle if she had seen his missing teammates when a scream tore through the air, cutting off midway. The aburame air stilled, his insects rising to hover around him. Something was very, very wrong. He called his hive to him, letting the insects swarm beneath his skin, a comfort that sunk in. You wouldn't know by looking at him, but fear had soured his blood and twisted his stomach until he was hardly able to force himself to move. He needed to find the girls. Both of them now. They were his teammates and perhaps they could be his friends as well. Hinata's eyes snapped to the entrance of the cave when her captors returned, tossing a tied-up, wide-eyed Rin onto the ground next to her. The girl looked at her, shrieking through the black cloth in her mouth and thrashing around. Hinata didn't blame her. Even with her eyes she hadn't seen this coming. She had never suspected that they would attack them like this, that they would bind and GG them and throw them into a shallow cave somewhere else in the wood. If only they had known before that there was more than just a tiger in the forest. I was said. Everything was making me mad today. That Hinata had been caught, that Shino hadn't been, that as the sun started pushing over the rise of the trees my brother was no doubt skipping breakfast because he trusted that BSE Kakashi. Oh, how I hated that man. He was a coward more than even I. He could have saved us, or at least helped us in our life after our parents died. Instead he hadn't even been in the ANBU detail that had cared for us in our toddling years. In my memories he did nothing to help any of his students except of Sasuke. I doubted he would change this time around. Naruto would have to rely on our friends and on me because Kakashi was a useless teacher and pathetic excuse of a ninja who couldn't face his own grief. I hated him. It had wanted to tear into him as cruelly as I could when I saw him in my kitchen. I didn't though. Sarutobi had never shown any signs of knowing the extent of my malice. I had no wish to change that perception. Even the Hokage I might have hated right then. For not doing more for us, for not taking care of his grandson, for not saving our parents and saving us so much grief. Most of all that I hated in that moment, though, were the mother effigy squirrels. Squirrels, Tenzo, ninja life. In the back of my mind, through the door to my stomach, a sigh reached my metaphorical ears. Calm down, brat. They're just rodents. Rodents that kicked my butt. That won't happen again. If you let me have a few minutes. For squirrels? Seriously, dear, picking battles is important. It's still too early. I know. We'll bide our time. I hummed outside as well, alerting Hinata to me. I met her eyes, offering a smile with my own. My mouth was occupied with a thin strip of cloth. Demon squirrels. They were laughing at us from the entrance of the hole they'd tossed us in. I lay my head against the hard ground, sighing softly. I tugged at the binds, twisting my wrists in them. Pain touched me. I could maybe get out. There were rope untying techniques that Naruto and I had learned ages ago that didn't need any hand seal. I focused my chakra, yelping when I was shocked. My eyes widened in surprise. Chakra-proof ropes? Those were expensive as hell. Which meant that either someone else was targeting a group of genin for no good reason, or, more likely, Tenzo had sicked an army of squirrels on us as part of our test. The JRK Question was, what exactly is the test? And why were both Hinata and I damsels in distress? What kind of sexist cheat was that? Women hating squirrels. While Rin was busy beaching about anything and everything she could conceivably blame for her current situation, Shino was searching for his missing teammates. Rin's work was unbreachable to anyone except for him and his colony now, which gave him a safe home base from which to continue his search for the girls. He would not be caught like they were. He also wouldn't abandon them to die at the hands of whatever had taken them. He still wasn't sure. The boy was reclining inside the tree, going over all of the supplies, clues, and actions that had led up to the missing teammates when one of his beetles came flying in front of his face and started dancing in the air before him. Unseen, his eyes narrowed. He'd found them. Now he had to figure out what he was going to do to rescue them. He couldn't exactly charge in blindly like the heroes in old stories. He was a shinobi, a ninja, and an aburame. They were discreet and dangerous. So Shino gathered his beetles and gathered his supplies and readied himself. If it was a fight they were after, it was a fight they were going to get. He stepped out of their shelter in the warm rays of the welcoming sun. When he looked up, he found a few ominous, dark clouds starting to roll in from the east. Hinata was the first to see the small insect scuttling in the cave. It wasn't the only one there, of course, but it was the only one that fit what she knew to be Shino's bugs. It crawled quickly towards her and Rin, who seemed to be in the middle of a mental monologue. Glowering at the wall, she looked quite a bit like Sasuke did when someone upset him. It happened more often than Hinata would like. Not wanting to draw attention to the creature, Hinata stayed silent, verbally, tapping the floor with her knuckles. Violet met Lilac, which directed them to the small bug. The mental rant appeared to end. Rin's upper cheek twitched, curling her whisker marks. She had seen it. No sooner had the two acknowledged it than it flew away, out of the cave. Hinata took a slow breath, pushing herself up at the same time Rin did. One of the squirrels at the mouth of the cave chittered quietly, looking at them. Blood dripped from the red head mouth before she spat, sending the GG to the ground. "Can you access any chakra?" she asked. Hinata nodded slowly. To her feet and eyes, but not her hands. Her mouth was also still useless, not that she used it all that much anyways. Rin spat red on the ground, balancing on the ball of her feet. "We wait for a signal," she decided. Hinata agreed, unable to really argue. The beginning came in the form of 3 other insects, 2 of which crawled onto the shoulders of each of the girls. They exchanged glances. The squirrels had begun to gather at the front of the cave. Without prompting, Hinata activated her Byakugan. The world came to life around her. Squirrels that had far too much chakra in their small bodies surrounded their cave. These were summons then, no other explanation. The signal came in a swarm that startled the rodents enough that the 2 girls could break free, Hinata pumping chakra into her feet. Rin apparently had the same idea, or she was much faster than Hinata normally was. The pair burst out of the cave, Hinata in the lead. She could see Shino a few hundred meters ahead of them, in the middle of holding off a swarm of squirrels. She directed Rin towards him, and soon the 3 were reunited, kicking out and dodging the things. Shino, in the middle of everything, managed to use a kunai to slice through the ropes that bound her and Rin, freeing them to do as they pleased. She fell into a familiar stance, preparing to fight when a hand grabbed her arm and the world twisted, sking her into a vacuum. A startled squeak was all she got out. We landed clumsily in the middle of our camp, a tangle of limbs. Shino's swarm, what had stayed with us, hovered above me before diving back to him. I sat up slowly, rubbing my rapidly healing shoulder. "You could have done that before if you didn't need to use hand signs." I scowled. "Screw you, Crum." The BSTRD just laughed at me. "Sometimes I really hate that shit. Maybe I should hate less things and love more? Be an optimistic pessimist?" I snorted at the thought, rolling off of Hinata, who I had managed to land on, and back to my feet. "Yeah, that was going to happen. You used a replacement on all 3 of us," Shino observed. "Why?" "Because it got us out of a bad situation efficiently." I shrugged. "I've had my butt kicked by those things enough times today, thank you very much. How's your hive?" His head turned towards me. I didn't grimace, no matter how much I wanted to. One thing I disliked about this guy was that he was almost impossible to read. He was just too quiet, too hidden. Even his body language was muted. It annoyed me. After a long moment he answered, "Many were lost. I will need time for it to return to its normal size." I only nodded in response, turning away to go put up more seals. Now that I knew that Tenzo was sending armies of squirrels after us, I needed to make a few adjustments. The teacher watched his students from far above, eyes following them. The escape was unorthodox, unplanned, and if it hadn't been his summons going easy on the trio, they very well may have gotten themselves killed. They had escaped though, so that was one more point for them. They had gained some for finding a good place to set up base, lost many for splitting up in that fashion, and were now regaining lost ones for checking rations and making a plan for if he didn't come to get them in 2 days. Rin had taken the role of leader, slipping into the position easily. Neither of her teammates objected, though the boy did offer advice on a few matters that the redhead took. The little Hyuga needed to learn to speak up. She might come to have something important to say that wouldn't get said if she didn't. They had a long way to go, but it seemed that they had some promise. Quietly Tenzo brought a handful of almonds up, crunching on most and offering the other to the squirrel closest to him. All around beady black eyes shone in the shadows of the trees, locked on the trio of 12-year-old. The test wasn't over yet. He should have quit while he was ahead. Thunder rolled overhead. When they arrived at the hospital, Sarutobi couldn't say he was all that surprised to have been summoned. He also wasn't surprised to see the hallway outside of the hospital room occupied Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto, as well as 2 Hyuga, 1 Genin 1 Jonin, and the head of the Aburame clan. Tenzo was standing in the corner, looking somewhere between chastised and proud. All eyes were locked on him in furious glares. "What happened?" the Hokage asked, shaking some water off of his long sleeves. The storm flashed outside the building and the next wave of thunder struck so hard it shook the windows in their panes. Tenzo bowed his head a few millimeters. "Sometimes lightning does strike the same place." The Hokage bit back a sigh. He had a feeling that this was going to result in more politics than he wanted to be involved with. He knew that having a class of genin that was made up almost entirely of heirs and Hariuses was going to result in trouble, and now he was being proven correct. Most of the time, if genin were injured, even in freak accidents like the tree they were hiding in being struck by lightning, it wouldn't result in the head of the Hyuga and the last Uchiha standing in front of the hospital room, ready to fist fight a teacher who couldn't have predicted what had happened. But no. Here they were, and it was only the first week. Kakashi kept his eyes glued to the inside of his book, pretending to ignore the other jonin around him. The Hokage was at his desk at the front of the room, files opened in front of him. Asum spoke up first when the old man's expectant gaze touched them. "Team 10 passes," he announced. No one was very surprised. Ino Shikacho always did. Kurenai cleared her throat. "Team 11 fails." Akio was next. "Team 3 is a no-go." Teams 6, 5, 9, and 4 went the same way. All eyes landed on Kakashi. Ready to cause the upset of a lifetime, he opened his mouth. Team 7 passed. Kurenai stared at him like he'd lost his mind and Akio almost choked. Kakashi had never ever passed a team. And really, if the Hokage himself hadn't told him that he should go out and get some kids to teach, he never would have. He didn't want students, and no one had passed in the last 3, for years. No one except Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto who, in the face of having to choose between each other and their future as ninja, had all refused to fight him. PRD. "Tenzo!" Hiruzen called. Kakashi at last lifted his head. "He stayed at the hospital with his kids," Kakashi informed the leader. "He told me to tell you that they made it." How, he had no idea. I was the first one to wake up. The fact that I woke up at all was something of a miracle, considering the fact that my heart monitor wasn't even in and there was nothing in the 4 they'd stuck in my arm. I think it's bad that I was beyond caring that they didn't care for me to live. I was just lucky they hadn't killed me in my sleep. Sitting up was kind of a pain. I was okay, almost fully healed. My arm stung, and when I looked down at it, the shoddy bandages fell to let me see the almost non-existent scar that shot across my skin. To my left was Shino, and beyond him Hinata, both laying in beds with things actually working for them. White lines marked them, across Shino's face and Hinata's left arm. The rest of them was hidden by the pristine white blankets of the hospital beds. Small red lines peeked out from under the collar of Hinata's gowns. I couldn't really remember what had happened past the storm from hell rolling on our heads and thunder screaming around us. What had happened? Lightning, I assumed. Kurama confirmed the fact. Lovely. I blamed Tenzo. Wasn't alone in that. Tenzo blamed Tenzo. Hayashi Hyuga blamed Tenzo. Shibi Aburame blamed Tenzo. Hiruzen Sarutobi blamed Tenzo. Naruto blamed Tenzo. Sasuke blamed Tenzo. Most importantly, Sakura blamed Tenzo. And he knew it. He had to. She had been glaring at him for the past 3 days while waiting for her friend to wake back up. So had Naruto and Sasuke. And Hinata's little sister, Hinabi, none of them had gone home. Sakura hadn't realized how scary a Hyuga glare could be before. She was working on imitating it. She didn't know what had happened for sure, just that he'd gotten the trio up high enough into a tree during that awful storm that they would be struck by lightning. Sakura wasn't happy about it. Not one tiny bit. In fact, she was downright furious. Rin was the first friends that Sakura had ever had. She was the first one to stand up for her, the only one in fact. Sakura, in turn, did the same. She couldn't tear people apart with words the way Rin did, but she didn't flinch away from fighting the same way. Actually, since joining the little group, she had gotten good at getting her hands dirty, bruising her knuckles on Rin's behalf. She didn't know why people were so awful to her, or why Rin didn't fight by physically the way she did verbally. All Sakura knew was that she was her friend and she would defend her till the end. Wow, rhyming promises. The mark of true friendship. A friendship that Sakura had feared had been put in jeopardy by the split team placements would cause. The three now on Team 7 had been horrified to find that Rin would be the only one not joining them. It was awful. Rin was the voice of reason to all four of them. She kept her brother in line, calmed Sakura from her rages, pulled Sasuke back in when his pride threatened to overcome him, and pushed Hinata to speak up and speak out when she tried to disappear. Sakura didn't think she knew it, but the girl was important to all of them and it would have been devastating to lose her. Hence the reason she was now trying to glare holes into the skull of the teacher. The man didn't even wince under the force of it. Maybe she should ask Hanabi for tips? She wasn't going to die. Naruto knew that his sister was tough even if she did still cry sometimes when someone pulled her hair. More than that though, he knew that something else would keep her alive no matter how badly she was hurt. Sitting inside of her, inside of him too, was the fox that everyone his generation had been taught to fear for as long as any of them could remember. The Kyuubi. When the old man had pulled him aside after he'd passed his test and explained everything, he'd been shocked. Angry too, hurt, confused, and a whole bunch of other words he couldn't come up with. He understood why people hated them. He thought it was stupid. He wasn't a fox, neither was his sister. They just had it in them. All of those emotions had drained away to make room for panic when he'd been summoned to the hospital because Rin was hurt and in there. He hadn't left the chair in the hall for 3 days. Sakura, Sasuke, and Hinata's little sister, Hana something, hadn't left in that entire time except to eat. Neither had the weird-eyed man who had brought the team in, their supposed teacher, Tenzo. What kind of name was that? Naruto didn't like him at all. He was broken out of glaring at the man when the door to the hospital room slid open, allowing a head of red hair to pop out. "Has anyone seen my clothes?" Rin asked, looking over the group, irritation clear on her face. Naruto actually started crying. When Rin stepped out of the room, it wasn't Naruto or Sakura that were the first to yank her into a hug. It was Sasuke. For an instant she had been tense in his arms and he almost pulled away before she hugged him back. Behind him, the warm pressure of Sakura and Naruto pressed against his back and their arms wrapped over his and around the red head. Rin somehow managed to squeeze them all together. "You guys stink," she accused, no force behind her voice. He could hear the fondness. "Go home and take a shower already." Sasuke didn't say anything, only pulled away to let the light-haired duo take over. Rin was fine. She was awake and complaining, that was enough. Sasuke wouldn't admit it to anyone, but when he'd first seen her laying in the bed, pale as ghost with long lines red shooting across her arm, he had thought for one terrifying second that she was dead. That it had happened again. A knot in his chest let go as he watched her take over, scolding Naruto and Sakura, frowning at them in severity that was all worried and no angry. The boy leaned back against the wall, letting out a sigh of relief. She wasn't dead. He wasn't losing someone else. In the weeks that followed my waking up, I fell into something of a schedule. First thing in the morning, I would go to the hospital and join Hanabi, Shibi, and Shizuka on coma watch, during which the four of us would share breakfast and few words. I was learning very quickly to read Hyuga and Aburame, almost as well as I had learned to read Uchiha. All were quiet, proud, and distant. After a few hours with those three, I would make my way to Training Ground 3, where Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura would be hanging around, waiting for their useless teacher. Once I got there, we would start training on our own, mostly sparring and weaponry, with Naruto and I working on basic seals with the other two. Sakura would go on to put the boys through various chakra control exercises. Thanks to the hospital, she knew tons, and had been putting me through them since forever. While Kakashi was being worthless, she did the same to our boys. Once Kakashi finally showed up, I bailed, going off in search of Genma, who was nowhere, or even Reidu. Now that I was close enough to my finished product, I was ready to settle for second choice. When my search for him eventually proved fruitless, I would go off to the Hokage's office for a few more hours to work. And listen, the day would be finished with a little one-on-one time with Tenzo, who was very interested in teaching me how not to flinch every time he threw a punch. It was hard, old habits and all that. Once the sun set, we would go our separate ways, and I would meet back up with Team 7's younger members, and we would spend the rest of our time together until Sakura's parents wanted her home and we retired to our own residence. It seemed like the pattern would stay indefinitely. I underestimated my brother's impatience. "You can't go," the words left my mouth before my mind could catch up with them. "Be careful with your words," Kurama warned me. I mentally nodded. We were playing it low-key after all. C ranks are more dangerous than D ranks, and you'll be leaving the village, and you'll get attacked, you'll get hurt. Sasuke will unlock his Sharingan. They should go. They need this. It's a reality check and a growing experience. It went fine when they were weaker than what they are now, when they weren't a real team. The Scarecrow won't let them die, remember? He's broken promises before. "We're ready for this," Sakura said, breaking me out of my conversation and my worrying. I looked up, finding light green eyes to meet my violet. Fire burned within them, mimicked in the dark eyes of Sasuke and the bright, stubborn ones of my brother. I felt myself waver. "You could get hurt," I tried to object, weaker this time. They were all right. This was necessary. "But they aren't ready." "Then you should have been training with them, you should have pushed them harder. You've been so focused on yourself you lost track of them. There's no one else to blame." I lowered my eyes to the ground. Kurama was right. They were all right. If they got hurt, if they died, it would be my fault for not trying to get them to train harder. God knew Kakashi wouldn't be doing it. "We'll be fine," Naruto told B, wrapping his arms around one of my shoulders. I felt Sakura mimic the movement on the other side, and Sasuke's hand touched the top of my head. "What's the worst thing that could happen?" he asked, trying to brighten my mood. It didn't work. Tenzo stood by me, a hand on my shoulder in comfort as we watched my family disappear over the horizon. "They'll be okay," Tenzo tried to promise me. "Kakashi won't let them get hurt." I nodded without saying anything. I may not like Kakashi, but I did know one thing. He would fight for his comrades. Someone else walked up behind us, stopping on my other side. I turned to look up, feeling my mouth fall open in surprise. Genma Shiranui looked down at me, smiling halfway around a long needle. His left arm was in a sling and there was a long red line going across one of his cheeks. "Hey," he greeted, raising his right hand. "I hear you've been looking for me?" I pushed away the worry that clenched my stomach, instead offering a small smile to the older ninja. "If you've got time, I wanted to see if you could help me with something?" I asked. Genma knew who I was in more than one way. He had to, having been a former guard for Minato. "Yeah, I'm off missions for a while. You mind if I steal your student, Tenzo?" he asked, looking up at my real teacher. Tenzo's arm dropped back to his side and he nodded. "Go ahead." I took a deep breath before starting to walk, leading Genma away and beginning my explanation, unaware of the eye that watched my back. It was dark when he got to the village. Night hung over his home, sleep settled across its citizens like a blanket, leaving only a few shinobi and very few civilians awake. The platforms of his shoes fell silently across the rooftops he crossed, carrying him to the Hokage's office. He entered through the window, not even bothering to knock. The old man had been the one to call him, he would also be expecting him. He was expecting Hiruzen to be alone, or maybe with one or two ninja that had come home late. He was not expecting to land on the floor and find a little girl squinting up at him through sleepy eyes and a book of seals spread across her lap, spread out across the floor of the Hokage's office. It was impossible to miss the shock of red hair on her head or the violet of her eyes. He felt like he'd been punched in the stomach, and this wasn't even the blonde one. Jiraiya, the voice came from the desk, sounding distinctly amused. This is Rin Uzumaki. And so it was. Rin isn't what he expected. Just looking at her, he'd been expecting her spitfire and a hit-first attitude. Even with the reports he'd been given, he had thought that they had been exaggerated about her standoffish nature and her quiet temper. When she doesn't say a single unnecessary word to him throughout the entire 5 hours he spends in the Hokage's office, he realizes that his information is greatly undercut. Rin, for all she looked like an Uzumaki and had the sealing skill for it, was clearly her father's daughter. It's in everything she does, the way she watches him with sharp intelligence that doesn't gloss over anything and a hidden attentiveness that tells him she's soaking in everything he and Sarutobi are saying like some kind of red-haired sponge. The Hokage had been prompting him to get to know the twins since they were born, back when he's first left the village and in his few trips between. So he tries, if only to avoid a lecture. When he offers to take her and her brother out for dinner to get to know them, her face darkens and she buries her face away into the notebook. The vague catches he manages show that the work is more advanced than most jonin can manage, let alone newly minted genin. He itches to get a look at where she is, what she's doing. It's a curiosity that's driven him since he first discovered the delicate art that he has become known to be a master in. He's not here. Had a mission, that's all she says. Getting her to say anything is like pulling teeth. He looks back at his old teacher, who is shaking his head ever so slightly, as if he were disappointed. It makes Jiraiya and his goddaughter both cringe. "We can go," Rin says in what sounds to him like an amendment towards the old man. "But when he gets back you have to see my brother." I guess if I have to. Girls are so much better than boys are though," he says theatrically, falling into the familiar role of the pervert. He expects a glare, or an eye roll, or to be ignored. Instead he sees the barest ghost of a smile. It's gone as soon as it comes. "Can we get ramen?" Rin asks, looking up at him with eyes so wide and innocent it has to be an act. Yep, she's her parents' daughter all right. I liked Jiraiya much more than I disliked Kakashi. He too had abandoned us, but he, at least, had reasons. Being a spy master no less, was extremely dangerous, and kept you on the move almost constantly. That was no way to raise children, even put in comparison with where we had been reared. It also helped that I knew that one day he would teach my brother for years instead of just a few weeks or not at all. I wasn't going to proclaim my undying love for the old perv, but I won't say that he was entirely intolerable. That, and he paid for several bowls of ramen with only theatrical complaint and only tried to weasel a few words out of me. Overall he was nice. If nothing else he was trying. I even got him to choke laughing. "Is it true your brother wears orange?" he asked. "Yes," I said. "Why?" he wondered. I replied, "Because he likes it. It's a good color." "If it's so good why don't you wear it?" Jiraiya challenged, shooting a look to the blue dress I favored. Without even blinking I explained, I would rather not look like the byproduct of a carrot and tomato having a few too many drinks. My words were so ridiculous he ended up laughing himself blue. I was pretty sure he was a few days behind on sleep. People only laughed like that when they've been awake too long. He put up with me for a while more, letting me eat my fill at Ichiraku. At the end of the night he walked me home, to the same little apartment I'd had all my life. He wasn't drunk but his footing was unsteady and I could see dark circles threatening to round his eyes. I wondered again how long it had been since he'd slept. How did any ninja sleep, seeing what they saw? Knowing what they knew of the world? I didn't quite understand it. Soon enough I would have to learn for myself. This is crazy, Genma told me, going over my notes and the final product one last time. I stood in front of him at one of the training grounds, letting the grass brush my exposed ankles. I tapped my fingers against the hem of my shorts, watching the mirror image of myself finish steadying herself. The older ninja was staring down at both of us, slowly seeming to understand that he wasn't going to get us to change my mind. I was determined. I had worked hard and gotten into scrolls that I had no business poking around, pushed through history and waded my way until I was up to my eyeballs in information to sort out. It had taken me the last 3 years to get it right, but now I had it. I knew I did. I just needed to test it. Did you say that when Dad taught you? I asked reasonably. Genma twisted his senbon in a way that told me he didn't like my logic. He took it out of his mouth and set it away somewhere before he squared his shoulders and gave me a single hard look. Just do it, he ordered shortly. I grinned, my clone made a hand sign, and with a burst of chakra she disappeared. Across the training ground a spot of brilliant red and bright yellow appeared. I had never cheered so loud. Genma ruffled my long red hair, handing almost all the way down my back now. It brushed the yellow battle dress I had, hanging around my face in a brilliant red frame. Not bad, kid, he said. Recognition of that strange accent connected. The sound like his tongue didn't quite fit in his mouth. But Genma was bare. He had watched over her for years before the accident. He had taught her to read and write, and now here they were, with her greatest success and joy being shared with him. If he thought anything of Rin hugging him, he didn't say so. Just wrapped his arms around her in turn. Kurama didn't want to teach me how to use chakra chains, mostly because he was afraid I was going to use them against him, but I have managed to convince him that it would be a good idea. I couldn't make any more than 3 and keep control of them, something I was going to change with extra training. Right after I finished the book. What is honor compared to a woman's love? What is duty against the feel of a newborn son in your arms or the memory of a brother's smile? Wind and words. Wind and words. We are only human, and the gods have fashioned us for love. That is our great glory and our great tragedy. I read aloud from the book my memory had placed in my hands. The bean bag shifted in under my back, the thick carpet ruffled with the strong breaths of my tenant. Kurama watched me from behind the thin bars, laying on his side. He was stretched out in the now wide open space of his cage, relaxing on the monstrous cushions I had conjured for him to lay on. His eyes had closed, he was completely relaxed. If not for the occasional twitch of his ears, I might have mistaken him for sleeping. It was nice. I liked reading aloud, and Kurama preferred hearing me tell tales than listen to only his own silence. He seemed particularly fond of George R.R. Martin. I didn't blame him. I set the book aside and walked up to the cage he was still trapped in. One day he would be free. But for now he was stuck with me, and I did do what I could to make the best of it. Won my side of the bars, I lay down, stretching out on the ground. I reached through, my hand passing harmlessly through the thin pieces of metal until I could run my fingers slowly through the thick orange fur. It could only touch a little. Kurama tolerated my small affections. Were the same, he and I. Both creatures of vengeance, hating the world around us and seeing retribution for crimes done unto us. There was a bond there. A bond of hatred. All through the time my family was missing, I filled every waking moment with as much as I could. Books, hospitals, the Hokage, training. Genma, Tenzo, Hanabi, the Aburame, all of them were a huge part of keeping me from escaping into the night, desperate to find where my brother had gone. All I could do was wait and pray that they remembered what I'd told them, back when we'd first learned the word sacrifice. They are children, all of them, sitting around a textbook in a pink-themed bedroom. There's lemonade and cookies split between the 5 of them, Sakura, Sasuke, Naruto, Rin, and Hinata. Homework is spread in front of them, vocabulary words and history lessons that are all propaganda and suggested wording. Loyalty, to never abandon and follow without question. Sasuke quoted obediently when Sakura aimed the question at him. The next was offered to Naruto, who dutifully recited, "I don't know," and was then passed to Hinata. SS sacrifice, to give every thing for your friends and comrades. Even your L life, it was before they had trained the stutter out of her. On the edge of the bed Rin scoffed openly. That's stupid, she stated flatly. What kind of an idiot would die and leave their friends to grieve for them? That's just selfish. I don't know if they'd taken my words to heart, all I could do was hope. It would go against their natures, I knew. Martyr syndrome ran rampant through the ones that I cared for most. It made me feel guilty sometimes for my own desire to live. Well, there was nothing I could do about it. I just had to have faith that, somehow, it would all work out like it did last time. In the meantime I trained. I tried to get stronger. Hanabi beat the shit out of me regularly and so, too, did Tenzo. I had been a solo genin for 2 weeks when I finally blocked a punch from my teacher without jerking from the sight of movement towards my face. Tenzo stared at the cross block I managed to create, looking just as surprised as I was. I watched a smile cross his face before his hand descended on my head and he ruffled my now very long hair. People certainly seem to like doing that. Well done, he said, pride warming his voice. I preened under the praise, smiling up at my teacher. I had been learning to like him a lot lately. He seemed to genuinely care about me and want to help me improve. In turn I tried to do as he asked, even when it went against my own instincts. Let's try again, I rocked on my heels, looking up at him with a small smile. He returned it and nodded, motioning for me to get into my stance. I did so. It had taken him at least 20 times to get my feet to stay in the right position, another 24 to break the awful habits that I had fallen into without anyone to pay much attention to what I was doing or to want to correct me previously. Even then I still ended up messing up more often than not, much to my own chagrin. I had come to the conclusion that I would be perfectly happy if I got to stay as mid-long-range combatant. On the same day that the village gates opened to my family, once more the eyes of my sleeping teammates opened, all of it occurring just in time for news to reach us that confirmed what Jiraiya had been hearing whispers of for months. Sunagakure and Otogakure, the villages of Sand and Sound, both hidden, had made an alliance with each other that was not public. The only reason for that to happen would be if they were trying to keep it a secret and use it to get the drop on some unsuspecting sap. Considering the fact that most of the business that was rightfully Suna's had fallen into the collective lap of Konoha, it wasn't hard to guess who their target was. Plans were drawn, messages sent out and Jonin retracted as discreetly as possible. Danger was fast approaching and the instant I had the chance, I dragged teams 7 and 8 together for as much rush training as I could. I wasn't, strictly speaking, supposed to know any of this. By all rights it was totally confidential. I just happened to overhear. And even if I hadn't, I already knew what was coming. I knew I had to prepare. The others took their cues from me and started working, all staying on edge. Through it all Tenzo and Kakashi watched us, their eyes betraying their ANBU origins. They knew what was up, and eventually the test tube child stepped in to help while his older counterpart offered helpful commentary from the side. You kids aren't going to fool him with this box, I warned one last time, taking the paints back from Udon. The boy sniffed uselessly, peering up at me through his glasses. On the other side of the cardboard construct sat Moegi and Konohamaru, who I had actually known for longer than my brother. He still definitely preferred Naruto, but that was irrelevant. I was still going to help them bug him. It was childish, sure, but they were good kids, so I didn't mind. Of course it will. Konohamaru cried, the boss'll never know what hit him. I sighed and shook my head. All right, but don't blame me when it doesn't work. I patted his head, flaring chakra across my palm. They again insisted that it would before running off, holding their perfectly square rock above their heads. I rolled my eyes and started walking, glancing to the sun for the time. It was time for training with my team and I would rather not miss it. It was our first real training exercises since the disastrous first test we'd had. When I said I didn't want to miss it, I may have forgotten about the fact that both Shino and Hinata were from actual clans and had been training since they were tiny children by people determined to succeed. Hinata had helped Naruto and I in the academy when we were struggling to know just the basics, but mostly she wasn't sure herself. I'd never sparred with her when she was using her clan's form, the one she had known for practically her entire life. Needless to say, my butt was promptly handed to me. Shino was on even ground, but that was probably only because he was long rang. By the time Tenzo let us take a break, I wasn't happy. I was not pouting. Hinata and Shino looking more worn out than I was. It was probably because they'd been comatose for over a month, but to be honest, I had crazy high stamina since my rebirth. Kurama bragged, that it was because of him. I didn't take much offense, he was probably right. I could probably go a good week without sleep before I started hallucinating. Metabolism was still a problem though. By the time we were 12, my brother and I had figured out where we could and could not go, and where would give us good stuff versus rat poisoning. Which, fun fact, you can grow an immunity to. It was the best they could do to get back at us or what they thought we'd done without giving themselves away to the Hokage or physically hurting us. No one more than a few years older than us had ever laid a hand on either Naruto or me. Which, I suppose, is something. Sensei, I spoke up, one of the first words spoken by anyone other than Tenzo that day. Can we go to training ground 4? Team 7 is there and I have something for them and all 3 of you. Tenzo looked only a little surprised. He took a minute to think it over before finally inclining his head. I don't see a reason why we can't, which was just a wordy yes. So the 4 of us went on our way, taking the relatively short walk from our training ground, 7, to the other. The training grounds labeled 1 to 10 were used for low genin, 11 to 20 for higher genin. 21 to 50 were mostly used by chunin of varying skill sets, and anything higher than that was either special, unused, or jonin territory. When we got there, Sakura was holding a green hand over the arm of Sasuke, who was glowering at a definitively smug-looking Naruto. I waved the 3 of them over once they noticed that I was there. The 3 joined us 4, Sasuke still nursing his right arm. I sent a questioning look at him, and he shot an accusatory glare at my brother. Behind his Sakura was rolling her eyes. Naruto kicked him so hard he almost broke his ulna, she answered my unasked question. I gave a small, before turning to my brother for his defense. The response I got? He said I couldn't do it. But Sakura didn't hit him like she would have in another life. I would have stopped talking to her if she did, best friend or not. Instead she flicked his ear, which was still enough to make him come whining to me. I patted his head idly. You're fine. Sit down, I have something for you. Sakura looked at Sasuke, who looked to Hinata, who voicelessly conveyed her own confusion. What is it? Naruto asked, lowering himself to the ground. The others joined him and me, Tenzo included, when I motioned for him to come into our circle. From out of my weapons pouch I produced 6 coins attached to strings. Upon each one was 3 lines forming a triquetra. It was the point I had decided to use as a sealing anchor. Mine was different from Minato's, which was different from Tobirama's. See, the thing about sealing is each mark means something, when combined they mean something else, but in the end it's all in the intent. Minato's marker might as well have been the full word, Tobirama's was a compacted formula. Mine was simple, a symbol. What is it? Sasuke was the first to ask, inspecting his curiously. It's a marker. If you need me, push chakra into that and I'll know and be able to get to you. It took Tenzo only a few seconds to understand what it was. You recreated the Hiraishin, he realized, staring at me in what very well might have been disbelief. The flying thunder god, Hiraishin no Jutsu. It was the teleportation technique that the 4th Hokage used, Sakura said, looking over the necklace in wonder. She was genius when it came to almost everything, but somehow seals always eluded her. Naruto grinned widely. So you finally got it right? He asked, slipping his on. Yep, I nodded. He'd been on the receiving end of many a rant about space-time being full of shit. He had listened, said some obvious things that I should have noticed before, and sent me on my way to search for Genma. He was fantastic at sealing, but if I'm being honest, I was much more advanced. He simply didn't have the patience to sit around practicing all the time, or he would have been better than I. I have one for your teacher too, I admitted, fishing the last one out. I don't know if he wants it, but if he does, give it to him, I instructed, handing it to Sasuke. The boy nodded his understanding. I didn't really want to give one to Kakashi, he didn't seem worth it, but I also wanted to be able to get to him in an emergency. Bad at teaching or not, he was still one of the strongest ninja in the village, and if there was anyone you wanted at your side in, say, an invasion, it was him. So I was giving one to him, as well as Genma, Jiraiya and the Hokage when I saw them later. Can we see it? Sakura asked, tying the thin cord around her neck before tucking it under her dress. She still wore the red dress I remember her wearing in the first half of the series. She just liked it. There was no harm in it either. It was actually specially designed not to get in the way during a fight. The only issue was the color. Not that red wasn't a good color for her. It just wasn't logical. I managed to wrangle clothes of white, green, and yellow out of some irritated shopkeepers. Yeah, I rubbed my cheek, standing up. I pulled out kunai from my pouch and placed it between my palms. I breathed in, concentrating on making the symbol on my palm before transferring it to the kunai. It still took me a few minutes to get it done, and it wasn't really reliable yet. My chakra control was better, but it was hard to do delicate things like lay out seals with touch instead of brush. Once I had the mark properly in place, I flung it as far across the grounds as I could. When it thumped solidly into a tree, I clapped my hands into the seal, pushed my chakra and let the world SCK away into a void. It lasted a split second, not even a tenth before I slammed face first into bark. I fell backwards onto my rear end, blood flowing freely from my nose. I needed to work on my landings. What are the circles? Jiraiya asked when he was presented with the necklace. He knew what they did, but they had to mean something. All seals did, whether it was in the language of sealing or just to the person whose intent it was fulfilling. Rin looked from him to the Hokage to Genma to the ground, her hand going to her cheek. It's, kinda corny, but it's supposed to be unity? When he gave her a further quizzical look, she continued. Mind, body, and soul. Past, present, future. Creation, preservation, and destruction. All that stuff. Why are you giving these to us? Genma asked. Rin shifted on her feet, still looking at the ground. She was such a strange girl. Smart, but her confidence seemed to depend on the day. Angry, but willing to smile. Jiraiya didn't understand her at all. Her temper was a frightening thing. A slow thing. If things get bad with Suna and Odo, I want to be able to get to you guys if I need to. Jiraiya went to pat her head, ignoring the minute flinch when he reached out. She really was too clever for her own good. Then again, she was in the Hokage's office, so often most people seemed to forget she was there in the first place. A dangerous girl, indeed. You'll be fine, don't worry, he instructed, ignoring the soft snort from the red-haired girl. You will, he insisted. He hoped he wasn't lying. When I finally tracked them down, Team Guy, they were in the middle of a two-way spar between those that I recognized as Niji and Lee. 1010 was watching from the sidelines while Guy made corrections in their form or just spurred them on. I let the boys continue to have at it, my goal now in sight. 1010 was the best markswoman I knew, even if I'd never spoken directly to her. If anyone could help me with what I had planned, it would be her. Ignoring Niji and Lee, as well as Guy, I approached her. She had never been nasty to me, so I wasn't sure if I would be driven away or welcomed. I doubted it would be the former. From my knowledge of her, 1010 was a relatively nice girl. Hey, I said once I was close enough. She started looking over at me. I was good at not being noticed when I really tried. Hi, she offered, looking between me and her teammates, as if they had sent me to her for the secrets of life. Are you 1010? I asked, already knowing the answer. She nodded. Yeah. Who are you? I'm Rin. Uzumaki. Rin Uzumaki. I heard you're good at throwing things. When she nodded, I pulled out a thin pack and flicked it open, pulling out my Hiraition weapon of choice. What about this? Tenten took one of them from me, looking it over curiously. Slowly she nodded, handing back the razor-sharpened metal card. Yeah, I think so. I am not his girlfriend. I don't know why Sakura was so offended at being with my brother. I just knew that she was probably going to beat Konohamaru into pulp if he didn't shut his mouth. After trying to sneak up on Naruto earlier that day and failing, they kept trying to ambush and trick him. It got to the point that when Sakura and I were walking down the street with him, they had almost jumped us too. Udon had promptly been kicked in the face by Sakura, who was a much better fighter than me any day. And thus, the squabbling had begun. It felt strangely familiar, but I couldn't quite put my finger on why. No, Naruto was agreeing. I shook my head. Kanemaru, being a mouthy brat, kept going. Yeah, I guess you're right. No way some ugly girl like that is the boss's girlfriend. Both my brother and I froze. Sakura growled, audibly growled, and turned to the child. If I thought that Kurama was scary and angry, Sakura was absolutely terrifying. She was a demon in her own right, beating the hell out of the Hokage's grandson before she grabbed my hand and started leading me away from the scene of the pain. Unfortunately, we weren't far enough when Kanemaru opened his mouth again. That ugly girl with the big forehead, is she even a girl? I heard Naruto gulp and Sakura's self-control snap. Why were there so many kids in this village? There weren't nearly this many in the sandy streets of his home. At least, none that approached him with loud voices and arrogant proclamations. He gave the boy a good shake by his scarf, snapping at him to quiet down before surveying the other 3 locals that were in front of him. Was everyone here so colorful? There was a blonde kid in bright orange, a pink, who had pink hair, girl in red and redhead in a lot of white and yellow. Weren't they supposed to be ninja? They had the headbands. And why were the girls' hair so long? It had to get in their way. Let him go, the boy demanded hotly. The redhead tacked, please? Kankuro scoffed. I'm only having some fun, he complained, giving the boy in his grip his scariest smile. The kid looked ready to start crying. Was everyone in this village weak? Let him go. This time the command was more forceful, less frantic. It came from the redhead again. Her hair was almost the same shade as Gaara's, a few shades brighter. Or what? He demanded, ignoring Temari's reminder that they were supposed to be behaving. His mouth was open to say something else when weight registered on his arm and the lack of ginger got to him. His head started turning just in time to find a foot stilled inches from his face. The weight hit him at once and his arm dropped to his side, sending the girl that had appeared there cartwheeling to the ground, catching the boy on the way there. Violet eyes met his black, aggression shining in their depth. Here for the exams, right? She demanded. She didn't wait for him to answer. If you think you're ready to be Chunin, then you're an idiot. Attacking a child, in the hometown where his grandfather is the Kage? Behind him he heard Temari esikein sharply, his own lungs growing cold. He had threatened the Hokage's grandson. No way is that brat related to the Hokage, he snapped. There was no way. The shrimp was loud and useless. He couldn't be related to the professor. The girl let the little boy down, patting his head on top of the weird circles that intersected his helmet patterns. Believe what you want. You still shouldn't threaten people when you're guests in their own village. It's not only rude, it's bad diplomacy. Shouldn't the son of the Kazekage know this? Or did you skip those lessons to buy tacky makeup? Any regret or worry he had vanished in a haze of red. He lashed out trying to grab the front of her shirt. When she moved he misjudged and ended up punching something soft. Purple eyes widened at the same time as his. An angry shriek came from the other 2, he didn't know which one. That had not been his intention. Temari's first connect with the back of his head the same instant a foreign foot invaded his crotch. You don't touch girls there, both of them shouted. He sunk to the ground, groaning. By him. The entire town was crazy. How did he know? It was simple, really. When he'd gone to retrieve his supposed family for a meeting that Baki insisted they go on, he had come upon an interesting sight. Namely, Kakuro trying to scramble away from a girl his age with bright pink hair while Temari talked to a girl that looked more related to him than his own father did. I'm not going to a hospital and I'm not letting some pink-haired brat grope me, he shouted, curiously staying on the ground with one hand between his legs. Gaara was aware when another boy landed in the same tree as he did but didn't bother acknowledging him. There wouldn't be much point. Instead he watched the other girl, the one by Temari, scoff. Snot like you've got much down there anyway. Under the purple paint Gaara could see Kankuro's face turn bright red. Say that to my face, you soulless little brat, he shrieked. Not shouted. Tricked. The girl's arms crossed over her chest. If you want whatever I left behind smashed again, sure, bring it on. I'm right though. I mean, look at that weapon on your back. Compensating? Kankuro's retaliation of, you little beach, was cut off by Gaara. He had lost interest in the argument. Just more pathetic people who would soon feed his sand with their blood. Mother would be pleased. The girl's hair was so red, surely her blood would be too, and then he might be praised. Enough. The red vanished entirely from Kankuro's face, replaced by a sick shade of white. His anger vanished. Gar could feel the fear replace it. Every eye turned to where he stood, upside down on the tree branch. Blue, green, purple, brown, black. He met none save his brothers, to which he showed utter indifference. Huh, he heard, drawing his eyes to meet purple. The girl was watching him, her head tilted to the side. The next time he met them they were wide with surprise while sand settled in the ground around him. What? Kankuro snapped, showing aggression towards the girl again. There was the smallest hint of flinch. It's just odd that the Kazekage would send all of his kids here. It seems kinda risky. Her shoulders rolled in a shrug before she turned to the others from her village, all of them but the smallest marked by headbands. Gaara narrowed his eyes. If he had been going to say something, he was interrupted by the boy who had stayed in the tree. Kakashi and Tenzo want us, he said suddenly, dropping down. He was eyeing Gaara, clearly weary. The young Jinchuriki met his eyes without hesitation. He could feel the girl still staring at him. At last the pink girl started ushering them away. As they left and Gaara turned his siblings the opposite direction, he heard something that made Mother hiss. 5, she said suddenly, barely audible. There have been 5 red-haired Jinchuriki. 3 now live. We aren't ready, I said the minute the question left Tenzo's mouth. Shino and Hinata looked at me before the girl turned back to our teacher. Now that she was more comfortable with him, she stopped stuttering, even met his eyes most of the time. Rin is right. We've only been genin for a little while, and Shino and I are still recovering, she said. I disagree, Shino announced. Why? Our teamwork is good, we get along, and we have been in one of the most difficult training grounds in the village. We are smart and each one of us can work to cover the weaknesses of another. Inexperienced as we are, I believe it would be a good opportunity. Yeah, but we aren't entirely used to each other and we haven't been in enough fights to know when to cover each other, I pointed out. We have the potential but no experience in field work past our test and various D ranks. I think that it's a bad idea. Shino was squinting at me from behind his glasses. I had finally figured out how to read him better. You're taking the test, Tenzo said suddenly. All 3 of us looked at him in surprise. Despite being our superior, he rarely used orders on us. Not like that. Not when we were seriously objecting. I straightened up, eyes locking on him. Why? I demanded. He didn't say anything for a moment, so long I thought he wouldn't answer at all. I saw his eyes dart around before he said something that made my blood boil. The council decided you would. It's not fair. Jiraiya nodded absently, agreeing wholeheartedly. Below them the women in the bathhouse chattered on, sliding around the water. Rin was sitting to one of his sides, Naruto to the other, both of them working on seals that were several times more advanced than any other genin he had ever seen. They were both good at it, just differently. While Rin had quieter, more deadly seals. Ones that created heated barriers or seeked away life. Naruto, by comparison, seemed to focus more on the world around him. He created explosions and liquefied stone, locked water into steel and collected lightning in paper. Both were heavily inclined to traps. Though Rin had a habit of avoiding any direct confrontation, his brother did the exact opposite unless he was planning something. You'll do fine. Pass me my notebook. It came from the right, from Naruto, along with a mutter of, pervert. Don't worry so much. Well, sorry if I don't want to die, she grumbled. The exams are here, not in Kiri, you won't die, he told her with exaggerated patience. Then, because he could, probably. A fist connected with his knee. You're not funny. I dunno why you're so worried, Naruto said. You'll totally kick butt. And if you won't, Hinata can. Gee, thanks, Rin muttered sarcastically. Jiraiya shook his head, going back to his research. What weird kids. They didn't even balk when he went to peep on the women's bath. Hey, super pervert, Naruto called him again. Teach us something before the exams. Jiraiya rolled his eyes. Why didn't this one have common sense? You can't learn anything in one night, he stated flatly. A horrified whine came from his side. causing him to turn to see Rin staring up at him with wide, horrified eyes. It's tomorrow? When we reached the gathering of children, we didn't even bother with them. Instead, Hinata found us a good way around them, up a spare staircase that was more well hidden than the other one. We ended up being some of the first people in the wide room. I couldn't recognize many of the there. Gaara's team, Kabuto and his lot, and the girl that would soon lose her face to Orochimaru, laughing cheerfully with her friends. My stomach clenched in something that mixed together fear, guilt, and pity. I wasn't ready for this. I was going to end up getting hurt, I might have changed too much, they might end up being dead. Shino must have noticed my panic because for once he initiated physical contact, brushing the back of his hand against mine. I took that as permission to discreetly take it, and Hinata's, holding onto them like a child, even thought I was the oldest one. Shino's eyes touched my skin, surprise tinged his skin. An insect, curious, crawled up my arm. You're pathetic. Stop being such a coward. I cringed at Kurama's demand. He had nothing against me normally, but when I started getting scared, when I flinched away from a fight, he decided that I was pitiful. I wanted to disagree with him, but he was adamant that you should be able to face a fight without fear. Since that wasn't happening anytime soon, I never tried to change his mind. I dropped Shino and Hinata's hands, transferring the small insect from my elbow to my hand before offering them to my teammate. He accepted, letting it disappear back into a hole that appeared in his skin. Withheld a shiver, turning my eyes to Kabuto instead. That was one thing that still creeped the sheet out of me about Shino. Kabuto kept glancing at me out of the corner of his eye until he realized I was staring right at him. At that point, he seemed to decide that bothering me was a good idea and ambled over, hands in his pockets and an admittedly charming smile on his face. The kid was a good actor, even his eyes were as at ease as the rest of him. To either side of me I felt my teammates shift, waiting. His forehead bore the mark we all shared, a supposed comfort. "Hello," he greeted amiably. "Was there something you needed? I couldn't help noticing you were staring." I half expected the little snake wannabe to tack on something about a cute girl not often doing that. Maybe I was being narcissistic, but most boys were sure that compliments were the way to a girl's heart, especially true ones. If he wasn't going with the traditional buttering up, then he definitely knew what he was doing. You would stare too if someone so much older than you was at the same exams, I explained, playing at intimidation. Kabuto was a good actor. So was I. His smile tilted his glasses enough that they caught the light, obscuring part of his face. I tilted my head, issuing a challenge with my wide eyes. Our little staring contest was interrupted when the door was opened by my still very loud little brother. I withheld a sigh. Turning to herd Hinata and Shino over to team, I sent a long look to the cuff on Sasuke's shoulder. Off to the side I noticed that Tenten and her team had entered while I had busy with Kabuto. So Sasuke had gotten into that fight after all? My hand brushed Naruto's briefly before I left our group, sweeping over to see Tenten. The girl smiled when she saw me coming, turning her back on Neji and Lee, who had never really talked to me before, for one reason or another. It was probably a good thing. Lee was sweet, but I would have ended up trying to kill Neji if I had to listen to him. "Hey, you guys made it into the exams in your first year?" she asked, eyes darting over my new clothes. I puffed up under the gaze, nodding. It would have been self-conscious to tug at the sleeve of my green shirt, so I didn't, instead tapping my fingers against the custom-made holsters strapped to my thigh. It was the only thing on me that betrayed an weaponry, everything else sealed away into various pocket dimensions. Thanks to Tenzo placing the order for it, I wasn't worried about it falling and spilling my cards, all personally crafted and sharp as a tack, all over the place. "Yeah, I'm a little nervous. Have you guys been here before?" I asked, once more inquiring about something I already knew the answer of. Tenten shook her head. "Nah, Guy-sensei thought we weren't ready yet last year, so he had us put it off till now." I nodded to show I understood. "Do you think you'll pass?" "Of course." Lee's sudden interjection made me jump back and away, staring wide. Eyed at him. "We will become Chunin, and if not I will run 100, no, 1,000 laps around the village." I sent Tenten a frightened, pleading look, mostly play acting. Lee was harmless, I knew. He was just loud. And his eyebrows needed wax. Lots of wax. "All right, enough of your chatter," shouted a voice from the front of the room. I turned with everyone else to look that way, finding Ibiki standing there in his overcoat and bandana. He gave us all a feral grin. "Get to your assigned seats and don't move your butt from there," he ordered, taking far too much glee from the fearful looks teenagers kept tossing his way. We did as we were told, everyone exchanging looks with everyone they knew, and some that they didn't. I sat down next to one nervous-looking boy with bandages crossing his face on my left, and look at that, Gar on my right. I sunk into my seat, glaring furiously at the paper in the table in front of me. I hated tests with a fire passion. On the bright side, all I had to do was be present for this one. Maybe I should just drop out the first chance I got? Yeah, that sounded good. Ibiki finished instructions the same time I finished deciding to walk out when he went to ask the 10th question. I leaned back in my chair, crossed my arms and fell into pseudo-sleep, ignoring the disbelieving stare unknown kept throwing at me. Let him look. I wasn't doing this. 10 minutes and I got so bored with sleeping on high alert I gave up and started drawing on the desk. A comic strip of shitty stick people figuring out how stupid their lives were and going on to turn themselves into various shapes once they realized that they could. The boy next to me choked when I wrote a particularly bad joke on the wood, giving away that he was watching me. 20 minutes in and I was busily scratching down a caricature Kakashi and Ibiki. With 10 minutes left I drew a picture of me, then of my name Sake, with the name Rin drawn above it. As intricately as I could manage. Time's up. Pencils down, get ready for the last question. I looked up at last, nearly sagging with relief. Good. I just had to leave now. It occurred to me right then that if I had been cheating outrageously on Gaara or Yunaon's tests I could have already failed. Very colorfully, very quietly, I cursed a blue streak to Suna and back. Since 45 minutes have passed I will now ask the 10th question, he declared, looking predatory in his smile out to the hopefuls. But before that, there's one thing I must tell you. There will be one special rule for this last question. The look on his face was one that very few could pull off. It said, mindfuck, failure, and children at Christmas all in one go. It made me nervous. He was interrupted from his SDSM by Kenkuro's sudden appearance. You're lucky, he said offhandedly, you got back just in time for your little puppet show not to go to waste. I snickered, feeling Kenkuro's anger all the way across the room. Brother SCKS at cheating, I told Gaara. Predictably he said nothing. Ibiki was talking again. Hopeless situation. First, you're going to choose if you take the 10th problem or not. I very nearly grinned. I was almost home free. Except it occurred to me then, at that exact moment, that if I did leave 7 would be alone in the forest of death. With Orochimaru. Who I did most certainly not want to face, but who I wanted my brother around even less. And Sasuke. If he got Sasuke, if he gave him the cursed seal. I started cussing again, louder this time. Why didn't I think of this before? Because you're an idiot. You couldn't have said something? I will not have a weak container, alliance or no. Become a Chunin. Figure out how to avoid dying. Do something that isn't completely useless. I whined, lowering my head to the desk. I was just a genin. I wasn't old enough for this. Worse came to worse, I suppose I could just run and take them all with me. Except I wasn't sure if I could teleport other people yet or not. God damn it. I forfeit. Yunaon shouted from beside me, his hand shooting into the air with more speed than I put into running. Ibiki grinned, his scars pulling with it, he looked like a wolf. More and more dropped, walked away, apologized. A few were even crying. There was one boy from AIM with a very nice face that had his eyes hidden in shame for his cowardice. A resounding crack echoed through the room. I jerked, head snapping not towards my brother, but to Sakura, who was glowering darkly at Ibiki. Screw you. We got this far, you think we're backing down now. Sakura's right. There was Naruto. Even if I fail and stay a genin forever, I'll find a way to become Hokage no matter what anyway. I'm not leaving this test. Not until it's over. I sighed heavily. Damn it. Now I can't drop out. Gaara tossed me half a glance. He'd been doing that since I first encountered him. It would have made me nervous if I didn't think I could teleport faster than his sand could move. Ibiki looked between the children, then out at the rest of us. At last he sighed. I couldn't tell if he was amused or annoyed. I was banking to the former. Nice determination. Very well. Everyone's still in here. Passes. There was a beat of silence before the outraged cries started. I just sighed, looking at Gaara. Freaking ninja. Underneath. Blah. You wanna grab lunch after this? I asked, figuring that starting a friendship, or at least an acquaintance, would be a good idea. I could see the surprise flash in his eyes. Before he could respond, we were interrupted. Why does that always happen? By the shattering of a window. Crazy, I muttered. Ninja are always crazy. Enko was going to have our buttes tomorrow, but for that afternoon we were still free. That meant that I was free to internally panic while externally inhaling food graciously paid for by my teacher alongside 2 fellow Jinchuriki and another 6 genin. If Hinata and Sasuke hadn't been there, I don't think they would have let us in. As it was, we were getting pretty nasty looks from all around. Gaara, bless his heart, didn't even bat an eye. Sasuke, on the other hand, looked mutinous. And then there were all these mirrors. Naruto continued regaling Gaara and Hinata with his tale of bravery while Kankuro poked at his food, shooting me weird looks ever now and again. So, Temari, I asked, quiet so as not to interrupt my brother, how do you deal with having such a crazy brother? Her eyes snapped to mine. I could physically feel Gaara's attention move to me. I smiled sweetly. I mean, puppets? Isn't that kinda scary? Kakuro almost fell out of his seat, giving a disbelieving shout. The older, younger, girl blinked at me twice, thrice before looking from Kakuro to Gaara then back to me. He's more annoying than scary, she said. I had clearly thrown her for a loop. But seriously, puppets. Those are like the creepiest things on the planet. I hate them. I was liar. I had nothing against puppets, but Kankuro had done a marvelous job of irritating me and providing sufficient entertainment with his reactions to my prodding. Like he was doing right then. They are not creepy. They're amazing works of art, he exclaimed. I gave him a funny look. If you're such an artist, why does your makeup SCK so much? Temari snickered. Naruto and Sakura outright laughed. Hinata and Sasuke smiled quietly while Gaara watched on, a strange twitch forming on his cheek. Had I almost made him smile? I decided that yes, Prof. It's not makeup. Why are you such a brat? He demanded. I hissed through my teeth, ducking my head when the manager started making his way over. We had been allowed in, but if we were too loud he would have an actual reason to kick us out. Excuse me, his smile was as greasy as his hair, you're disturbing our other customers. I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Naruto and I looked at each other before simultaneously stuffing the rest of our plates in our mouths. Yes, I was just as graceful as a swan. If the swan was half chipmunk. We're not being that loud, Temari argued. It was no use, he'd already slapped the bill on the table. If you're not out in 5 minutes I will have the authorities remove you, he warned, glowering specifically at me. I shrunk down in the seat, making a mental note to unplug his refrigerator before I reported to the Forest of Death in the morning, as per Anko's request. Kankuro picked up the bill and balked. That's twice what the menu says. I saw Naruto look to his lap, his lips pressed into a thin line to keep them shut. We had long ago learned that arguing with people like that only got us in more trouble. No sooner had he gone sullen than he straightened up, snatching the ticket away the sand boy. Hey, forget it, it's just bad math. Rin and me will pay the difference. Rin and I, Sakura corrected automatically, looking at me. I gave her a strained smile before passing it on to the others. We've got it, don't worry, it was us that he had wanted to punish after all. Maybe he would also mysteriously lose his wallet while I was at it. The Sand siblings were giving us curious looks that went ignored. They didn't need the whole backstory. If they were smart they would figure it out. If they weren't, Naruto would probably blurt it out soon enough. He'd been dying to get to talk to Gaara since we first met him. So I decided I would drag Temari away for a session of hanging out with other girls while Naruto whisked Gaara off into the sunset for weird male bonding time. Or at least that was the plan until my darling brother asked Gaara if he liked plants. The boy grew cacti as a hobby. Because of this, once we stepped foot outside, Naruto linked arms with me and declared that we were showing Gaara our garden. Sighing fondly at my brother, I held out my other arm for Gaara. In return, I got a blank look from him and wide-eyed stares from his siblings. I rolled my eyes before carefully slipping my arm around Gaara's. Sand wrapped around my wrist threateningly. I ignored it, instead tugging against the boy's arm. "Come on, we said we'd show you, didn't we? Besides, gingers have to stick together. We can collect more souls that way." Kankuro gave a rather horrified, "What?" Sakura, snickering, explained, "There's this old thing that said that gingers have no souls, so they steal other people's. That's why most of them have freckles." I nodded seriously. "Yes. And seeing as both Gaara and I are very pale and clear-skinned, we must set about collecting immediately, before all the good ones are gone." Kankuro had begun twitching. There was not a lot that my brother and I truly enjoyed together. Training was good exercise, pranks were fun, and reading was always a blast. Above all of those, though, came plants. Upon the roof of our apartment building, we had spent years and years collecting seeds and raising plants. It was difficult and cost us a lot to keep everything right, but sometimes we were able to properly grow vegetables or fruits, tiny ones, mind you, which was as much of a benefit as the colorful flowers and cheerful vines. That was where we took Gaara, to see our congregation of flora, and, more importantly, talk. Most of it was done by Naruto, ever the chatterbox, while I simply kept holding on to Gaara, occasionally whispering extra information or embarrassing stories about my brother. Eventually, the sand even stopped wanting to cut off my hand. Sadly, that was probably the biggest accomplishment of the day. "You are that god-made sunscreen, or so help me your Uchiha but is getting beat." Anko watched in amusement as an argument unfolded in front of her training grounds. Not a normal one of cowardice or who would be leader in the forest. Nope, these kids were arguing over where or not pale, as if Uchiha was wearing sunscreen or risking the elements. It was Uzumaki girl that was going on a tirade, insisting that everyone around her needed to be slathered in the stuff. "Cancer," she was going on, "you can get cancer from the sun. In your eyes. Wear sunglasses, you moron." All the rest in the group, the Hyuga girl, the other Uzumaki, some pink-haired chick, were all wearing sunglasses that had been passed out by the angry little girl earlier. Only Uchiha remained steadfast. At last the girl stomped off, dragging her other teammates to the tent to get their scroll. Anko laughed aloud, scaring the hell out of one of the nearby Chunin. When the girl passed that woman from the grass, the one Anko had had a sort of confrontation with, she stopped and turned to look behind her, speaking just loud enough for the woman to hear. "Did she smell like a snake yesterday?" A shiver crawled up Anko's spine. Shino stood at the gate, Rin at his elbow. She was almost touching him, twitching every now and then with nerves. It was unsettling his colony. He didn't know why she was so nervous. They had been there before and she hadn't been so ready to run away. At last he sent her a look. She read it and replied, "Something isn't right here." Shino frowned. While he was glad that Rin was getting so much better at understanding what he was saying without actually speaking, it was worrying that she thought something was wrong. She was not an impulsive person that he had seen, or a nervous one. Paranoid maybe. With Ninja though, who wasn't? "Hey wait, what the hell are these giant things?" The panicked scream of one of the other genin, some poor sap from Kiri, met my ears. I grimaced, looking over the branch where the team was on the ground, pale under the attack of the leeches Shino had found. "You, my dear, are a terrifying person," I told my teammate, leaning into his side. He didn't push me off, apparently getting used to my contact. I saw an opportunity. Shino dismissed. "We should get the scroll now. But because once those leeches get big enough, it will hard to get past them to reach the bodies." I scrunched up my nose. Gross. Reincarnation or not, I didn't enjoy corpses, or any kind of death if I'm being honest. Bodies though, they were awful. Cold, stiff with mortise and eventually rotting. Nonetheless, I hopped off the tree, dropping to the forest floor to collect the scroll, the exact one we needed to pass. It took less than 3 hours for us to get a scroll and find our original base camp thanks to the wonder that was Hinata Hyuga. I may have found her shyness irritating to begin with, but over the years she had proven herself a good friend and useful girl. The place was exactly how we'd left it, trapped to high heaven and sealed to deep hell. We would stay there for the night until the next morning, at which point we would make our way to the tower. Unless something happened and we had to stop. Like, say, a snake attacks and someone calls me for help. The idea had me terrified. I wasn't strong enough to fight Orochimaru. Naruto with 4 tails. Out wasn't enough to take him on. The best I could do was take them to run away. I should have told them to drop out, I should have had them give up, I should have gone to the Hokage and told him. Now all I could do was wait for them to call. Except, all through the night I didn't get a single call. Not one. So I had to wonder, when my team was approaching the tower the next evening, what had happened? What had changed? Why hadn't they called? I would get my answer soon enough. His team was bored. It wasn't hard to see why. They had completed the second test, the third quickest of any of the competitors. Tenzo was proud, and maybe some of that had to do with the fact that he now had bragging rights over Kakashi, who could say for sure. He was definitely glad that none of them had been hurt more than a few scratches. What he wasn't so happy about was that they were now engaged in a battle of Hyuga wannabe, as Rin had called it when she had first introduced the game. They all stood in a circle, hands to their sides. The goal was to slap the hands of the other players. If your hand was slapped, you were out, last person in won. That would have been perfectly fine if they hadn't dragged the other team, from Suna, into it as well. The Kazekage's children were undeniably dangerous, strong as genin and politically powered. Rin's taunting the middle child wasn't helping that she had accused the youngest of cheating with sand. Sure, the exams had been made for the kids to fight each other, but he didn't think this was what they had had in mind. His team was quiet, well-behaved, and utterly exasperating. On the bright side, Hinata was winning every round, which would hopefully boost her confidence some. She needed it. The visiting Jonin came to stand beside Tenzo, watching their teams interact. He asked, "Are all of your teams like this?" Tenzo shook his head. "Most are louder." The man, Baki, made a sound that said he understood. Hinata knocked out Kankuro again, claiming her 12th victory in a row. "That's cheating," Kankuro accused. Rin scoffed. "Just because you SCK doesn't mean Hinata is cheating." "I do not SCK." "Well, you must, cause I can't imagine it being the other way around." Tenzo almost choked. Where did Rin learn to make those kind of jokes? While Temari snickered and Gar looked confused, Kankuro was turning bright red underneath the purple streaks of paint on his face. He gave an angered shout, flinging himself at Rin. Rin flinched back, scrambling away. Tenzo frowned. He'd been training her out of that reaction he'd threw, teaching her to sidestep smoothly. "Get over here," Kankuro demanded, running after her. "Hell no," Rin shouted over her shoulder, running. She was good at that if nothing else. Tenzo shook his head at the sight, turning away. "Are the rest of the instructors there for the meeting?" he asked Baki. The visitor nodded. "They are." "Do you know what it's about?" he asked. Tenzo denied any knowledge and the pair went off, leaving a gaggle of children to squabble behind them. It was nerve-wracking. Even when I was distracting myself with the Sand siblings, I was still anxious, on the precipice of outright panic. No one had called me when we were out, no one was calling me while we waited. It made me twitchy and I took that out on Kankuro. If he wasn't such but I might have felt bad for it. I still had some of Felicity left in me. A lot, actually, and it was thanks to her I had such an easy time making friends with the 2 siblings I actually liked or didn't want trying to kill me. You see, when you bully people you have to be careful. Pick your targets. If you pick on someone who has a lot of friends, or do something too heinous, bring in race, gender or sexuality, someone would stick up for them and turn it on you. You had to be nice to people, SCK up to teachers and parents. If you did that, then when someone came forward to try and tell them what you were doing, they would be dismissed as overreacting. It was just a joke, wasn't it? I had used that to my advantage forever. Seem unassuming. It was easier when people didn't hate you on principle. Since none of the visitors from Suna seemed inclined to do so, I was given free rein with them to make sure I hadn't lost my touch. When Gaara made Kankuro stop trying to strangle me, I realized I had done a better job than initially thought. Days we waited until finally Team 7 came stumbling into the tower. Tamari, Hinata, the recently arrived Tenten and I were loitering around the entrance hall, waiting for the last teams to get through with the timer ticking down. I was ready to explode when they walked in, except the second I laid eyes on their bloodied, battered form I froze. They caught sight of me and in an instant I was wrapped up in my brother's arms, having the life squeezed out of me. With shaking arms I hugged him back, aware that he wasn't as hurt as the blood and dirt would have me believe. Sasuke wasn't looking too hot, and Sakura seemed downright exhausted. What the hell? I heard my voice, barely recognizing it. What happened to you guys? Your little friend's been cursed, Kurama muttered from the depths of my subconscious. My eyes snapped to Sasuke, more specifically to the hand that was latched on his shoulder and the spastic twitches, near invisible, that had taken to his face. He was in pain but he was too stubborn to show it. Sakura was looking lost, between him and me, as if I might know what to do. Which, to a certain extent, I did. We ran into this crazy strong girl. She beat Sasuke to a pulp. Naruto explained, but there's something wrong with Dash. His neck, I interrupted. I see it, Otodo. Sakura couldn't fix it? I asked, already knowing the answer. He shook his head, ducking a swipe Sasuke took at it when he arrived. It's fine, Sasuke stated. I leveled him with a glare, matched by Sakura's. For a long minute it looked like he would stay stubborn before he finally slumped his shoulders, giving up. He turned, pulling his collar away to let me see it. I stared at it, a deep frown marring my face. That is not a normal bruise, I stated. Sakura nodded from my side. I couldn't heal it. When I tried it just kept sking my chakra out. Like some kind of leech. I crossed my arms, sighing deeply. I don't know exactly what it is, a lie, but I've heard of seal that act like long-term parasites. Kind of like the chakra blocking and draining ones I make, but it's applied directly to the target and prevents them from using chakra again. Sasuke was already shaking his head. That isn't what it is. I can use my chakra but it does something. I don't know exactly what. If all of this happened, I began in a tone that had their eyes anywhere but at me, why didn't you call? Sakura squirmed under the hard look I leveled at her. We didn't want you to get hurt. She almost killed us, Sasuke confirmed grimly, like that would somehow change what I was going to say. I let out a slow breath. You three remember, of course, that I can teleport, as in get from one place to another right away. Which would have been perfect for, running away. Sakura looked like I'd just divulged the secrets of the universe. Sasuke's upper lip started twitching. Naruto had just about fallen over with the revelation. I sighed. Why didn't anyone here have common sense? I turned to where the rest of the girls were loitering. Ino was off nagging Shikamaru and Choji, or maybe sleeping. I had never cared much for her. Hey, Nada, come here real quick. Tell me what this looks like on the inside. Looking confused, Hinata complied, walking over and activating her eyes. As soon as the veins bulged, she stopped walking, shock covering her face. Hinata, I asked, what do you see? The girl's eyes had locked onto Sasuke, more specifically the mark on his shoulder. It's so dark, it's moving through his chakra coils, spreading. Like a poison, Sakura's voice was grim. I pressed my lips together. I had wanted to prepare for his curse seal, but I needed to see it before I could actually figure out how. I had hoped to stop it from happening, but that hadn't been possible. So now I had to push those plans, the best-case scenarios, out the window. Which meant that I was going to have to go with plans MS. T could work. Not happening. It looked like N would work for the time being. I would need Kakashi and Anko's help for that though, which might prove to be a problem. If I could get it though. My musings were interrupted when Tenzo and Asuma came wandering into the room, announcing that time was up and we needed to follow them. I cursed softly under my breath, glanced at Sasuke and followed after. You guys are telling me exactly what happened when this is over. I stood in the front of the line of my team, arms crossed behind my back. Hinata was behind me with Shino in the back. To me left was Team 7, to my right team we stood. In rows of threes with the instructors, our teachers, and the Hokage standing in a line in front of us. Sarutobi spoke, his voice carrying far across the room, bouncing off walls and the great statue behind him. Congratulations to everyone who passed the test. There were 78 people who took the second exams, and 21 were able to pass. To my side, I could hear my brother talking back at his team, voice surprisingly quiet. Hey, did you notice? It looks like everyone important is here. Yeah, Sasuke's hand went to his shoulder, crumpling the blue cloth under his grip. I don't have a good feeling about it. Sakura's eyes followed the movement. You should tell someone about that, Mark, she said for what had to be the 8th time by the look on Sasuke's face. I'll tell them later, he grumbled. Sakura glared at the back of his head with such heat I expected it to combust. You will tell someone. Sasuke looked back at her before his head snapped back forwards, his skin a few shades lighter. Sakura could be scary when she wanted to be. Even young, she was instinctually pushing chakra into her kicks and punches. It was actually kind of scary. Chat later, I whispered. Listen now. Or maybe not. It seemed that most everything had been explained while they were talking. Preliminary matches, the judge, what's his name? Chameleon or something, finished. Sakura, who had apparently been listening better than us, spoke up. Why can't we just start the third exam with the remaining examinees? In this case, it must have been because the first 2 tests were too easy, I'm not sure. But there are too many examinees left. According to the regulations, we must decrease the number of participants for the final test, he explained. I said to my friends, because there's so many important people coming to watch, we can't have them get bored, sitting there watching weak matchups while they could be going right to the important ones. We also have a time limit. So those who aren't feeling well he was cut off with a bout of coughing that had Sakura stepping forward to help before Sasuke held out a hand, stopping her. Excuse me. If anyone wants to quit now that you know, please do so now. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Sasuke grab his shoulder once more, this time actually grimacing with pain. Considering his tolerance and pride, I knew it had to be bad. Sakura stepped closer. Withdraw, she ordered. You're injured, and it affects your chakra. You should stop now and try later. No, I'm fine. Even his voice sounded strained. I grit my teeth before taking a deep breath, thinking about how stubborn Sasuke was. If it affects his chakra, I interrupted, then all he has to do is get through his fight without using it. It could be fun. A challenge. I thought Sakura was going to strangle me when I supported Sasuke. I don't know why. She knows as well as I that the boy is stubborn as an ox. Getting him to do something he didn't want to was like herding cats. He's injured. As a medic, I can't let him continue fighting, Sakura insisted. In that regard, I'm the highest ranking person here, which means what I say goes. I hated it when she was right. Sasuke let out a breath before dark eyes landed on me. Rin, Naruto, what about your seals? I actually did a double take there. Excuse me? Your seals? Some of them can seal off chakra. Can you make a localized version of that and seal the part of mine that's been affected? I exchanged looks with my brother before we both nodded. As long as you aren't the first one up, yeah. Naruto continued, if you are your sheet out of luck. Sakura actually growled. I can't believe you two are supporting this. After what Orochimaru guy did to his chakra, you're still going to let him fight. I made myself freeze. You didn't tell me that he was Orochimaru. 3 pairs of eyes locked onto me. You know him? Sasuke asked. One day he would stop being surprised. Yeah. He's one of the worst criminals that's ever come out of our village. I told them, grim. Salamander started talking again, interrupting our conversation. I forgot to mention before, it will all be 1-on-1 matches from now on. So please withdraw if you wish. I looked back at Sakura. Don't worry. He'll be fine. We'll keep an eye on him. Sakura glared at me, harder than she ever had before. When this is over, we are having a serious talk. And that was that. Most of us stood still, looking around at the competition. Only Kabuto had his hand up and was preparing to quit. Good riddance. I felt bad for his identity crisis, but honestly he was more likely to mess up my plans than anyone else. I needed him gone. Now if only I had the means to make that happen. I give up, he declared. I tuned out the excuse he gave my brother, focusing instead on the confrontation going on at the front of the room. It seemed Anko and Kakashi knew what was going on. And Anko wasn't happy about it. May I assume there are no others who wish to retire? He asked. When no one else backed out, he moved on. Then let's begin the preliminary matches. It will be a 1-on-1 match, with 10 matches for 20 people. Winners advance to the next test. The fight goes on until one participant is dead, knocked out, or admits defeat. If you do not want to die, back out now. If I decide a match is over, it is over. This may prevent unnecessary deaths. The thing that will hold your destiny is this electric bulletin board, which will display the names of 2 randomly selected participants. He gestured upward, to where a panel in the wall slid back to reveal a blank black screen. I had to wonder if they really were random or predestined. The teams had changed, if only a little, and so had skill sets. So maybe the fights would too. If they weren't rigged. The first fight will be between Akadu Yoroi and Sakura Haruno. Well, that answered that. Sakura stared up at her name, a deep frown marring her face. She had been hoping that she would be able to stay with her team while Rin and Naruto tried to fix Sasuke. Unfortunately, that didn't seem to be possible. Rin's hand lay on her shoulder briefly and the redhead gave a smile. Her brother was quick to throw his arms around Sakura's shoulders and offer a much louder well-wishing. When she looked at Sasuke, he nodded at her, and some of the desire to maim him ebbed away. She sighed. Get out of here so I can kick his butt, she ordered, shooing them. Have fun, Rin said, finally parting. The 3 disappeared, along with the rest of the competitors, leaving only her and the boy, one of Kabuto's teammates. Their referee, Height, stepped up between them once everyone else was in the elevated level. The first match's fighters are Yoroi Akadu and Sakura Haruno. Are the rules understood? He asked. Yes, the pair chorused. Height stepped back out of their way. If that is the case, please begin. Sakura rocked onto the ball of her feet, green eyes locked on her opponent. She pushed worries of Sasuke out of her mind, her training coming back to her. It wasn't any given by Kakashi, it was what they taught at the hospital. Patients could be tended to, but once they were out of your hands they needed to be out of your mind as well, or it might get you seriously hurt. That was not allowed. It seemed that Sakura had more patience than Yoroi, for he was the first person to act. He threw a small wave of shuriken at her, making Sakura duck down. The brief break in eye contact gave him an opening that Sakura had to rush to block. Her arms rose to hold off the kick that flew towards her face, deflecting it. The follow-up with the other foot was dodged and she jumped back, pulling out a kunai to stab the next limb that came her way. She ended up meeting it with another that was no doubt meant to be buried in her stomach. Both of their arms shook with the effort, something that sent a small wave of pride through Sakura. He was good head taller, a few years older, and she was able to meet him blow for blow. Blow for blow wouldn't be enough though. To win a fight you had to surpass. Sakura dug in her heels and lunged, swinging rapidly, aiming for tendons, veins, ligaments and arteries. She wasn't going to lose. Naruto and Sasuke were both crazy strong, and while her being the medic was important, she absolutely refused to be left behind her teammates. When Yoroi caught a fist she threw at him and her chakra levels started to drop, she knew it was going to be harder than she first thought. Luckily for her, she had magnificent chakra control. Hey, Nata, are we far enough in yet? I could feel the scrutiny my friend was giving the work, her Byakugan active. Naruto was kneeling on one side of Sasuke, I was on the other, and Hinata and Shino stood in front, blocking the view of outsiders. I was actually surprised Kakashi had let us continue with our work when he found us drawing ink on a shirtless Uchiha, considering how dangerous. It was to mess with cursed seals. Now that I had a good look at it, I knew I could keep it from spreading, but past that it would take weeks, months even, to totally reverse the effects. Years before I could get the DMED thing off. And that was if I didn't work on anything else. If I executed Plan S, I wouldn't even need to, unless I wanted to play hero with Anko and the rest of Orochimaru's cursed. I was really considering S. It would be mutually beneficial for just about everyone. Things could play out close enough to canon that it wouldn't be too hard to deal with the minor repercussions, and I couldn't imagine anyone having an actual argument about it. Very different from Plan F. F for F, I'll do what I want. Yes, that's as far as it extends, Hinata confirmed. Naruto and I glanced at each other before brushing down the final seals in the quick-dry ink. This hurts, I warned. Like really hurts. We tested it on us once and it's worse than being stabbed, Naruto confirmed. I thought he was being overly dramatic, but whatever. Boys are worse with pain, so it might well have been for them. Just do it, Sasuke ordered. I shrugged. If he wanted us to, it was his choice. I wasn't about to tell him no. Not after the work we'd done on such short notice. I pushed chakra into the seal, merging it with what Naruto put in. We probably should have given him something to bite down on. The pained snarl that definitely came from her teammate almost distracted Sakura from her fight. Almost. Due to the years she had spent in the hospital, she was used to listening to groans, whimpers and screams of the injured and dying, and she had gotten used to blocking them out. It was a good thing too, or the fist she snagged would have shattered her cheekbone, and there would go her eye along with it. There were already craters in the floor from when the pair of them had hit the ground in a scuffle, left from both their attacks. The fight had turned out to be almost entirely hand-to-hand. She could hear Lee screaming encouragement at her from the sidelines. It was both sweet and a little creepy. She had just met the guy after all. The girl pulled on the older boy's arm, sidestepping and bring up her knee in time with slamming down her elbow, successfully snapping his ulna, and possibly his radius, in half. She didn't stop there, smashing her fist into his jaw before spinning him away from her. He stumbled, spreading his legs to catch himself. Sakura channeled what little chakra he hadn't SCKD out of her into her leg and brought it up, kicking him directly between the limbs. There was a sickening crack and he hit the ground howling, leaving Sakura standing, however bruised and out of breath she might have been. It paid to know every weakness in the human body. Height waited a few minutes for Yoroi to get up. When it became evident that he couldn't, that to his broken pelvis and what was probably a good amount of internal bleeding, the referee stepped forwards. As Yoroi is no longer able to stand, the winner is Sakura Haruno. It was a good thing too. That was the last of her chakra. Whoo! She cheered at a very muted level, slumping off to join her team. With the adrenaline wearing off, she stumbled a couple of times before Naruto arrived and offered her an arm. Sakura was more than happy to take it, leaning on her teammate. He was a loudmouth, but no one could accuse him of being a bad friend. I looked up when Sakura was brought back, my brother, petting Sasuke's hair in what little comfort I could offer. It had hurt more than any of us had expected it to, and the youngest Uchiha was still suffering from the after effects. Hey, looks like you get to go on, I commented, holding an arm up for Sakura. She sunk to the ground into my side. She was sweaty and bruised, clearly exhausted. Please don't make me fight another parasite. Once was enough, she murmured, pulling Sasuke towards her. No one else seemed to notice. We had fallen off the radar temporarily when the next names were called. I don't need to be coddled, Sasuke grumbled. I shrugged. And I don't need to drink pomegranate juice. That doesn't mean it isn't nice. The Uchiha grunted but let us surround him. I think secretly we were all a little starved for affection. In the arena, Kankuro finished his fight with Kin, a sound beating. It wasn't really fair, considering how badly Sakura had pounded her before they even got into the arena. The girl never stood a chance. I didn't look to see who was next, trusting the ref to announce who it was. Which he did, kind enough to inform us that it was Choji and Gaara. I shifted enough to catch sight of the arena, wanting to see this. Gaara was unstable but alright, to me at least, and Choji was a general sweetheart with what few interactions I had had with him before. It would be safer if he gave up, I observed. My brother snorted. The guy with the beard said he'd buy him food if he won. He won't give up. You'd think someone whose family owned half the restaurants in the city would be immune to bribery with food. The Akimichi are known for their appetites, Shino observed. Guess so, I acknowledged, watching the fight begin. Choji wasted no time turning into a giant bowling ball. Gaara spent no effort sending his spinning form bouncing off a wall of sand and into the ceiling. Sand followed him upwards, slamming into the boy's expended body so hard it gave a loud pop and Choji went plummeting downwards, through the fingers of sand. He landed clumsily, but still stood. When more sand rushed at him he ran away, quick as his legs would carry him, before trying again. It didn't work once more, and that time, when Gaara went to pin him to the wall, he succeeded. His sand wrapped around Choji, choking him. I hummed. Would Gaara kill him? How much would that affect future events? The retrieval, if it came to that, and the Akatsuki. How selfish was I, weighing someone's life on how useful they could be for me? I give. Choji grasped, shouting as loud as I could. I pat my head. At least he wasn't foolish enough to die for something as simple as this. Enough, Iguana Man called the match. Gaara wins by forfeit. I held my breath, watching Gaara's near mutiny when he didn't let the sand go for a long, worrisome minute. I caught light eyes and gave the smallest shake of my head. Only then did the sand seep away from Choji. Curious. Temari and Kankuro looked surprised. Choji looked both afraid and relieved. I didn't blame him. The names ran again, spinning through the electronic board too fast to be seen. It slammed to a stop. My mouth fell into an open The next contestants, Naruto Uzumaki and Rin Uzumaki. Both Uzumaki stared up at the screen, shock written across their faces, twisting whisker marks up along their cheeks. Naruto couldn't believe it. They were going to make him fight his own sister. That was ridiculous. He couldn't do that, not for real. She was family. His only family. He wouldn't fight her, not matter what they said. The blonde stood up, raised his hand and prepared his voice. I refuse. Blue eyes snapped to where his sister had stood up and was facing down the referee and the fighting area. Her arms were crossed over her chest, fists holding onto the green fabric of her long sleeves. I'm not going to fight my own family, I forfeit the match, she declared, louder than Naruto had ever heard her. He was left gaping before he shook it off. No way, she can't lose, I quite. She wins, he shouted. Rin slapped her hand across his mouth so hard it stung. Ignore him, I gave up first so he continues. She shouted. This entire ordeal is ridiculous. You preach to use about teamwork and camaraderie, and use this as an excuse to stay out of war, yet you're willing to pit family members against each other? How hypocritical. Stop it, Naruto, I'm giving a speech. Naruto clawed at her hand, trying to wrench free. Rin was a great ninja. She should have been made a chunin. He couldn't let her go just like that. But she was having none of that, his ain. She had glued her hand to his skin with chakra. He yanked, taking her for a tumble with him. He heard the incredulous voice of one of the sand ninja, the weird one with the makeup, say, "They're fighting for who quits? Is everyone here that stupid?" Even the sick guy was confused. As both contestants quite, this has never happened before. As both contestants forfeit dash. I forfeited first. My brother wins by default, don't you dare lick me, you little blonde fucker. Naruto found himself in a strangled headlock, his mouth still covered. He rocked with his sister's moving weight caught. Rin was good at that. See, she should be promoted. He tried to yell around her hand but it wasn't working. He saw the Hokage incline a nod at Gekko, and the man cleared his throat. Naruto wins? He didn't sound very sure, but the minute the words left his mouth Rin released her grip and jumped. Success. You will kick butt, baby brother, or so help me I will kick yours. You just said you weren't going to fight me. No, I'm not. Especially not for some competition. You're worth way more than a promotion. Her touching words were torn away by a crooked smile. That doesn't mean I'll let you get away with losing your match in the finals. You'll win it and bring honor to Uzumaki name. Or something, Rin shrugged. How do you bring honor to whirlpools? Naruto, accepting that he wasn't going to be able to push Rin forwards this time, nodded. No way will I lose. Just you watch, I'll show them all that I'm the greatest ninja, the future Hokage. A snort from their feet brought his attention to Sasuke, who was standing up from Sakura. You'll have to beat me to get there. Naruto scoffed, all in good, competitive fun. You haven't even passed these fights, what makes you so sure you will? Sasuke's brow twitched upwards. You think I won't? I dunno, with your chakra cut like that? Sasuke punched him in the arm, a harmless glare connecting at the same time. It was always like this. Competition and support. Rin sighed, Sakura shook her head, And just like that, things were normal, like they weren't away from home, like they hadn't fought for their lives these past few days. The illusion was shattered when the next matchup came about. Ino Yamanaka and Rock Lee, please step into the arena. Lee'll win, Rin said without batting an eye. She sat down again, taking her brother with her to join Sakura, and by that point her entire team and both teachers on the ground. How do you know it won't be Ino? Hinata wondered. Rin was good at figuring things out. If she said something, there was a reason for it. That was one of the reasons she liked the girl. And her refusal to fight someone she loved. That was an important part too. It made Hinata think about her own relationship with her sister and her cousin, and all the times they had been forced to fight, to hurt each other. It made Hinata want to change that so they could be closer, the way Rin and Naruto were. With both parties looking out for each other instead of one being mere cannon fodder. Lee is wicked fast. For Ino to catch him in one of her mind tricks, he has to be standing still, or she loses by default of not having a soul or mind or whatever in her body, Rin explained, so there's just no way for her to win. I dunno, can't you use all your cells to conduct your chakra? Even the dead ones? Sakura was asking, leaning against the wall. It was impressive she was still conscious enough to talk after the fighting she had done. Hinata had underestimated her strength. Yeah, Rin agreed. So what? So couldn't she make a rope of her hair and stick him with it? Like that story you told us a few years ago. With the girl with the long hair that she used to trap people in a tower. Or maybe not. Hinata distinctly remembered a different version of Tangled. Figured, was not the worst opponent for him. Certainly the boy would be annoying with his sound effects and the whole balance thing, but with his Sharingan he could see where the sound waves would go, and was having no trouble dodging them entirely. Mostly it was a waiting game. Sasuke didn't know a lot of long-range techniques excluding fire, and that Dosu had already proven himself capable of dodging. He could also deflect the projectiles Sasuke sent his way, singing through the air. That was irritating, but fight smarter, not harder. Dosu pet his head. Did you say something? Or were you praying for the match to be over already? Sasuke glared. Rin's favorite saying was going to prove useful today. He had been circling the boy for several minutes, throwing out sharper pointy things and fireball with careful accuracy that occasionally looked like a lack of talent. Looked like being the key part of the phrase. The boy stood straight suddenly, yanking at thin, near invisible wires suddenly while his fingers flew. You should be the one praying. His words were swallowed by fire that went down the wires that hand-locked Dosu in place, consuming him. Or they would have, if not for the last-minute explosion of sound. Singed, Dosu tried to flee. Using his fire as a cover, Sasuke didn't let him. Who do you think is next? Dunno. There's not many. Betcha, Hinata gets her chance soon. I don't know, I'm not sure I really want to fight. Everyone here is very strong. Yourself included. You could beat them all if you play your cards right. Thank you, Rin, Sakura. They were rigging it. They had to be. There was no way that two Uzumaki and two Hyuga fought each other at complete random. Hinata's hands were shaking just at the thought. I reached out, catching her shoulder. Pale eyes met my violet. Whether you forfeit or kick, but I'm behind you, I told her. I really was going soft. Getting sentimental. Damn it. Things were so much easier when you didn't care. The smile Hinata gave me cemented the fact that I did. Thank you, she demurred, and vanished down the staircase. Can Hinata win again, Niji? Sasuke asked, legs dangling from between the metal bars. He liked the girl well enough. She was a friend and had been for years. He knew she was strong even if she was horrifically shy. The fact still remained that Niji was a genius. Of course she can, Naruto declared faithfully. Hinata's super strong. She can beat this cocky D-. Rin snorted loudly from behind them. Shino said something Sasuke frankly didn't care about. The Uchiha lifted his voice when he got sick of watching Hinata's confidence get torn into. Don't let this loser show you that much disrespect, he demanded. Even if he is a genius, you're still going to win. They both had something to prove now, to older genius who shared their blood. If anyone understood what it was to live up to a legacy of older siblings, cousins, whatever, It was Sasuke. If anyone could take this guy down a few notches, it was Hinata. He watched steel come over her eyes and her hands still. They had worked hard to get her to believe in herself. That belief wouldn't be so easily shaken. I don't want to fight you, Hinata admitted quietly. I never have. Your family. But if you insist on this, I won't hold back. Determination ignited her Byakugan. Niji's eyes narrowed. If you're going to fight me, I won't hold back this time. Chakra lit her hands pale blue. Then let us fight. As one, the pair lunged. In the end, it was 3 chains and 4 teachers that stopped Niji's hand an inch away from his cousin's heart. If I had given half a diamond about Mizumi and wasn't so horribly worried about Hinata, I would have felt bad he got his but so soundly handed to him by Temari. Wind and lack of cartilage just don't mix. Tenten and Zaku were another story. Tenten was a wonderful friend and a good teacher. She had me hitting targets I didn't even think were possible. Zaku was arrogant and conceited, but undeniably talented. Even with both arms freshly popped back into place, he was formidable. It was like watching a less widespread version of Tenten and Temari's fight. Wind versus weapons once again. It was like Tenten was destined to lose this trial. And lose she did, knocked out by blunt force trauma and a very close encounter with her own weapons. It was too bad. I'd been hoping she would win. Zaku had his arms crossed and an arrogant smile shining. I wanted to rip his lips off for it. And then there were 2. Shino wasn't sure how he felt about being the last one to fight, or about having to fight Nara. It was going to be interesting, he knew that from the beginning. They were both long-range but with completely different ways. How, he wondered, would Shikamaru counter his insects? Surely he couldn't capture all of their shadows. Maybe if he was older, but Shikamaru, like him, was just a genin. A newly minted one at that. Both of them were long-range, and if he were fighting alone, Shino was sure Shikamaru would win. Fortunately, he never fought alone. When the instructor started the match, neither one moved. If he remembered correctly, Shikamaru was lazy but a genius. So it was entirely possible that he might think his way out of this situation. That would be a problem. Shino did want to be promoted. His parents would be proud if he was promoted only a few months after graduation. Shikamaru no doubt had more patience out of the pair. If they didn't want to be standing there for hours, then Shino would have to make the first move. So with an order of few smaller insects, he held out his hand, sending a wave of hundreds of his hive swarming towards the Nara air. Shikamaru was quicker than Shino had initially assumed, jumping away from the swarm. He threw a series of projectiles at Shino, forcing him to dodge backwards. Shino's mind whirred quickly, coming up with backup plans if his initial one didn't work. Which was a good chance, considering who he was fighting with. His hive rushed forwards again, and this time Shikamaru moved to the side, circling around. His shadow launched itself forwards, shooting across the space between them. Shino stayed still, letting it attach. His limbs grew ridged before lifting with a pose that his opponent made. He tried fighting it for a moment before giving up. His hive could move without his needing to move a muscle, if it came to it. Which it wouldn't. Shino knew the minute the small troop he had sent ahead latched onto Shikamaru, their mandibles laced with an anesthetic. The boy probably didn't even know he was about to be drained. Shino directed the rest of his swarm to surround the boy like a hula hoop, floating in a great mass of black bodies and beating wings. They converged on the Nara, and Shino's arms flew wildly in time with Shikamaru's, batting at invisible injuries. "You lose," Shino intoned. "Why? Because while you may have caught me, my insects are already draining your chakra." Shikamaru gave an audible groan. "What a pain. Yeah, I know I lost. I give up," he declared. Shino called his hive back, leaving Shikamaru looking paler than before. According to his hive, if they had stayed another minute, they could have had the boy unconscious. He had very little chakra to begin with. Shino wasn't surprised. As Shikamaru has forfeited, Shino Aburame is the victor. If everyone who has passed would please come down, I will explain the details of the next exams, Gecko announced. Shikamaru scratched his cheek before leaving, most likely to join his teammates. No one from his squad would be promoted that time. Rin appeared at Shino's side, a habit she was developing. Sensei and I are going to the hospital to check on Nada. Do you want us to wait for you? She asked. Shino was mildly surprised. Rin was good at remembering him, his whole team was, but he was still used to being forgotten or left behind. It was nice to be included. I can catch up, Shino promised. He was worried for the other girl on his team and would have gone with them if it wasn't necessary for him to stay behind and see what the directions were. Rin took his hand to squeeze it briefly. I'll see you soon, she said, disappearing again in a flash of red and green. Tenzo had disappeared as well. Shino turned back to the director and the Hokage, listening as the rules were explained. The whole time his mind was on his teammate. I was really get tired of visiting hospitals. They were sterile and almost no one there liked me to begin with, even less when I proved them right about my nature by blowing up a fish when I had tried to heal it. Luckily they weren't about to stop a jonin from seeing his hospitalized student. They had learned the hard way before. Oddly enough, they weren't interested in me this time. I shrugged it off as them being busy thanks to the exams and all of the injured children coming in from them and continued on my way to the room that Hinata was inside. Respirator had been hooked up along with an EKG machine. She wasn't the only one in the room, though she was the only one unconscious. Tenzo picked up her chart, looking it over while I went to the other bed, drawn there by a familiar shade of vermilion and dark glasses. Karen looked up at me when I arrived at her side, brows furrowing. I smiled down at her, tugging at a few locks of my own locks. I like your hair. Goodbyes were never fun. Admittedly, they were harder when you had known someone for your whole life, but it was still unpleasant to bid farewell to friends you had made only a few weeks ago. It was interesting, to say the least, when I put a hug around the second ginger's shoulders. The immediate response was sand threatening my windpipe and holding off contact. I stilled until, gradually, the grains dissolved back into the gourd and Gara was left to stare at me with as much shock as his sibling. I rubbed the raw torn skin of my neck, blinking furiously to withhold tears and smiling grimly through them. I didn't want Gara closing up because he thought I was made he'd reacted badly to something he'd never experienced. So I withheld the tears of pain and replaced them with a smile. The sun was warm across my back and heated across my red hair. The three were going back to the desert. I couldn't imagine living in a desert. I couldn't even conceive that much heat and dryness and sunlight. It seemed horrible. Like a death sentence. But they were from the desert, they knew its dangers more than I did. They would be fine. Besides, Gara was like her. And Shikaku, for all their relationship was toxic and unsafe, would not let him die. No demon was willing to let their container die. Travel safe, I told them, flashing teeth through a strained crescent. 1 month was all the training time we would have. We not them. I may not be in the finals, but the invasion was going to happen, and I needed to be prepared for it. That meant stamping triquetras all over town. By the end of the first day, you would think a tag-happy gang was taking over the city. They were everywhere, on everything. Rooftops, canopies, doorways, trees, benches, the hospital entrance. Everywhere. And I was leaving them with everyone. Even the people I wasn't entirely fond of. Did Sasuke give you one of these? I asked, holding the small necklace to dangle in front of Kakashi. He sat on one of the benches in the park on Team 7's days off, his book open in his hands and his one visible eye on the pages. I had never been able to feel him wearing one of my necklaces, so I wasn't sure if Sasuke had handed it over or if he had just declined wearing it. Either way, now that we were getting to a crucial point in our lives, I needed to be able to get to strong people that might help. And during an invasion, one of those people was Kakashi. That, and I like being able to tell where people are. Kakashi didn't look up from the novel when I addressed him, or when he responded. Oh, you actually wanted me to have one? He asked casually, turning the page. I scowled, irritated easily by this man. If I didn't, I wouldn't have had Sasuke offer one to you, I stated crisply. You don't sound very sincere. I realized he was teasing. That didn't so much to cool my temper. I stepped closer, crossing my arms over my chest and bowing my head closer to his bent one from where I stood. Look, would you just take the thing already? I growled. Kakashi hummed. If you don't like someone, why offer them a gift? He reasoned. I made myself hold back on the venom. I didn't say I don't like you. You didn't have to. At last he looked up, dark eye meeting mine. I'm a ninja, we can be perceptive when we're trying. Fine. So I kinda hate you. Naruto likes you, Sasuke and Sakura too. My feelings are less important than the fact that you're stronger than all of us combined, and we both know that there's trouble brewing. I want to be able to reach people that I can rely on if things get tough, I tried to explain. It was invisible but I could feel his eyebrow raise. You don't rely on me for anything. I was Minato's student and you never approached me for help with the Hiration, despite the fact that I was more readily available than Genma. Do you even know it? I demanded, knowing full well the answer. Kakashi countered, you didn't ask before. That isn't the point. The point is, you claim you need strong people to rely on, yet you're choosing me for strength without actually relying on me, or trusting me fully. I couldn't take it anymore, I snapped. I'm supposed to trust the guy that couldn't give a shit about me or my brother until he was legally forced to. You want me to trust you now when you were nowhere when we were growing up, not on one babysitting day, not even on a passing, how do you do? You were our father's student and you never dash. I ended it with a tight-lipped shriek of frustration, months of pent-up anger trying to escape at once. Kakashi didn't even blink. So that's what this is about. Yes, that's what this is about. Why else would I hate you? Your stupid hair, your shitty teaching job and your awful fashion sense. Now that's just a low blow. Would shut up and take this seriously? I demanded. I could feel my face heating, my throat tightening. The whole situation was unpleasant and I was losing it under stress and variables I knew nothing about. We spent years, looking out for each other with barely any interaction with real people in a home that was as much a hazard as a shelter. You had the means to help us, I know you did. You were a Jonin since before we were even born. You could have taken us, clans weren't allowed to because of our status, but you're as much an orphan as we are. I wanted to scream. If I was anyone else I would have. Kakashi's book snapped shut with an audible click and he sat up, forcing me to lean away on instinct. When you were born I was 14, he said carefully. I was 14 and I had lost my father for the second time. I was not in a good place, and I was not capable of taking care of 2 children. Do you understand? More than anything I wanted to say no, to snap that it was irrelevant. The guilt that churned my stomach forced my words elsewhere. 14. That was what I had always thought of Kakashi as an adult. I had only seen him as an adult until flashbacks. And the flashbacks? Do you need help remembering? Kurama apparently meant the question redundantly, because a second later he had hijacked my memories and was pushing to the surface of my skull. Little Kakashi, finding a corpse. Older Kakashi responsible for 2 more. A teenager with what could only be PTSD. Crazy stunts pulled in ANBU that made the walkers of Mandalay Bay look like they lived their lives in bubbles. A blonde 16-year-old that screwed up with the class guardian. You could have at least checked up on us. Vaguely I was aware that my cheeks were getting wet. Anything. After we started school the others disappeared. The Hokage barely had time for me to sit in his office. The Uchiha were the only ones who cared and they're all gone too. The line the necklace was attached to slipped out of my fingers, pulled there by a gloved hand. I looked back at Kakashi, my gaze having wandered away during my emotional spiel. Kakashi let the circle dangle between us, nickel flashing in the light. I did. Checkin'. I watched you walk home sometimes, he said, startling me. It wasn't much, I know, but... Tears streaked down my cheeks, intersecting with the lines there. I barely held back a hiccup. All right, Kakashi leaned back to tuck the medal into his vest pocket. That will have to do for now. I gave him a quizzical look. For now? That implied that this was over, and that we would be doing this kind of powwow again. What do you mean? I asked, struggling to scrub the wetness from my face. I struggled to regain my dignity. Kakashi pushed himself to a stand. I have a mission to get to. So bye. And with that he disappeared in a swirl of leaves. I stared dumbly at where he had been. All of that and he just vanishes dramatically? Ninja were full of so much shit I didn't even know what to do. After the emotional drain that was Kakashi, I didn't have the energy for more than just one more stop that day before shutting myself away for a few hours. The village passed under my feet as I jumped, feeling much safer on rooftops than I did on the ground. From up high was actually almost pretty. Winding alleys, decorated storefronts and colorful people were deceptively nice. It didn't hold a candle to where I was from. There were only about 20,000 people, a quarter of which were ninja. Where I had grown up there was 200,000 at least. My high school held as many people as were in the shinobi forces. I shook my head quickly when I made the next turn, forcing myself to stop. Reminiscing. It didn't do any good to anyone, especially not me. Konoha Hot Springs. I dropped down, moving towards where I knew my godfather to be spying on the women. It was gross, but I didn't think it was going to stop, and it was an easy way to find him. I needed to ask him to take on Naruto as his student, since I knew Kakashi was taking Sasuke out. He'd told us earlier that morning that he was going on a training trip. My brother was a little bitter, but other than that we were all happy for him. Everyone knew how much getting strong meant to Sasuke. When I caught sight of white hair and a perverse notebook I was thrown for a loop. There was Jiraiya, but he wasn't alone. My brother sat next to him. I looked between the two, watching Jiraiya go through hand seals and my brother follow his suite. My help, it seemed, wasn't necessary. Karen was a very sweet girl. She was a little withdrawn, as we orphans sometimes tend to be, and her crush on Sasuke was a little over the top, but overall she was eager to befriend, going so far as to show me her sensing abilities. When she saw my chains I thought she was going to have a heart attack. She could do the same thing, only she had 4 to my 3. It was amazing and apparently hereditary. My mother had done it, her father had known how, and now so did she. Naturally Naruto should have been able to, but whenever he tried it hadn't really worked. I don't know why. It was odd. No odder than anything else about our clan though, given the insane abilities we held. Quick healing, special chakra, and an overly strong life force were all things that marked us. Aside from the red hair, that is. When Karen found out that we were Uzumaki, true ones, from the village, she had begun to seriously contemplate changing her loyalties. I had other plans for her, but for the time being I welcomed her into our home, and in return she was more than happy to meet what tormentors my age had not driven off with violence that was, in a word, beautiful. I was starting to like this girl. Ready? I called, standing on one side of Shino. He was preparing for instances when his colony wouldn't be able to help him, and had requested that I beat him up with as many shadow clones and teleportations as was possible. Considering the level of my chakra reserves, that was a challenge and a half. There was also the fact that I was finally getting better at hand-to-hand myself, so this would be mutually beneficial. Yes, he confirmed, rocking off his heels and onto the ball of his feet. I didn't recognize the stance he took entirely, meaning it was probably his family's own. Even those that specialized in long range had developed their own contingencies. Right? I clapped my hands together, energy exploded outwards. Shino was surrounded by pretty redheads in yellow battle dresses. With the freedom that came from the specially designed gear, skirts split in a veritable flower and loose around the shoulders, there was nothing to restrict the new army from attacking him. So we did. He was still better than us, but numbers outplayed his own skills, and before long there was a large purple bruise blooming on his cheek and he himself was on his back, in the dirt. As per the agreement, none of my clones were replaced, giving Shino an idea of how well he had done. The dent he created was small. Hinata would have done much better. Hinata, dear Hinata, was still laid up in the hospital room, awake but too weak to come out to train with us. It made me want to beat Niji senseless. I understood his hatred for the main clan, but Hinata was sweet. More importantly, Hinata was mine. And he would not touch her again until he had had sense beaten into his skull. That was poor, Shino said, pushing himself off the dirt. Again. He wasn't explaining every action. So he was really into the training. In a frightening simultaneous motion, several dozen chins dipped in a nod. Once more we attacked. The month wore on, dragged out by training, late-night dinners and a depressing lack of a dark-haired avenger. It was funny, Sometimes you don't realize how attached you are to someone until they got missing for a few weeks. Eventually Karen had to go back to her village, if only until the finals rolled around. That left me in an odd position. I knew 4 of the contestants personally, 5 if you count Gaara, and was helping 2 of them train for their tests while I myself tried to work out a new seal before things got to the end. I also had to decide where I would stand. With my brother if and when Gaara lost control, or with the Hokage when Orochimaru attacked. I would be virtually useless in that fight, but if the barrier went up I was confident I could get him through it and to some kind of backup. It was nerve-wracking, frightening. I didn't know if I would make it through. In the end, all I could do was train and hope for the best. That was all any of us could do. When they returned to the village, Gaara wasn't sure what to do. Rin stands with her brother at the edge of the gates, chatting with her pink-haired friend. She's not quite a redhead but close enough. The blood was gone from her neck. It should have been she was like him. Or that was what he thought. He had never been hurt, so he didn't know if he healed the way the other 2 did. An odd feeling, 1/2 a decade lost, surfaced in his chest. That injury had sparked the first fight he had ever had with Shikaku. The feeling eased when violet eyes locked onto him and a smile, fearless and bright, flashed in his direction. He didn't return it, but he did walk a few paces faster than his siblings. This time when the arms slung towards his shoulders, he made a conscious effort to keep his sand locked in the gourd, managing to prevent more than just a thin coating of it from getting between him and the other redhead. Naruto appeared on his other side, looping a friendly arm with him. It was still so foreign he wasn't sure what he was supposed to be doing, except following when the twins tugged him along. I found another ginger to join our club, Rin declared. That was apparently Naruto's cue to start chattering on about their long-lost cousin, who looked a lot like Rin, and could do some of the same things and had some sort of talent in tracking. He was talking so quickly it was difficult for Gaara to understand exactly what was being said. He did know that the pair surrounding him were close and warm, and just a little bit taller. They walked through the town, both Uzumaki skillfully ignoring the dark glowers sent their way. It was something that made Gaara's sand shift with his desire to rid those people of their eyes. He had learned during his last visit that Jinchuriki were all treated the same, though he was feared enough that he had never needed to worry about being actually hurt by people. It drove his bloodlust up to dangerous heights when he thought about them being hurt. A light push from his right brought him out of his thoughts and back to the present, to his friends who were giving him looks that it took him a minute to understand. Concern. How many years had it been since someone was worried for him and not themselves? "Are you okay?" Rin asked, her palm resting against him. A tanner hand brushed his forehead, above the crimson scar. "You're not sick, right?" Naruto questioned. Mutely Gaara shook his head. He didn't think what he was feeling counted as sick. It was warm, but it wasn't on his skin the way fevers were supposed to be. "Well, if you're sure." Rin seemed reluctant to let it go, but she did, turning to face forwards again. It was the crumbling apartment complex that the twins lived in. The trio climbed the steps up to the space they occupied, taking to the roof from there. Gaara sat compliantly while Rin coated when little skin he let show in thick lotion, having learned previously that resistance was futile. "I brought you something," he said once she was done, accepting the dark glasses that she seemed to have an endless supply of. The pair looked at him curiously. "What is it?" Naruto asked while Rin leaned towards him. Out of the bag slung over his shoulder, he produced a tiny, carefully maintained cactus, one from his own garden. It was Gymnocalycium enanthemum, a cactus that bloomed red, just like Rin's hair. Gaara watched, an unfamiliar twisting tugging on his insides. Was it nervousness? The last time he could remember feeling, he had been trying to deliver medicine. The boy was snapped out of the memory lane by 2 pairs of arms wrapping around him. "It's awesome," Naruto declared too loud, in one ear. In the other, Rin said a soft, "Thank you." Gaara could only nod. The stadium was packed to the gills, hot with the sun, 1,000 bodies pushing into each other, crowding onto benches into uncomfortable, elbow-filled rows. Even the threat of demon bites weren't enough to keep people from crowding. Close to the girls in the front row, Karen, Tenten, Hinata and I were all sardines in this can, pushed against each other. The wall of our balcony held out in front, preventing anyone from falling into the arena. I leaned forwards, eyes locked on the area below us. My ponytail kept trying to tuck itself into the high collar of my yellow shirt, poking at the back of my neck irritatingly. It made me wish I'd stuffed it into a bun instead. Wishes, unfortunately, did nothing. So I had to suffer it in silence. I mean, I could have complained, but we were all too pumped up for me to do that. By pumped up I mean the people around us were excited and I was wound tighter than a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs. Down in a balcony below us the participants were seated, each prepared and ready to fight. Naruto, Neji, Shino, Gaara, Lee, Zaku, Sasuke, Sakura, and Temari were all gathered. When I looked out over the rest of the crowd I couldn't see where, or if they were even there. By my obsessive re-watching of the events the past month I knew that there was a good chance that they were already just as dead as the fourth Kazekage. I felt no pity for the man. Certainly I was moved by his change after his resurrection, but Raza was the one who had hurt Gaara so badly his first instinct when hugged was violence. I held no love in my heart for him. Now, the same could also be said for Orochimaru. Though to be honest, aside from the fact that he could, potentially, kill someone I cared for, I had little reason to hate him. I didn't agree with his ethics or lack of morals, but in the world I had come to be used to cruelty and violent means to worthless ends. That didn't mean I wasn't going to fight him tooth and nail if and when he came after my friends. Funnily enough, the proctor that stepped at last into the middle of the sand was not Genma, as it had been in the original texts. It was the iguana or whatever he was. Which meant that he hadn't heard Baki and Gaara talking, or at least he had gotten away with his life. I didn't know which one. As he began calling out the matches and the people participating I zoned out, knowing all of this already. I focused my senses on other things, most noticeably my Hiratian seals. Kakashi was up in the high levels, to the south. Jiraiya was further from the stadium, near the eastern wall. The Hokage was in his booth. Tenzo was a row behind us, stuck there, and Genma and Reidu were just to Karen's left. Around me the seals I had placed all across the village were beacons, waiting for me to hone in and appear atop them. I could feel each one, placed delicately in places I had chosen with care. The whole village was in my range from the stadium, as well as about a half a kilometer outside the gates. Hopefully, that would make things easier in the long run. Tension rolled across the crowd so suddenly I almost thought the attack had begun early. Instead I found that it was just the first matchup. That had been kept a secret from the public, though all of us that had entered this year. Will Shino Aburame and Rock Lee please step into the stadium? I leaned back on the bench, watching my teammate and friend make his way to the stairs, his dark self muted further by Lee's brash and wild shout. I sighed softly. This will be interesting. Hinata, only recently released from the hospital, looked over at me. There were bandages around her neck and arms and there was still a bruise blossomed across her cheek. She had gone down, but she hadn't gone down without a fight. Neji had been limping for most of the month after their fight. Who do you think will win? She asked, her voice soft and smooth. Her stutter had returned horribly after Neji's abuse, so it was nice to hear her without it. It's tough to say. I think that, of all the people here, Lee is probably one of the worst ones for Shino to fight. Only Gaara or my brother would have been worse. I could feel Genma and Reidu's attention shift towards me. Why do you say that? My tutor asked, metal tapping his molar as his jaw moved. I looked to the arena, rubbing my cheek thoughtfully. Well, think about it. Shino is almost exclusively long distance, which would have made him Lee's worst nightmare normally. Except, Shino uses insects. Specifically, Kikeichu beetles. In fact, that's normally all he uses, except for the Shokeichu when we're trying to find someone or something, namely Tora, which makes him perfect for espionage or drawn-out battles. Contrarily, Lee uses only his body. Which is why it's going to be a tough fight for Shino. The Kikeichu SEK chakra out, making it impossible for their targets to use any kind of ninjutsu or genjutsu. Lee uses neither of these. All I can think for Shino to do is have some kind of parasite like what we used to SCK the blood out of our enemies in the Forest of Death. Or, since all living things need chakra, for him to use his Kikeichu anyhow and just buy enough time to drain his reserves. They would be pretty small, since he can't exercise to increase them. Karen squinted at the ground, distracting me from the calculating looks that I was receiving from the Jonin. This guy uses bugs? She asked. I nodded. But why? Because it explains why he's so fuzzy. I stopped, stared, and then snorted on a laugh. Fuzzy? I asked, clapping my hand over my mouth. Below-us, Lee tried to attach Shino, only to find he had kicked right through a bug clone. Karen turned as red as her hair. He feels fuzzy to me, okay? She cried, sinking into the high collar of her shirt. I kept laughing, not meaning to be cruel but utterly entertained. Fuzzy. The fight was probably the hardest and most frustrating that either one of them had ever been in. Lee was an expert in all things physical, and Shino was exceptionally skilled at long rang. Unfortunately, instead of making the match quick for either one of them, it made things impossibly difficult. Shino had known going in that if he was going to win, he was going to have to be smart about it and work harder than he ever had before. He had prepared, training tireless with Rin and Tenzo-sensei, working to get better at his physical defense. That wasn't the main purpose of their training, though. Only a fool would try and beat an expert in their own area of specialization with only a month of focused practice. What Shino had been working for was much less daunting. He had been working on taking the hits he couldn't hide from and mastering replacement without hand seals. In the end, most of what Lee kicked through were clouds of bugs or logs. Only once did his foot connect with Shino's ribs, and that was enough to make the young Aburame steer clear again. Through tinted glasses, he watched from the shadow of one of the trees as Lee tore through his swarms, killing many in the process. His teeth grit together. He couldn't stand people hurting his hive. Their deaths were necessary, the boy told himself, if I am going to win. And most of it was planned. Those that were too slow or not resilient enough to survive the attack were more decoys than anything else. He hadn't mentioned his new breed to Rin, for this was their test run. From what he could see, it was working. Hinata's voice broke the attention on the arena, drawing our ears to her. Does Lee look sick? To any of you? She asked softly, her eyes locked on the field. As I watched, her veins bulged, signing the activation of her inheritance. Sick? I repeated, yanking my hair away from my neck. It was getting ridiculous. Sometimes I wondered about just chopping it all off. Yeah, Karen murmured from the side, adjusting her glasses. His chakra is different. It's less and a little like Shino's. He's moving too slow, Tenten realized. Hinata added, he looks like he's hurt. I frowned, squinting at the arena. I channeled a bit of chakra into my eyes to see better. Indeed, Lee looked sick, pale and sweating. Something black and round dropped out of his sleeve. Another tumbled out of the collar of his shirt and off his shoulder. It took me a second to recognize what they were saying and what I saw, and when I did, I actually started to laugh. Shino is a genius, I said, understanding everything. He's drawing it out to win. He's skiing out Lee's chakra and his blood at once. See the ticks? And if Karen is right, then he's gotta have the Kikaichu on him too. Daemen, that boy is scary. Lee'll be down in a few minutes. Lee won't give up just because he's low on blood and chakra, Tenten objected. I hummed. It's not about him giving up. It's about the limits of the human body. Most people can use chakra to push past them. Clan kids, us Uzumaki especially, can take a harsher beating than regular people. Lee's got stamina down till he's probably got more than the rest of your graduating class combined, but look at the dirt. See all those dots? Everyone around me leaned forwards, even those who weren't fond of me listening to my lecture. I didn't talk this much normally, but I loved explaining things. Call me a narcissist. Yeah. There's a lot. There's hundreds. A human being can only lose 2 leaders before they're dead, a little more for us ninja. Losing 1 leader will render someone unconscious no matter how much willpower you have. Let's say each one SEKS about a half a teaspoon of his blood, and they're draining them at a speed normal ticks wouldn't be able to reach. Each teaspoon is about 1/1000th of a liter. Knowing this, it would take ICK at math. Where's Sakura? It would take 203 ticks to knock the kid out. I jerked in surprise, spinning to see who was behind me. White hair stood out, making my already light skin grow lighter. Kabuto Yakushi smiled down at me, the picture of friendliness and camaraderie. And there's at least 100 down there, I continued, not looking away from the older boy. Add that up to the fact that even if you don't use chakra, losing it can kill you. Unless Lee wins in the next few minutes, he's down, no question. The sun caught his glasses, shining them harshly into my eye. That's pretty smart. You must be a medic if you know all that. I was quick to shake my head, wiping back around to the fight. No, not really. I mean, I can probably stitch something up, but I'm not a healer. That's too bad. You'd probably be good at it, he said, settling into a sliver of bench. I don't know how he got it, or why he was there and not mimicking an ANBU. I did know it made my skin crawl. He was fine now, he had helped my brother and would be an asset in the future. He would also be a terrible enemy and was 100 times stronger than me and on the other side, and I think it's over. Ten groaned, her head falling to the side. DMN it. Karen, who had spoken before, smiled. Shino won, she said, sitting back, Lee barely enough chakra to keep himself alive. How can you tell? Kabuto asked from behind us, his voice speaking of perfectly innocent curiosity. Karen turned to him, smiling proudly of her wonderful skill. I'm a censor, she explained. I grimaced. I wished she would play that closer to her chest, but she was young and so happy to tell everyone how special she could be, to prove herself capable. When Lee fell face first onto the dirt, I was the first to cheer for Shino. Most people let out sighs of relief that it was over. It had lasted for what seemed like forever, but now we could move on to the next match. Temari and Zaku, wind versus wind. Lee was taken to the hospital for emergency blood transfusions while Shino made his was up to the box of the competitors, still safe and sound. He had used more chakra than he had originally intended, but now his hive would be feeding on the chakra that the others had gathered from Lee instead of his, which would help preserve what he had left. The ticks he collected as he went, storing them in pockets. None of them would need to feed for weeks to come, and there were none left that hadn't fed and were still alive. They were the ones smashed in the cloud, those that survived the impact going on to crawl under the clothes of his opponent, too small to be felt in the midst of battle. As he passed one of the other competitors, the boy from the sound. Behind dark glasses his eyes narrowed. The Odo boy already had bruises creeping out from under his shirt. Shino stopped in his path, drawing this one, Zo, to do the same. Good luck, he said. The boy, not doubt older than he, scoffed. I don't need luck. There's no way I'll lose to that girl. Shino inclined his head, not bothering with a warning. I look forward to fighting you in the future. He already knew exactly how he would win. What do you think of this one? Kabuto asked, too close to my ear for me to comfortable. I did my best not to cringe away. It would do me no good to let him know I knew about him just yet. I could see Genma and Reidu lean forwards to look at me, just as curious. I think that Temari has it if she works hard and thinks clear. Zaku, from what I saw in the prelims, is arrogant. He told everyone in the area about his special arms and how amazing he is about sound and wind combinations. He gave away everything he had, or at least what he mostly relies on. Temari has had a full month of training for fighting him. I mean, he had the same, but Temari showed herself to be a smidge better at strategy and showed actual skills beating people with her fan. So I think she'll win, but it will be hard because Zuka had the same amount of time to train for the same thing. And her stats in the first book had been better by at least 5 points. The fight below us ignited immediately with a devastating thrashing of wind, leading to a tornado ripping through the arena. I shielded my face with my hands, trying to squint through the winds. Hey, Nada, what's happening? I asked, forced to shout above the wind. Hinata's eyes could see through weather, thankfully, so she was able to report accurately. They're going hand to hand. Temari is using her fan, and Zaku is reinforcing his with something. Sound, I think. Who's winning? Kabuto called. The wind wasn't letting up. At all. I think it's Temari, but it's hard to say. She's taking internal damage from the sound and Zaku is bleeding externally from the wind. The low whistle I gave was swept away by the wind. DMN. It would be a worse fight than I thought. He had to win. There wasn't a choice anymore. This was beyond pride, this was beyond orders. This was what he had grown up with. This was survival. Desperation, fear, pushed his fists to strike harder when pain radiated from his hand after it connected with the fan. The metal sang with his sound, the girl in front of him coughed wetly, no doubt taking heavy damage. He was too. Blood fell from his already bruised limbs, painting the earth beneath their feet. The sphere of wind their first clash created barely dissipated before they separated, and he started throwing attacks again, continuously, recklessly. He would win. He had to. Boxers break, Hinata reported softly from her seat. Kabuto hummed to himself. Those were painful. Zaku would lose this fight. It was clear when the wind dissipated that he was at a disadvantage. He was more precise, but the girl was far stronger and much, much smarter. It was for the best, in the end, if he lost. And if the girl killed him, so much easier for them. He had always been unfailingly loyal to Orochimaru and to their village. Now though, he had begun to gather ideas from his smarter, more paranoid teammates. He was beginning to doubt them, and doubt bred disorder. They couldn't let that happen. Hopefully he had learned his lesson in questioning plans that morning, but if not, they could teach it again. Or, more likely, they would make an example of Zaku and those who questioned the orders of Orochimaru when they weren't even strong enough to beat someone in an element they were designed to excel at. What a waste of time and modifications. Maybe after he was beaten, Orochimaru would let Kabuto salvage his arms and run some tests. That would be nice. When Zuka's back connected to the wall, his head smacking it soundly, I sighed. Told you so. Temari wins and Zuka gets to see what our hospitals look like. I cross my ankles, leaning back on my palms. You're good at predicting fights, Kabuto praised, sounding awed. If I didn't know better, I would have beamed under it. Instead I shrugged, blowing a few stray strands of red out of my face. I guess. Mostly I just look at the people in them and figure out what I think they'll do. I've been right so far today, but I don't know how long that'll be the case. Especially for this next matchup. Which is it? Kabuto asked, as if he didn't already know. I smiled to myself. I was actually looking forward to this one. Sakura and Sasuke. I watched intently as two of my best friends made their way to the center of the arena, both of them buzzing with energy. Sakura was bouncing on her feet, ready to show of what she had been practicing this last month. I had helped her as well as Shino, a feat made easy by her amazing chakra control. She didn't have a whole lot, but what she did she knew how to use. It had barely taken her a day to master nature transformations, whereas I could barely cut a rock. Who do you think will win? This time it was Genma who asked. I sighed. Well, I would normally say Sakura without a doubt. The girl is crazy smart, and she knows the human body inside out. That would leg her up on Sasuke, who has her beat in stamina and can already throw fireballs around and strategize some in the middle of things. Except that he's been training for the last month, and since he got back like an hour ago I have no idea what he learned. A lie. So there's a good chance he could win with some super surprise crazy ninjutsu he came up with. What I said about not knowing who would win was true. I wasn't quite sure of who would be out on top of this one. They were both strong, they were both smart, it was going to be hard to tell. And it was going to be one hell of a fight. It started with something I didn't expect it. Sasuke and Sakura took a nod to our academy teachings and linked fingers before they stepped back to start their fight. For a second I was confused. It didn't look like anything was happening. Then Sasuke's eyes exploded red and Sakura's fist went flying, and I realized that she had started things with a genjutsu. Karen confirmed this, her eyes fixed on the pair below. It was no secret that she was crushing heavily on Sasuke, but she wasn't going overboard with it this time. It was interesting, actually, to see the difference a little early influence could make. God knew it had done wonders to lighten Sasuke's moods. The pair went at it, pink and red flying with blue and black at breakneck speeds, lashing out with devastating attacks. Sasuke was faster, but Sakura was stronger. One of her punches leveled the log Sasuke had substituted with, drawing an impressed whistle from Kabuto. As I watched, Sasuke used his Sharingan to help evade and see through the illusions that Sakura tried to put up as a distraction. It worked at least once, giving her the time to send him in to crack the wall. The boy stumbled out and the fight was back on after that brief, tense moment of dust clouds. It was surprisingly physical, with a good dose of fireball tossed in here and there and some time running and healing at once. The longer it lasted, the more people leaned forwards until Sasuke was standing in the middle of the field, sweat building on his brow, and Sakura was on the other her hair falling out of its pinned back state. "What the hell?" I heard Tenten mutter. I didn't blame her. Lightning was starting to spark across Sasuke's palm. I stared, open-mouthed. No way was he using that already. With the way his chakra was, he could only use it once, maybe twice a day. He was going to give up his ultimate weapons so early on in the game? Sakura must have been tougher than I thought. Sasuke gripped his wrist, channeling chakra. From where we were seated, I could see Sakura's hands slip behind her back, taping out hand seals. Tiger, boar, ox, snake. It looked like nothing happened. I knew better. This had been my idea, after all. The sound of 1,000 screaming birds exploded into the arena, emanating from my friend's palm. I watched, wondering where I went wrong as he shot forwards, towards Sakura. "I don't get it," Karen said from the side. "It's flashy, but there's almost no real power in that." "What?" I stared at her, confused, as I tried to make sense of it. If there was no real power, then it was either toned down so it wouldn't really hurt Sakura, or he was downing the amount of chakra so he could use it again later, or a million other reasons that were beyond his strategic ability. Sakura wasn't as fast as Sasuke, and was completely overtaken when he drove his palm against her shoulder. Smoke exploded, the ground cracked open, and a dirty, exhausted Sakura exploded from the earth, landing a devastating blow on Sasuke's chin that even Kanon Niji had never experienced. Every jaw in the stadium dropped open. That wasn't how the fight was supposed to go, and everyone knew it. The winner was meant to be the heir to the luxurious Uchiha clan, mighty and powerful Sasuke. Instead, it was a second-generation kunoichi with pink hair and painted lips. Chaos erupted in the stands, shouts of outrage and triumph over dark horse bets. I grinned widely, meeting green eyes when they sought me out. Sakura looked beyond tired, but never before had I seen her so proud. She was stronger than I thought she would be yet, and she hadn't even started training with Tsunade. Truly, she would be a terrifying person in the future. We watched Sasuke, now unconscious, be pulled away on a stretch to the medical bay that rested deeper in the stadium's many inner rooms for treatment. Lee was already down there, and soon enough so would Kankuro. He was, after all, fighting my brother. The only problem was, I forfeit. Puppet Boy was a coward. Which only left one match. Niji and Gaara. Gaara has this one. Niji won't beat a Jinchuriki, end of story, I said above the indignant shouting of my brother. I was pretty sure he was trying to pick a fight with Kankuro in the contestants' booth. In fact, I knew that's what he was doing, or Sakura wouldn't have hit him for being stupid. Tenten's face scrunched up. "Eh, what?" she asked, sounding confused. I waved my hand flippantly. "He's got crazy chakra and makes sand move. Niji won't last for that, he's Hyuga. They focus almost entirely on hand-to-hand. Right, Nada?" The girl nodded, her eyes on her cousin. There wasn't an ounce of anger in them, something I almost envied. Niji won't be able to beat someone who is so proficient with long-ranged attacks as Gaara is. Only much older Hyuga would. Our skill sets are too different. I puffed with pride over my correct observation. And in a minute I was proven even more correct. Or, if you want to be specific, 3 minutes and 57 seconds of lamenting, bitter swearing, and high-level spinning that deflected the first 3 attacks before Gaara decided to come up from below. "Huh," I muttered, "kids got issues?" "Rin," Hinata scolded, "you do too." Very maturely, I stuck my tongue out at her. Behind us, Kabuto laughed. The finalists were matched again. Sakura and Temari, Naruto and Gaara, and Shino got a pass. "I'm going to go check on Niji," Hinata said, rising to her feet. The boy had been taken to another of the sick rooms, even though he hadn't been hurt very badly, much to the obvious surprise of every sand ninja in the area. "Be careful," I warned. Catching the sharpening of Kabuto's eyes, I added, "You're still pretty banged up." Hinata smiled. "I'll be all right. Thank you," and slipped away into the sea of people. When I turned back to the sandlot, the girls got ready, poor Sakura dragging herself out with just a soldier pill while Temari fought her way through medics with fan in hand to enter the arena. The opening shots had just gone off when something funny happened. Cherry blossoms started drifting down from the sky in lazy swirls. My stomach dropped. The invasion had begun. In a moment of what could have been inspiration or insanity, I spun around and produced a spare token from where I hidden it in the bands tucked under my sleeves. I grabbed Kabuto's hand as he was rising, the first contact I had had with him, and pressed a cool nickel into his palm. "Don't loose this," I warned seriously before lunging past him. I clapped the back of his neck, surging chakra into each limb to boost my jump from him to the edge of the arena. 3 things were done in that little movement. I got to where Kakashi was standing, I broke the genjutsu that was just beginning to set in, and I planted a copy of my new tattoo on the nape of his neck. The triquetra on my palm glowed softly before the light dimmed, leaving me standing in front of Kakashi. Behind me, Tenten and Karen followed, both of them skilled enough to escape the illusion that was sending every civilian and most of the genin around into a deep sleep. I personally thought roses would have been more appropriate, but they didn't have Sleeping Beauty to fall back on for irony. There was an instant of stillness when we landed, waiting for instructions or something to happen. It was Genma and Reidu that broke the quiet of the approaching, each one destroying the Oto ninja that had been in the crowd, lying in wait for us. I cursed myself for not noticing. The mental words interrupted and shifting when a wall of rock exploded from the floor and tore towards the 4 of us. We jumped, 2 to each side with one wall covered with gingers. I looked at Karen and took a deep breath, trying to steel my nerves before something went horribly wrong. I formed a cross with my hands, poofing another one of me into existence. She vanished as soon as she formed, as I had practiced carefully for the last month. "Go check on Sakura," I instructed. "She might need your help." "I'm going to my brother." I looked across the ways to Tenten, who had pulled out her weapons scroll. She met my eyes and gave a jerky nod. "I've got Lee and Niji," she promised before taking off at a run. Metal rang the song of her approach. I didn't pay it much attention, already whisking myself off to the contestants' booth. I landed with a hand on my brother's chest, his necklace warm beneath my palm. Shino stood near him, stance speaking of his distrust in ways that his eyes could not convey. Naruto was sitting on the bench, Gaara's arm linked with his. Kankuro was the last of us to be standing, on the defensive with a puppet halfway revealed from its purchase on his back. I arrived in time to hear the ending of "Remember the Plan" from our young enemy. I looked to Gaara, watching his cool eyes slide from the boy to my brother, to me and then back. "The plan," he repeated softly. He was interrupted with a voice that could, and regularly did, carry half the village over. My lips twitched slightly at the sound of Guy and his loud mouth, the acoustics of the arena making it impossible for us to hear, but I knew almost everyone else would know as soon as he shouted the truth. My clone popped back into my mind, her memories downloading so smoothly it was hard to tell which came from who. There was no one better to spread quickly the word that the Kazekage had been assassinated than our own green beast. Or was it blue? I had never been able to tell. "The plan," Gaara repeated. Then slowly he shook his head. "I don't remember any plan that doesn't involve becoming a Chunin." Kankuro's mouth went slack with disbelief and I cheered, internally, and awarded Gaara with a brilliant smile, as bright as the moon when it hung full in the unpolluted skies. Naruto's was even louder than mine. "If we're going to be Chunin, we need to do our part," I declared. "People are getting hurt out there. If nothing else, we need to start evacuating civilians and transporting the injured to the hospital or the nearest medic. Sakura and Karen are already getting ahead in the game." To prove my point, I gestured down to where the 2 girls had already knocked Temari out and were taking orders from the newly arrived medic Nin, dressed up in their pressed white. I looked at Kankuro out of the corner of my eye. "You're free to do as you wish, but I do suggest that you just surrender. Or help us beat the guys who killed your father." Kankuro hadn't been able to hear any better than me, so like everyone else in the small space, he was understandable surprised. "What do you mean?" he demanded. I lifted my hand to the now destroyed Kage box. He was killed and replaced by Orochimaru, a traitor from our village and the leader of the Sound. As we speak, the 2 are fighting on top of the building. Can you see the top of the barrier? That straight yellow light. When he gave a hesitant nod, I continued grimly. If your father was fighting, wouldn't it be gold dust? Under the war paint, Kankuro grew very, very pale. It was a setup, he realized. Yeah. Now, will you help spread the news while we fight for our people? I asked, taking the time to bow. I was pulling it out of my butt. I didn't give a damn if most of these people lived, but this village was something my brother loved, and beloved by those others precious to me. I would do what I could to protect it for their sakes. Very slowly Kankuro nodded, looking down at his sister. I pursed my lips. Sakura wouldn't kill her, I told him, Karen either. She'll wake up to whole clusterfuck of political and militaristic bull. Naruto made a vaguely horrified and mostly amused snort at my choice of wording. Kankuro squinted at me. How old are you? He asked, something like a joke. Without blinking I replied, 29. I squeezed my brother's hand, smiled at Gaara and looked straight at Shino. No one do anything selfish, I ordered. There was a phantom smile that I swear traced the Aburame heir's lips. I promise to be as selfless as possible, he assured me. I grinned and jerked my head back to the demolished booth. I'm going to see about breaking that barrier. Naruto, are you with me? I asked, swinging our joined hands. This was taking longer than I'd anticipated. My brother nodded quickly. Let's go. With a smile directed at Gaara and trusting nod to Shino, we disappeared in a flash of yellow, red, and orange. It was difficult to be sure what was going on outside. Truthfully, Niji only knew the basics. They were under attack and he was stuck in a medical ward with his younger cousin while all the adults had vanished for the fighting outside. The two Hyuga children were left inside, with orders to stay, as if they weren't shinobi as well. Niji sat and stewed on the bed, watching Hinata in his peripheral vision. She was nervous. It was in the way her shoulders twitched back to perfect posture, the flicking of her eyes and the twitching of her fingers. The boy's hands curled into fists, tight around the dark material of his shorts. This was heir to their clan? This frightened rabbit that couldn't even put up a decent fight? She was weak, easy to frighten, and didn't even know when to back down from a fight she couldn't win. Niji rubbed his jaw, the blossoming bruise aching. He had been informed that he was lucky that it hadn't broken, or he would taking food through a straw from then on. He had been informed that he should avoid being hit there in the future, or the nerves that emanated from metal foramen could suffer severe damage. On top of that, the rest of his body was beginning to change color, either from the friction burn of the sand or the crushing hold it had hand on him when he was being thrown around. His other arm rested on his lap, held in a sort of cast from a break in his forearm that he himself had caused trying to escape. Niji turned his head towards her when Hinata stood suddenly, her Byakugan active. Frowning, he did the same with what chakra he had remaining from his battle. The fighting outside became background view as he focused on a group of approaching ninja on the other side of the wall, a crumpled corpse left in their wake. They weren't of the leaf, nor desert-dwelling or musically inclined. No, their headbands were horribly well marked. Sakura and Karen sprinted through the village, each one carrying a bag of medical supplies as they went. Word of Oto's treason was spreading quickly, and more they were passing surrendering Suna or outnumbered Oto instead of what it had started with. The duo had been assigned to start gathering the injured and transporting them, stabilize those that were in worse condition and needed to see hospital immediately. So far it was only minor wounds or full-out casualties. Sakura was pretty sure she had started disassociating after the first corpse they found bisected, a man she had bought fruit from since she was a little girl. It was grisly, bloody, and she had no desire to ever see anyone like that again. Sadly, he wasn't the only one. Gunma and Reidu fell in with Kakashi, and a Jonin from the sand turned against his former allies as most of the invading forces had. Oto was quickly being pushed from the village, with some of the worst fighting taking place near the gates, where the announcement had yet to fully reach. The quartet made swift work of a pile of modified fighters in front of them before continuing on, towards where the Hokage was said to be fighting his former student. With none of them trusting him as far as they could spit, the man was placed strategically where he could be easily dispatched if it came to that, between Kakashi and Gunma, with Reidu bringing up their rear. From the tense lines in his shoulders, the man knew exactly what they were doing. All around them the battles raged on, fire and smoke and water exploding around them along with sounds that were so melodious they didn't belong on a battlefield. One woman was singing. In the distance he detected a harmonica. It was reminiscent of the last war, if it had ever reached the village, with powerful ninja and smaller, near helpless children their best as he once had. Gunma swallowed past the lump in his throat at the thought of the casualties and the destruction to his home, choosing to focus instead on the here, now, and the current goal of reaching the Hokage. Though he had been replaced by his predecessors, he had still been a guard for the Hokage, and he had every intention of doing his job, especially when he had already passed the bodies of those that had shared it. 4 pillars stood, keeping a golden box that separated their beloved leader and the traitor from any that might help. Children held them up, markings crawling across their skin like living creatures as they defended their posts. The 2 Uzumaki children knelt in the middle of the roof, over a long scroll with ink sliding across it. They were guarded by a troop of clones, 6 of each. "Rin," he called, getting the attention of the guards while what he assumed to be the original worked on the tiles. "Can you break it?" As 1-6 lifted their shoulders in shrugs. "Boss is working on it," one reported. Kakashi asked blandly, "Why don't you just jump in and get him out?" As one they all 7 scowled as well as the blonde counterparts. "I would," the original growled, "if he hadn't thrown the necklace into the arena when the fighting started. I should have put it on top of his stupid bald head." Despite the situation, Gunma's mouth twitched. "And you don't have any others inside of there?" he asked. She shook her head, giving a muffled scream in the back of her throat. Her brother just went ahead and cursed, sitting back to look over their ceiling work. "This isn't going to Demen, we should have sheet." He wasn't even forming coherent sentences anymore. Rin leaned onto her heels, glaring towards the golden wall. "I don't understand why it's so hard to crack. We know the basics, we even know some of the details, but it's not coming down. The only thing I can think of that would work isn't an option right now, and our formulas aren't matching up." At the plural, Gunma looked closer at the wall, finding scorch marks and dents in the wall, but no breaches. It was clear it was harrying the children. Both of them looked panicked, even terrified. "What about the pillars holding it up?" Kakashi quizzed, eyes cast over the field. Inside they would see not 1, but 3 Hokage, a fact that made Gunma's stomach turn in horror. The senbon in his mouth threatened to break his teeth when he clenched it between them. This was bad. This was very bad. They needed to get in there as soon as possible. Rin caught his eyes, as if reading his mind. "I know how to seal them, hopefully send them back to the Pure Lands," she promised. "All I need is a way in." Her smile appeared, crooked and full of fright. "Assuming someone can keep me from getting impaled. I'm still a genin, thank you." Kakashi's eyes narrowed, his Sharingan glowing darkly. "Was the Hokage wearing his hat when the fight started?" he asked. The twins looked at him, confusion written across their features. Naruto gave a hesitant yes. Kakashi stood a bit taller. "Then we can get in." "Minato-san," he stopped. "The 4th Hokage placed a seal inside the hat. I don't know why, but I saw it once." Gunma's eyes widened. "It was for us," he said quickly. "For Reidu, Iwashi, and I, so we could find him if we needed to." Rin was shaking her head, looking grim. "That would be great if he was here. But he'd not. The formulas we use for our seals are different. I don't know exactly how he set his any more than I know how the second did. But it's all the same technique," the Sandman said, apparently catching on quickly. "No," she disagreed. "It's like if we were given the same beginning and ending lines for a poem to write. It would start and end the same, but everything in between would vary in some ways. Our styles are different. I would need to see what he had done, and I can't dash." "You can." They looked at Kakashi as he dug into his weapons pouch, producing a 3-pronged kunai. Gunma let out a slow breath as he held it out to Rin. He knew Kakashi. He knew himself and Reidu and Iwashi. They all valued those kunai, perhaps more than their own hands. Their own heads. The wide-eyed red head accepted the treasure, turning it over in her hands to see the seal painted on the outside. She brushed her fingers against the seal, breathing out slowly. He watched chakra slide from her fingers to the seal. He saw Kakashi grow tense as a spring. Inside the box the battle raged. Outside, violet eyes lit. Is going to end horribly. Horribly. Oh God, please don't let me die again. That's not going to happen. Even if it did, wouldn't it be better this time? I grimaced at the demon's words. He was right, I supposed. Being stabbed would beat choking on your own vomit after months of useless chemo and brain surgery. The drawn-out terror and overwhelming hopelessness was nothing compared to the fear of death now. Besides, she knew where death lead. She had no need to fear it now. It was irrational and she could work around the worry. At least her own. The thought of losing someone else permanently threatened to cripple her. Point taken. Hey, Kurama? If it looks like things are going to get bad, really bad, enact Plan T. Deep inside my mind I felt sharp teeth being bared in a grin. It would be a pleasure. Okay, I stood up, clapped my hands on my legs and looked around. Naruto had set up traps and seals all over the roof, just waiting to be triggered by anyone whose chakra wasn't keyed to it. He was a master of that, far beyond me and almost anyone else I had ever met. Is it ready? Genma asked. In front of my feet was an intricate design, based upon my father's design and altered to fit my own. If I was right, it would get us inside the barrier. If I was wrong, we would be torn apart to our base molecules. Either way, we were probably walking into suicide. Or at least I was. Kakashi and Genma were highly skilled warriors that could, if nothing else, fend Orochimaru off. I want to come, Naruto repeated. I shook my head immediately. Hell no, Naruto. The only reason I'm going in is because I'm transportation. You're not. You would die. I probably would. Naruto glared at me. You're my sister. I want to go with you, he insisted. I saw it when a more mature side, one that would have been absent in the original timeline, took over. But he already beat me once. I nodded slowly. I know. But we need you to keep working on the seals for the Hokage while I run them in. Please. I requested. Be careful, Naruto warned, hugging me closer. I squeezed my arms around him before letting go and giving him a shove back. He grinned and moved back to the spread papers he prepared, getting back to work. A hand touched my shoulder and I looked up at Genma, finding him smiling halfway down at me. It didn't reach his eyes. It was an attempt to comfort a child, I realized. He knew that I was probably going to die in this, but that I was the only way in. He didn't want me to know that he knew what was going to happen. I took a breath and lifted my chin to him. Don't let go, I warned seriously. If he did, he would be stuck here and I might very well die. Genma patted my shoulder. Let's go, kid. I rolled my eyes and held out my hand for Kakashi. Everyone else was busy trying to take down the pillars of the Sound Four, leaving just the three of us with free hands. We had to move quickly. I focused on the soft pulse of chakra that belonged to my father on the other side of the sealing array I had created around his original formula. We stood in the center of the spiraling symbols and I began to focus my chakra. The seals glowed softly in golden light beneath our feet, energy picked up and pulled at our molecules, space and time twisted around us. We vanished. When he tried to stand up, Niji was annoyed to discover that his legs were weaker than they should have been. With his arm broken and the rest of his body injured, he was hard-pressed to fight at full capacity. And Hinata was standing in front of him, her stance defensive. Niji frowned at her back. Don't be stupid, he chided harshly. You're too weak to stand a chance against them. Her shoulders twitched down, giving away the effect of his words. Vindictive satisfaction touched him over the worry for invading ninja. They wouldn't be after him, his eyes were sealed. Hinata would be their target. So why wasn't she running? Hinata's shoulder, which had begun to shake, stilled. I will not run away, she said. There was an undertone of steel in her voice. Niji was surprised. She had done the same thing when they were fighting, showed a determination he had never seen during her training. And what's more, here she didn't have others shouting encouragement from the sidelines. Here she had no support. Not even from him, who she had stepped in as though protecting. That makes our job easier, one of aggressors grinned. a baring of teeth that more a show of aggression than anything even remotely happy. If the girlie isn't running, maybe she'll stay still and let us rip her eyes out like a good little kid, the other agreed. His face twisted into a sneer and Niji felt anger well up in his chest. The Byakugan belonged to the Hyuga. If they stole it, there was no point to the seal of his fate or the death of his father. His jaw tightened at the thought. He hated Hinata and all of the main members, but their eyes were theirs and they're alone. No one else had any right to try and take them away. Too bad the boy's here. We'll have to kill him too. The third shook his head in mourning. No witnesses. It'll be easy, the first dismissed. He's already partway to pulp, even if he wasn't a genin. Hinata's feet scuffed the ground when she centered herself, drawing all attention back to her. I will not allow you to hurt my family. It was the firmest he had ever heard her sound. Hinata surprised him again second later when she rushed forwards, aiming a strike at one of them. She was dodged with ease and kicked in the stomach so hard she bent double. That was less of a surprise. Niji snorted in disdain. What did she expect would happen with a reckless move like that? When she stumbled away from the blow, the man laughed, only to be cut off with a strangled shout when something shining slashed through the back of his knee. The leg attached to it gave out and Hinata's hand lashed out, tapping every so lightly on the man's ribcage, then his neck. He dropped like a brick. The other was quicker, sending a wave of mug flying at his cousin that she didn't dodge or have a clever response to. She was pinned to the wall, her mouth open to release a hacking glob of red. She had yet to fully recover from his assault earlier then. I will not allow you to hurt my family. Her voice echoed around his head until he was grinding his teeth together. He distracted himself from the twist in his chest by pitching himself at one of remaining men while they were distracted. Unfortunately, he was injured and they were Chunin already at least. Stone smashed into his side, breaking ribs that had once been all right. He grunted and tried to twist to see them, but he was stopped with a kick to his jaw. His head spun. A shout of Niji alerted him to the appearance of Tenten just before dirt crawled up over his chin, like a sentient being. He had enough sense to at least hold his breath, even as the soil blinded him as well. He could rely on Tenten. And maybe, just maybe, his cousin. Rin was so small. She was little more than a tiny, angry bundle of yellow shirts and red hair. And they were forcing her into one of the most dangerous situations that she could ever get into. They were dragging her to her death. Kakashi knew this. He knew it and he couldn't even make it stop because they were shinobi and she was one of them. The only one of them who could make it in. It was utterly ridiculous. A child that barely made it up to his chest was the best option they had for saving their leader, or at least trying to. It sounded like something out of a badly written story. Yet here it was happening right before his eyes. It reminded him far too much of his own life, of his childhood thrown into fighting and war. He had at least known death even before he had stepped onto the battlefield. Rin had no such cushion to fall back on. She had never seen the light leave someone's eyes. Death had never touched her small person. Kakashi hated himself for being the one to force her into the situation. Daimon Tenzo for not being around to take care of his student. Daimon Orochimaru for setting this whole thing into motion. Kakashi was the first to move after they landed, a knife darting out of his sleeve to catch on the drawn blade of none other than the second Hokage. There was a difference between watching the Kage fight each other inside a giant yellow box and actually being a part of that yellow box, of that fight. It had been distant and unreal to see the battle of the dead and the living. Now it was right up in his face, trying to cleave through his jugular. His instinct saved him more than anything else. The force of collision between the second Hokage's blade and his own made his hand hurt. He couldn't turn to look at Rin, but he did feel it when she vanished again with her own seals, the chakra used different from what had gotten them into the fight in the first place. That was one thing off of his mind. Nothing else. The girl had good survival instincts. He and Genma were no match for either Hokage. Both were insanely powerfully, and the fact was the pair of them were Jonin. X and Bu, technically, but that was not Kage level. The best they could do was distract them while the third took on Orochimaru. His Sharingan whirled rapidly, burning through his chakra like a fire. It was the only way he could keep up with the second. God knew how Genma was holding his own against the first. He was the strongest shinobi ever produced by the village. Whatever spell had summoned them must have weakened them, or they would have been dead already. Kakashi hoped that the twins were almost done with those seals, or they wouldn't be here for much longer anyways. It was harder than I had imagined to set the seals up. I had been working on them for close to 2 years, but still it was incredibly hard to condense them into something that would counteract the controllers that had been placed inside of their skulls into something that could actually be used. Orochimaru was much stronger than the both of us. Our only chance was to be better at sealing, which was a toss-up, honestly. The Uzumaki style, which we had been self-taught, was widely known to be the single strongest, most effective style to ever exist. Contrarily, Orochimaru was a genius, and had more experience than the both of us combined and quadrupled. If it worked, it would be a FING miracle. I don't trust miracles to happen. I had prayed for one for weeks before I died, and all it ever got me was more disappointment and a pretty strong sense of atheism. Think it'll work? It wasn't often I heard a lack of confidence from my brother. He sounded unconvinced in our hard work. Afraid. I didn't blame him. If Jiraiya was only closer, I wanted to hit myself. I stood suddenly, searching for the pendant I had given our godfather and teacher. Keep working, I'll be right back. I locked onto his seal and teleported. I had designed the seals to heat up in warning of my pending arrival, so I didn't get myself stabbed by paranoia or good reflexes. It must have worked, for when I came out of the tear in space-time, I found my legs hooked under one arm to keep me from falling down. I barely had time to tell Jiraiya, "We need you," before we were both off the back of the giant toad and back where my brother was. I had completely forgotten that he was a seal master, far greater in knowledge than either of us, or Orochimaru. Our landing was less graceful thanks to my growing rush, sending the both of us lurching and tumbling with a sudden bout of uncommon motion sickness. Before I could throw up or be berated for my recklessness, I point to the cube and the seals, muttering, "Incapacitate the zombies," before I had to shut up or blow chunks. It was like chemo all over again. Jiraiya was made of tougher stuff than me, for in an instant he had taken in the entire situation and was going over our work with a quick but fine-toothed comb, checking brush strokes and compatibility in a mere instant. He looked up at my brother, then at me. This will work. There was no time to be goofy anymore. While I had been gone, Genma had taken a hit and Kakashi had risked pulling Orochimaru's arm off with Kamui. It was life or death, and there wasn't a chance for Jiraiya to be the fun godfather we normally had. I shrugged. It might or it might not. If we had a Nara, we could break it for sure. If the zombie does the snake, ram, boar, dog, then tiger seals, they'd have control over themselves again. Wouldn't that have been nice? It would have been wonderful to have that guarantee. As it was, all I had was small, hopeful excerpt of reprogramming that it might do the same thing. Jiraiya frowned. That wasn't good enough. It's the best chance we have, Naruto declared. You have to get in there and help them. The toad sage bopped him lightly on the head. Don't go giving the great Jiraiya orders, kid, he scolded. I'm decades ahead of you and your squirt sister. I huffed loudly at the crack at my height. It wasn't my fault malnutrition stunted growth. Naruto shouted, "Don't make fun of her." I smiled fondly at his defense and took Jiraiya's hand in my own. Shout when you have them in place. We'll activate the central array from here, I ordered. Will do, he agreed amiably, raising my little brother's fury. You just said not to give you orders, he shouted. Jiraiya laughed aloud, jovial once more. I'll take orders from pretty girls. I rolled my eyes. Perv, I accused without an ounce of heat. I knew him. I knew it was his trying to make things better in a strange way. The same way my brother did. If you could get someone to laugh, it would all be good. Or something to effect. I had never been very good at making people happy. Jiraiya accepted my hand, and with another burst of chakra we were inside, the world snapping from one point to the other somewhere between blinks. As soon as he let go of my hand, I was gone again, heart pounding loudly in my chest. This was it. Either it worked, or I had signed the death warrants of 4 people. Of all the things he had done in his life, this was, if not the most dangerous, the most unusual. He fought people who breathed fire, fled a man who could grow a squid out of his back, but never before had he been face to face with a zombie of their former leader. Let alone 2 of them. Genma was down, already swept away by Rin to get help. The girl was watching them, along with her brother, each of the twins with a palm on one half of a ceiling array they'd set up on the other side of the glowing box he was trapped in. A gaggle of clones was around them, defending the pair from any oncoming attacks, or taking the hit until Shibi, who had come to help, took them out completely. Shino had appeared as well, and on top of that there was one of the Kazekage's children guarding the pair. Yes, Kakashi decided, this is the weirdest fight I've been in. Out of the way of a legion of wooden spikes aimed at his head, his Sharingan blazing to keep him alive. He sent out thanks to Obito for saving his life against as he lunged forwards. The Toad Sage was busy with the second while he tried to get close enough to the first to slap on the seals that the Uzumaki pair had sent to them. The children were waiting outside, patient as they could be. It was up to the people on the inside to get their work done. It was easier said than done. The Hokage were the strongest from an era war-torn in ways that even Kakashi couldn't fully comprehend. They were like him, warriors from childhood, from infancy, not blessed with innocence or ignorance. Like him and so much stronger. He was keeping up. Without Mangekyo he was able to stay toe-to-toe with a former Hokage. Jiraiya was very close to actually beating the second. Kakashi knew he was good, but he wasn't as good as the god of shinobi. So, they were weaker in their resurrection than they were in their lives. Lucky for him and Jiraiya, or they would both be dead already. Kakashi slipped out of the way of a knife flying towards him and used the movement to pitch himself forwards, towards the ex-Hokage. He swung with a kunai and was caught with another. His arm shook with the effort of pushing against the senju. He only needed to get close enough to attach the seal. He dropped his knife suddenly, sending the Hokage pitching towards him. They didn't dodge attacks since it wouldn't do any good. Hashirama didn't block the punch he aimed at his chest. Didn't dodge in time to avoid the seal slapping on when he opened his palm. Now! Kakashi shouted, vaulting away from the first. Naruto activated one of the twin arrays, sending golden light around. The seal on the first chest glowed brilliantly and started spreading across the paper, off of it and onto the body of the undead shinobi. Symbols danced over, crossing and winding over the surface. Thin, delicate almost, yet they held more power than he first assumed. Kakashi had no idea how much chakra it required to reverse Orochimaru's seal until he felt a dangerous, dark chakra from over where his students were. He dared look over to see Naruto, eyes narrowed with his focus. Blue had fallen into red, his cheeks were darkened with harsher whisker marks. His grit teeth shone through parted lips, bearing fangs. Rin had her own violet eyes resting on his, unaffected by the reaction. Kakashi couldn't focus on that right now. He needed to keep his attention to fight. Only, the fight was over between him and the Kage. With the ink stretched across his skin the light had returned to his eyes. The kunai was being forcibly shoved out of the back of his skull where it then made friends with the rooftop below them. Hashirama Senju looked down at his body and the twirling markings that danced across his chest and arm. Still more slithered up his neck and pulsed across his cheeks. "You have very talented Uzumaki," he observed. It brought a proud smile across Kakashi's masked face. There was a sliver of it missing where blood decided to pool. Yep. They're good kids. Good kids that had activated a second seal to free the white-haired Senju as well. Kakashi rolled his shoulders back, focused his eyes on Orochimaru who was swinging a sword harshly at the third. Their Hokage had already taken a direct hit, bleeding dangerously quick from a gash in his side. Kakashi's blood chilled at the sight. Near simultaneously the four other ninja turned towards the snake, weapons drawn and hands poised. The fight wasn't over yet. Word had spread of the Kazekage's murder, and with it loyalties had shattered apart. Those ninja of that sand had either surrendered or turned on their former allies, tearing apart the Odo forces with such ferocity most Konoha shinobi were allowed to sit back and watch as the blood was splattered across their village. It was a truly frightening sight. The snakes that had broken down their front gate were driven away, and the Hokage's fight with Orochimaru was wrapped up neatly. There might as well have been a bow put on top of the surrender that Baki, former Kazekage's advisor, signed for them. It was a sign of good faith that he was allowing their Jinchuriki to stay in the village for the time being. The only downside, apart from the deaths and destruction, was the fact that Orochimaru got away. He was hurt, crippled horribly, but the snake managed to slither away. Like he always did. What he left behind was a monumental disaster. Buildings were destroyed, lives were ruined. Worst of all, we had a million new chores to do, disguised as missions. Missions. Glorified yard work. At least we got paid for it, and we weren't the only ones doing it. While resources were stretched thin thanks to the losses and the increased border patrols, the rebuilding was left to the injured and those too young to do real work. Genin and academy students were set to practice our carpentry while the civilians did their own work, around their houses and neighbors' hoods, volunteering and spreading out supplies to those that had lost their homes in the invasion. Even Naruto and I were given our portions. Fair portions. Things were changing. Word had spread about Naruto and I helping during the attack, and all of a sudden we were less hated. Even liked. It was infuriating. With a burning heart, I left behind my finished part of the house. Hinata, Shino and Tenzo watched me go but didn't stop me. I'd been moody for a while and they were learning that I would snap at anyone and anything right then. I will tell you, fighting against a scientist with a god complex was much, much easier than fighting cancer. Both, however, left me drained. Physically, I was better off than nearly anyone in the village. It was mental and emotional strain, one that dragged down on me until I couldn't stand to see another smiling face aimed my way, even those of the ones that I loved. So I left early in that morning, storming off to the south gate. It was the most secluded, the lowest in the city. There, fog was still thick as soup, hanging around beneath trees where the sun could not burn it off. I was angry. Angry at the people who had switched so quickly from making our lives miserable to offering us fresh-baked bread that wasn't poisoned, giving us store credit to place where we weren't even allowed to step foot in before. I was as red as my hair with everything bubbling inside. It wasn't fair. It wasn't right. We did nothing and they hated us. We had to work to prove that we were worth common decency. That wasn't right, in any way, shape, or form. I was acrimonious at times, I knew. I had been a horrible person, so maybe karma was still coming after me for that. But truth be told, it wasn't teaching me to be a better person. This life was teaching me to be a murderer. How was that better than a bully? The treatment I suffered didn't make me want to repent or rise above. It didn't make me kinder the way people thought. Pain didn't bring bright smiles. Pain brought more pain, hatred led to more hatred. What was it they said in Brotherhood? Bloodshed gives way to more bloodshed. Hatred breeds more hatred until all of the violence soaks into the land, carving rivers of blood. How many years had it been since I'd heard Lust say that? Sophomore year, so almost 16 years. Impossible. Ridiculous. They hated me, so I hated them back. Now they were tolerant, even friendly, and I still had no love in my heart for the masses or the village in which they lived. Only my friends. A number that was growing steadily to include the Aburame and Hyuga in its numbers, the way my heart once held room for the Uchiha. That didn't mean I was going to forgive and forget the others. The cycle of my thoughts was cut short when I stumbled across a dazed guard at the gate, staring off into space. A dazed guard, a misty morning, the attack done and rebuilding in process. My spine straightened. That Uchiha boy is back. And he has a fishy friend with him this time. It wasn't ideal. I'd hoped for at least another week before Itachi got back, but it looked like that wasn't going to happen. Which meant that I needed to pick up my pace. I knew where they were going to be, and I had markings all over the area, but that wasn't what I was going for. If my plan was going to work, I needed a scroll, 8 kunai, the ever-missing Torah, and a whole lot of luck. And all of my friends being somewhere else. Once my team had been formed, I had begun revising my plots for the future. Putting contingency plans behind contingency plans. I felt like Batman sometimes. As I moved through the village, towards where I knew the confrontation would take place, I was tracking where everyone was. My brother and Sasuke were helping with Hinata, which was one of two. Shino and Tenzo had moved over to where a bakery once was. I could do this. My last plan had worked. Sort of, so maybe this one would too. With a burst of chakra I was off, into the sky above. Or I should have been, Had I not almost choked on my own collar when someone yanked me back down to earth? He didn't know why Rin was being so fidgety. Normally the little redhead was the more level-headed of the pair. While it was true that brother was being his usual self, running ahead and barking up a storm. Or something. Jiraiya wasn't really paying attention to that one. He wouldn't wander too far, and if he did then he was loud enough they would know. The main concern here was Rin. She was twitchy. When he'd gone to pick her up he'd had to physically drag her out of the village. Listening to a string of protests and vulgarity he had no idea the girl was capable of. She kept trying to make up excuses for what she had to do. Meet with her team, rebuild a house, all things that there were hundreds of other shinobi already working on and could do in her place. Personally, Jiraiya thought she was trying to meet with her little boyfriend. The creepy kid with the glasses. Tenzo might not be too happy he was taking his student away without warning, but it was important that he get her and Naruto out of the village for a while. Forces were moving in the shadows and he had to make sure nothing happened to them. The village wasn't going to be safe until reconstruction was finished. The best place for them to be was with him, whether they wanted to be or not. Naruto seemed fine after he'd made a speech about training. His sister was, unfortunately, less interested in secret mountaintop training. Jiraiya sighed as they neared a town. Honestly, why had he agreed to be a godfather? An image of Minato and Kushina, smiling side by side, popped into his head. The old man looked back at the children, now walking together. They were so similar. Stubborn and willful, the both of them. Naruto was just as loud and boisterous as his mother, and Rin was equally as shrewd and talented as her father. That didn't mean they weren't their own people. Naruto was more invested in other people than either of the last generation. He was more impulsive, more brash, and had the power to draw people to him. A power shared by his sister, Rin. The loyalty she inspired did not come from loud speeches or shared pain. Her gathering was based off of slow-burning love. She didn't seem aware of the changes she caused, or what she was doing to those around her. In fact, Jiraiya doubted highly that she realized just how much some people cared about her. It was a shame. She was too blinded by her own bitterness. Yes, he was well aware of her loathing for their home. In truth, he couldn't find it in himself to blame her. He did hope, for all of their sakes, that she would learn to forgive. This is a weird city. Naruto's voice broke him out of his thoughts. All around them the town spread out, full of vendors, games, and street performers. Naruto was observing it all with wide eyes and huge interest. Rin was looking mutinous. Jiraiya was almost positive that if he wasn't watching her she would have made a break for it. For that he couldn't fault her. After all, this was her first time outside of the village. At least as far as he knew. She should have been running already if he knew her personality. Instead she was brooding the way she did when someone ruined a hard-worked-out plan. The idea that he may have done that was concerning. Had he seen what happened to the fools that committed that crime? Nothing good. Don't you think so? Naruto ribbed, pulling Rin's violet eyes away from the mangy dog. She smiled at her brother. Super weird. Jiraiya picks weird Vaki spots, huh? She tossed her arm around his shoulder, showing herself to at least be in a good mood when Naruto was involved. He always brought her lighter side out. Hey! Jiraiya whined, objecting, I pick perfect vacation spots. You're just too young to appreciate it. So why'd you bring us? Rin sassed, sticking a hand on her hip. Jiraiya sputtered comically. Because I'm teaching you maturity. It took less than 3 seconds for both of the twins to explode into laughter, leaning against each other. Cheeks turned red and eyes squinted shut. The sage promptly kicked the girl in the calf, sending her dropping to the ground with a startled yelp. She glowered up at him, but it was easy to see that her bad mood had waned somewhat. Her violet eyes lightened and there was distinct twitch to the edge of her mouth. You're a terrible person, she informed him flatly. Jiraiya shrugged carelessly. Maybe. Why don't you go find us a hotel for the night and I'll be there soon? He sent a very pointed, long look at a girl in a short skirt and a dropped shirt. Her short hair bobbed around round cheeks. Rin's face scrunched up and she grabbed her brother's hand. Give us money, the redhead ordered shortly. Jiraiya balked. Get your own. His demand brought an identical scrunch to his godson's face. Then how will we pay for the hotel? He reasoned. Sometimes, Naruto would say something with reason or intelligence that his normal jovial self obscured. Even small things that could come out of his mouth sometimes stunned Jiraiya. Words of wisdom that were a stabbing reminder of his father. This wasn't quite to that extent, but it was still a small sliver of reasoning that the bright orange and the loud, reckless personality was normally without. Fine, fine, he grumbled, fishing his wallet out. Didn't these kids bring their own money with them? And here he was hoping to skim off their bank accounts. Instead he doled out enough to get them a place for the night. Nothing too expensive. We're ninja, not noblemen. Rin cleared her throat pointedly. Or women, he tacked on, exasperated. The redhead smiled sweetly up at him, an expression so plastic it belonged on a doll, and swung her brother around to take along to find lodgings. Jiraiya pushed his fingers through his hair, watching them go. He was going to regret bringing them along. He could feel it. The hotel room was nice enough. A little dusty, a little chipped in the corners, but it was cheap and there were no bugs crawling in the bed. I left the window open to let air float in, curling the curtains around in a tumultuous dance of dark yellow. I liked yellow. It was bright, reminded me of hair that I would never see again. Yellow was the sun and the grace that I had fallen from, had let myself fall from when I first let scorn stab from my tongue into someone who did little to deserve my scorn. I had been a person with social power that let that go to my head until it twisted me into something horrible. I was, simply put, a beach. I know that now. This entire adventure, my cancer, my death, my new status as jar of demon, was karma slapping me across the face. Some of it I will admit that I deserve. The melanoma was my own fault for the constant tanning. The blindness that accompanied it was deserved for my crimes. My death was by my own hand. This life, however, this time as a Jinchuriki, this discrimination, it is a crucible, one that no one deserves. There was a knock on the door. Once, twice, thrice, and a drum roll. Naruto grew incredibly still by my side, his thumb ceasing its incessant flipping of channels. That sound was horribly, painfully familiar. It was the knock Itachi used when he was going to walk us to school in the morning. The knock Mikoto made before she pulled the door open with one hand and balanced a plate of snacks on the other. It was the knock Shursui implemented to announce he was standing behind us. It hurt. Naruto crossed his fingers with only a wide-eyed glance at me, and I did the same. Our numbers increased to 4. While the real two of us made to push into the either side of the door, our copies went to answer the knock. All this done without a single word said between us. The wood swung open to reveal black hair and red eyes, devoid of the kindness that had once laced them and guarded us. "Hello," Itachi demurred. A shadow fell across his shoulder, accompanied by a sharp-toothed grin. I didn't think they'd answer. Kisame's eyes were bright with amusement. I didn't think fish could breathe on land. Sometimes I wanted to hit my brother. Itachi didn't know what he was expecting when he knocked on the door. In fact, he had been hoping that by knocking he would give the Uzumaki children time enough to flee for their lives. Or something to that effect. Instead, they opened the door. They opened the door. Itachi looked down at the twins before him. They were taller. Rin had grown her hair until it was almost to her knees, and Naruto was still wearing orange. If nothing else, it looked like someone had managed to convince him to darken it and add black. They were at least smart enough to replace themselves with clones, but for God's sake, what were they doing? "Are these the brats, Itachi?" Kisame asked, glowering at Naruto. He didn't like being called a fish. If the look Rin was giving her brother was any indication, she had picked up on that as well. "We're not brats," Naruto objected. Rin elbowed him in the ribs. "S-rank criminals, dearie. Shutting up would be smart," she scolded. "I'm not the smart one." "You are," he retorted. Without pausing, Rin nodded her agreement. Their originals didn't seem to be going anywhere, or even hiding their chakra. They were each standing on one side of the door. Naruto to his right, Rin to his left, behind the door itself. "Naruto," Itachi cut in Rin. "You're coming with us," he declared. He watched them look at each other before the two clones stepped forwards. Kisame scoffed from his side. "The real ones, he prompted. Itachi wondered where Rin's apparent intellect went when the clones dispersed and the pair stepped through the smoke. The real ones. What were they doing? It had to be something. Rin was smarter than this, Naruto was smarter than this. He had seen what they could do with a package of gelatin mix and fish crackers. So what was going on? What were they planning? It would be annoying if they tried to run away, Kisame said from his side. Maybe we should cut off a leg or two. Itachi didn't look away from Rin, who stared defiantly at his eyes. He knew she knew not to do that. Naruto was keeping watch on his partner. The blonde blanched but Rin's mouth twitched like a smile. She had something up her sleeve. Something ended up being a card. She flung it in Kisame's face and threw another one at Itachi's stomach. Both were caught, away from the razor-sharp edges. What was that supposed to do? Kisame demanded, looking down at the metal. Itachi saw 3 intersecting circles on it. His eyes narrowed just a bit and turned the card over. There were different symbols on the back. Rin's fingers twitched. The sign glowed. Itachi pitched his away in time with Kisame, letting them explode down the hall. Smoke filled his vision, but that didn't make it harder for him to block the kick thrown by another clone. One of several that the pair summoned. He caught it and threw it into another, and when another tried to slap him he caught her hand. As the smoke was clearing, the clone grabbed the wrist of the hand that had pulled it off its feet, and a burst of chakra happened before it exploded. Something else fell, a scroll the size of his thumb, into his pocket. Itachi pulled his hand back to look at it. There was that same intersecting circle on his wrist. A glance over showed that Kisame had been spared that treatment. "Leave us alone or I'll blow your hand off," Rin threatened. That couldn't be right. Rin had miles more tact than that. She was the epitome of a ninja, dark and clever and subtle. 4 years wouldn't change her so much that she would give such obvious blackmail. "That's not the sign you used on the explosives," Itachi told her blandly. The girl frowned and glared at him. "You don't know what my seals do," she snapped. "Before I could perfect them." "So for all we know they aren't perfected at all," Kisame reasoned easily. The pair looked at each other. It was Rin who said, "Well sheet. I hadn't thought of that." "You need a bigger reputation to bluff, kid," Kisame told her, helpful as always. Itachi sometimes suspected he liked teaching, other times he was fairly sure he hated children. It was paradoxical. "And you need a bigger D to have that sword," Naruto retorted smartly. Rin and Itachi both just stared at him while Kisame appeared to contemplate his murder. "Itachi!" The voice that cut through the air had every head snapping towards the end of the hallway. Itachi's eyes widened, just a fraction, to see his brother standing there. He hadn't thought to run into Sasuke once they were out of the village. He didn't even know how the boy had tracked them down. He was so much taller now. He looked exactly like their father, except for his eyes. He had their mother's eyes, filled with fire that burned so brightly it threatened to blind him. It was not an inferno of fury. It was a raging course of protection. "Get away from them." His voice cracked and he gripped his wrist, and for a moment Itachi worried that it was hurt. Except he knew that pose. He knew the electricity that crackled in the air. And he knew the sudden flash of red and orange that left the doorway. Rin appeared at Sasuke's side, holding Naruto's hand, and between the twitch it took Kisame's legs to move him across the room they were already gone. "It appears," he said slowly, "that this will be more difficult than we thought. I'm not going back to the village. You're not coming with us." Jiraiya glared at Sasuke, who glared back just as hard. Rin sat next to them on a log, poking the fire idly while her brother paced back and forth. He didn't know how he kept getting stuck with all these kids. It was like trying to lead a genin team all over again, except none of his students were ever this particular mix of stubborn, stupid, and brilliant. Which, of FNG course, described all 3 of them. Naruto, who was amazing with traps and plans that didn't look like plans and could change a person's whole life's philosophy with half a conversation. Rin, who loved so fiercely and hated so darkly it blinded her to possible victories, but her plans were detailed and her physiological abilities were as impossible as her seals. Sasuke was the strongest, physically, and the most driven of all. He was advanced, he threw himself into everything he did with everything he had and dragged himself through barbed wire if it meant keeping his loved ones safe. Jiraiya would have rather been stabbed in the foot than drag all three of them on this trip to Tsunade, but it was looking like he didn't have a choice. F him, and F everyone involved in this quest. Keep up, he snapped grumpily and stood up suddenly. Come on, brats. Let's move it. The trio grinned at each other, or one grinned and the other two shared. Freaky half-smiles that almost made for a whole one, and fell into a bizarre triangle formation behind him. He was reminded of what Rin had said so long ago. It's supposed to be unity. Mind, body, soul. Past, present, future. Creation, preservation, destruction. Creation, preservation, destruction. Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya. Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke. Minato, Tetsuya. He wasn't sure where Rin's team fit into that criteria. Rin was not preservation, by any means, but destruction wasn't quite right either. Creation? Jiraiya shook his head and stepped on. He had more important things to work on right now. Like training these kids, and protecting them from the Akatsuki. Sometimes he really hated his life. How much trouble do you think they're getting into? Sasuke asked, staring out the window. I looked up from my seals, brush in one hand while my yellow bell sleeves were tied back in one of the 8 or so ponytails I kept around my wrists. They came in handy sometimes, like when I convinced Sasuke to hold still long enough to put his hair into stupid designs. Oh, a lot, I assured. I can only imagine what kind of a pain in the butt Jiraiya is being. Not Naruto? Sasuke asked, his voice lighter than it had been for days. Since we had seen Itachi. I was worried about him. Naruto knows how to get out of trouble as easy as he gets into it. Jiraiya is at it, I said flatly. Sasuke snorted. Normally I could have gotten some kind of laugh out of him. It was worse than I thought. I put my ink pot away and let the scroll dry before turning to look at the boy on the bed. I stood and went to join him, sitting close enough to lean against his shoulder. The lights of the city shone through the window. I'm fine, he said without me asking. You're a terrible liar, I elbowed him. What do you want me to say? He asked, voice growing harsher. That I'm angry? That I'm scared? That I'm mad that you dragged me away, my brother, before I could get answers out of him? I sighed. I figured it was something like that. We both know that none of us could have taken him and his partner, or him on his own, live to fight another day. How many times have you told me to be patient? Sasuke asked suddenly. How often do you tell us not to be selfish? Isn't that just you being selfish? Like a coward. I drew back sharply, his words stinging even as they rung true. I didn't say anything as I stood up and crossed the room to sit in the chair. I wouldn't leave Sasuke alone, but I was no longer talking to him. Immature, I know, but who gives a shit? I was technically 12. Sasuke stared at my back, I could feel him, and in the reflection of a painting I saw his mouth open and close a few minutes before he lowered his chin and ground his teeth. So hard I heard them creak. I've already forgiven you, I said quietly. I'm just mad. Give me a couple hours. His reflection nodded before turning away and laying on the bed. This was going to be a long trip. And Orochimaru hadn't even shown up. The gambling den was thick with smoke and the smell of alcohol, hanging around us in a thick, unpleasant cloud. I let Jiraiya go on to the back, where a head of blonde hair was sticking out amongst the crowd. I couldn't see much from where I was at the door, but I could glimpse a few drunken leers and men with less attention on their cards and more on Tsunade's chest. It didn't see much more before the crowd swelled and my window vanished. I shuffled through the room, ducking around elbows and legs and tables until I popped up on the side, where the bad was. Technically, they would sell me a drink. Shinobi were given ID cards and the laws tended to follow old enough to kill, old enough to drink. It was horrifying, but honestly the whole world was. If nobody blinked twice at child soldiers, who gave AF about underage drinking or their mental development. I hopped up into a spinny stool. Naruto and Sasuke were both somewhere outside, across the street and in the alley outside. Waiting. This wasn't how I remembered things going, but nothing was going quite the way it had been. Most of my foreknowledge was shot at this point. For what I had gained at the price of the future, it was fine with me. Even if I was scared shitless. "A water please," I said politely. It was surreal that the man didn't do any kind of double check or scowl or hesitate to hand over a glass with just tap water. Anger bubbled under my skin, but I ignored it. Instead, I spun around to watch the room. There were 3 men losing badly at blackjack, and a group of women playing backgammon in another corner. I watched someone start to reach for a knife on their elt when they lost, but they thought better of it. A ruckus started in the back where Tsunade was shouting about her loss, tipsy and flushed. Shizune, holding a little pig in her arms, tried to calm her mistress to little avail. The woman stumbled to her feet and swayed on her way over to the bar. Over to me. And Jiraiya had disappeared. Oh boy. Tsunade dropped down next to me on the short countertop. Where was that useless sage? I looked at her caught. None of my plans had involved this. What the f was I supposed to say? To do? Anything? For the first time in a long time I was filled with so much self-doubt. I ended up blurting out, "If you're hemophobic, what do you do when you have your PRD? Or are you menopausal?" Tsunade stopped mid-order. She looked at me, her brown eyes narrowed. She looked young. Blonde and pretty. If I had lived longer, would I have looked like her? I hadn't had the melons for it. Gymnastics didn't really allow for that kind of thing. "You're a kunoichi, aren't you?" she asked shorted. "Don't you know they can stop your PRD?" I faltered. "Huh. In your arm, they stick an implant. It blocks the hormones. No baby, no PRD until it's out." Then, after dropping that information on me, she turned and walked away. This was not even remotely how I remembered this going. There were so many things that had happened differently, and perhaps that was for the best. If I was being honest, I'm not totally sure what was going through the Hokage's mind when he decided that we needed to get Tsunade in the first place. What would make her fit to take his place? I could think of a few other people that would do, and he wasn't dead, so it wasn't like we really needed a new one. Perhaps some things were inevitable, while other things could change with the wind. Which was great. Really super. I loved it. Love not knowing what was coming next for sure. Everything. All of it. Your face is going to get stuck that way if you're not careful. I glared at Sasuke from where I was playing a fed-up solitaire with my cards. Explosive seals, seals, smoke bomb seals, teleportation, fire, water, and 3 that held 18 gallons of molasses. He sat across from me in the hotel room, legs crossed as he sat on a footstool. Electricity crackled between his fingers. He was trying to get Cat's cradle, but he kept burning himself. Naruto was off with Jiraiya doing something. Hopefully learning the Rasengan. I hadn't managed to copy that yet. It should have been easy, but chakra control was a beach. That's your own fault. F you. Sasuke flipped me off without care and went back to what he was doing. Even though he was keeping occupied, I could see the tension in his shoulders and the tightness in his ribs. He was upset. Nervous. Who could blame him? He'd missed his chance to confront Itachi after years of waiting, and now he was gone and we were alone. It was my fault mostly, and he was still mad. But he was trying and I appreciated it. We were stuck together for a long time and he wasn't doing what he usually did when he was mad, shutting down and turning into a viper. I turned a card over in my fingers, minding the edges. 1010 was a good teacher, but I still had my fair share of cuts on my fingers. They were scarred, far from delicate. "I'm bored," I grumbled. Sasuke ignored me. The sound of electricity crackling increased and my hair started to stand on end. The static was getting ridiculous. My legs started bouncing up and down. I closed my eyes and tried to calm down, but it was hard. Orochimaru was out there somewhere. So was Kabuto. Tsunade was going to be so tempted by his offer of Dan, and my precious brother was... I didn't even FING know. The bouncing got faster. F dash. While I wasn't paying attention, Sasuke stood up, walked over and slapped me across the face. I jerked and flinched back, shouting. He stood above me, and I wasn't sure which of us was more surprised. Him at slapping me or me at getting slapped. "Calm down," he said anyways. "Easy for you to say." His shoulders tightened and he drew up straight. Anger flashed across his face and his cheeks, high and delicate, started to turn red. "Easy," he snapped. Itachi is out there and I don't know where, but instead of looking for him I'm stuck in a room with you, waiting for that freaking old man and Naruto to get back." He actually started to shout. He never raised his voice. My cheeks stung and I felt my breath quicken and my heart start to race. I stood up suddenly and walked right out the door. Sasuke lasted a whole of 10 minutes before he went out the door after his friend. He was still seething. The heat of the anger coiled through his lungs like he was about to breathe fire, but it was dangerous out there. He already knew that Itachi was targeting the pair of the Uzumaki kids and he wasn't going to let her get hurt. Rin was important to him. She and her brother had been by his side for years, since before the night, and every day afterwards. He thought, if it would have been allowed, they might have moved right in with him. They stuck at his side and pushed him forwards when grief threatened to swallow him. Rin spoke reason and sense when all he knew was sorrow. Even angry with her, she was still his friend. She was still important to him. He locked the door behind him, her pack of razor-sharp cards tucked into his pocket. The hotel wasn't nice, but it wasn't total crap either. It was cheap and there were 2 rooms. One of Jiraiya, one for the genin that accompanied him. It felt strange not to have Sakura there with them. They were off balance, 3 instead of 4. Sasuke tried to ignore it and went on his way, looking for his friend. Rin was some type of trouble magnet, no matter how much she tried to pawn the label off on her brother. She caused just as much havoc as the younger of the pair. Or older. Sasuke forgot who was born first. He wasn't sure if they even knew. They didn't have parents. The closest they had ever gotten was Sasuke's own mother, who cared for them when they were over and treated them like they were her own. Sasuke had been jealous, for a while, until he realized that all that meant was that if they were her kids too, then they were his brother and sister. Which meant that he finally wasn't the baby of the family. Sasuke shook his head violently. Thinking of his family would only make things worse, would only fill him with sadness and anger and grief. And he didn't need that right now. Right now he needed to find Rin, and then they could go and find Naruto and the old pervert and figure out what they were jong to do about the drunk lady that the council wanted to be the next Hokage. Sasuke's father had always said that they were senile old folks and past time to retray. He was starting to agree with him. So lost was he in his thoughts and the bubbling feeling inside his lungs that he didn't notice the shadow fall across him until it was too late. A large hand grasped his shoulder and he felt a sharp pain in the back of his neck before the world went dark and everything was gone. Naruto spent hours that day struggling to get the technique right. In the end he was no closer than he was before. His control was poor, even with all the help that Sakura and Hinata had given him over the years, and it was all a struggle to get things done that should have been easy. Nothing in life had ever been easy though, so why should this be? Naruto stalked back towards the hotel in the dark of the night. His footsteps were light and quick. He needed to get back to Sasuke and Rin before they wound up starting a fist fight. For people who were so quiet and withdrawn, they were both stupid and temperamental. Naruto rubbed his wrist, sore from trying to hold the balloon all day, as he walked the darkened streets. Shadows blanketed the night, reaching out from between building and shying away from street lights and lamps. He didn't know where the old pervert had gone, and he didn't really care if he was being honest. He had to complete his Rasengan training before he did anything else with the old man. But the day was done and he was no closer than he had been before. So, head down and irritation up, he stalked through the quiet streets, back to the hotel. Naruto liked hotels. They were clean and always felt new, and it meant that they were in a new place with new people and new things to do. As much as Naruto loved Konoha, it was nice to be out of it and see the rest of the world around them. Naruto liked exploring. Almost as much as he wanted to be Hokage, Naruto wanted to explore the world and see what there was to be seen. He wanted to wander old paths and walk lost roads and stand in the ocean while the waves blew across him with the wind. He wanted to see Suna and Gaara and his brother and sister. He wanted to find other people like him and like Rin and like Gaara. He'd never really talked about it with her. With his sister. What it meant, exactly, to be a Jinchuriki. What it meant to be him. And them, it had happened and then it had just been. No talk, no long-winded speeches. Just a truth, and they had gone along in their lives and everything that came with it. Naruto kicked a rock, sending it clattering against the wall of a nearby building. A cat screeched and ran down an alley adjacent, and Naruto came to a halt. Something didn't feel right. The air felt heavy and dark, and he could smell something. Smoke, copper, blood, and something else. Naruto turned, prepared, a knife in hand. He looked into red eyes. Itachi, his face closed off and smoldering and narrowed minutely when Naruto looked right at him. The 3 black dots swirled lazily before they picked up speed, and Naruto was lost to them. And just like that, Itachi and Kisame had 2 Jinchuriki and 1 set-off baby brother in their hands. Your AD -. Sasuke glanced at Rin out of the corner of his eye, an Uchiha smile in place. Violet eyes were locked on the tree in front of them where Sasuke had spelled out his name perfectly with kunai. On a tree next to it was a sloppy attempt made by the girl. You're throwing it wrong, he told her. He'd been watching. Rin's scowl grew in force until it was almost real. That's how Mizuki-sensei told me to throw them. That's wrong, Sasuke said again. After a minute of debate, he walked up behind her, pulling his hand over her and placed a kunai in her palm. Here, it's all in the wrist. He felt her lean back against him, following his movements as he directed her next throw. It sunk into the tree it was aimed at, dead center of the targets pinned up there. She let out a sound of surprise in the back of her throat, pulling away from him and snatching the next knife to try again. Sasuke watched her, wondering if she was always that warm. Omake for Bright 91. When Shizuka goes to see the hospital director about the fact that a 12-year-old had to hide behind her to get in, she expects many things. She expects to be turned away, she expects to be scoffed at, she expects to not be noticed at all. What she does not expect is to be beaten to the office by the Hokage himself. The Aburame woman stands still outside the door, aware of the team of ANBU that have it surrounded. One of her insects creeps under the door to tell her what's going on the other side of it. It comes scurrying back almost immediately, driven out by the overwhelming anger of their Hokage. Shizuka lets it hide in the folds of her clothes, not going to ask the poor thing to do something so frightening again. When the door is opened and the Hokage steps out, he looks at her and the woman bows respectfully before turning to make sure that the head of the hospital really understood. It was not just the Hokage who had taken a liking to the girl. Omake for Eilect. This is not how things will actually go. I have a plan. All 3 of them are dripping wet. Rin is sitting on the window ledge, the rain striking futilely at the glass that guards her back. Naruto is in the bed, asleep. On a chair in the corner, Kakashi is perched. Blood and chakra mingle with the familiar scent of formaldehyde and bleach, a reminder of so many years ago, so many times spent in hospitals, so many bodies to be identified. For a long time all there is silence. Kakashi turns the page in his book. Thunder rolls. Lightning flashes in Rin's eyes and her feet flash across the speckled tile. A little orange book spins across the floor morosely as black and violet clash, one face twisted and in pain and fury while the other is hidden behind layers and layers of masks. It's your fault. The words are spat out with such venom it's a miracle acid doesn't fill the air between them. If you had been a better teacher, if you had been here to stop them, he wouldn't have left. They wouldn't have fought. Why? The crack in her voice had nothing to do with her being 13. The tears in her eyes aren't summoned by the ripped stitches in her side. Kakashi says nothing. You were supposed to be their teacher, you were supposed to guide him. Was it so damn hard to do your job? The punch that landed on his chest was so fragile he thought if he had blocked it she would have shattered. Rin, the name. Tastes bitter, like betrayal and failure. Sasuke made his choice. Because you didn't help him become strong enough. Because you didn't help my brother progress. Why do you hate us too? Is that it? Because we look like them. You're like all the others. It feels like he's been slapped. You played favorites. You didn't give a DMN about Sakura, you left Naruto with that useless teacher for a whole month. Where do you get off, pulling something like that? When she starts sinking to the ground, small body shaking, Kakashi catching one of her shoulder. Barely audible he says, "I'm sorry." Bitterly she replies, "That doesn't change anything." I know. Kakashi pulls her closer until the girl is curled over his legs. We will get him back. Promise. Rin sounds, for once, like an actual child. Kakashi nods. Yes. This time, he would keep his promise. Omake by popular request. When he was collecting the tests, Ibiki thought that Naruto's would be the strangest one. It was, after all, completely blank. Unless you counted the veritable essay on the back explaining in very detailed, very colorful language why a written test for a future Hokage was pointless. It turned out he was wrong. The strangest paper he got back belonged to older of the Uzumaki twins, Rin. Rather than put on any answers or complaining, she had drawn very intricate pictures of himself and one Hataki in a very odd position. Ibiki stared at it for a long time, trying to comprehend where a 12-year-old even learned that kind of anatomy. He promptly lit the paper on fire. No one needed to see that. It smelled like Seagram's strawberry kiwi daiquiris. Sharp, alcoholic, but the fruit is underneath to soften the assault and coax in the unweary. I can't say why that smell sticks so harshly into my head. It doesn't make sense, I know it doesn't, but smell connects most to memory, and this smell is so very, very familiar. There's something else underneath it. Sandalwood. Salt. Something stale and sulfuric. Sickness. I open my eyes, very slowly, and find Violet staring back at me. A blink and I realize it's a mirror, and I've been laid in front of it. My arms are tied tight behind my back, threatening to cut off all feeling to my hands that are starting to tingle by then. I could still feel the sting on my cheek where Sasuke had slapped me, and the bruise forming and healing on the back of my neck where I'd been struck. Knocked out, caught unawares even though I knew what was going to happen. I cursed my own stupid, impulsive decision to walk out the door and the anger that bubbled in my bones when Sasuke started talking. My eyes narrowed at my own reflection, darkening with my thoughts. I always yelled at Naruto not to be so hasty, but here I was. Captured all the same. There's a crick in my neck now too, from where I'd been laid down on a floor that's seen better days. Listening close with Jinchuriki ears, I can hear bugs singing outside and the footsteps of passers-by. I'm in a town, somewhere, or at least near a busy road. The mirror is full length, lifting all the way up to the ceiling and stretching out across the entire wall. I've seen them before. They're used to ballet classes, gymnastics, and martial arts. So whoever is there can see themselves and see what they're doing wrong. There's no use hiding that I'm awake. Kisame and Itachi are both good at what they do. They'll already have felt the change in my chakra that comes with waking up. So I sit, slowly, awkwardly, and find my feet bound together too. The seals on the ropes dangle, taunting me. Cutting off my chakra. I almost grin. The thing about chakra suppressant seals is that they do that. Suppress. They don't cut someone off from their chakra, they just force it deep under the skin and try to keep it from coming out. Like closing up pressure points, it's a cheap mimic of the Hyuga's oh-so-sacred technique. That means, of course, that they can be overcome. They can be unlocked, if someone knows what they're doing and if they're clever enough to figure out a way around the seals. Which of course I was. The only problem, the reason I hesitated, was because I didn't know where the other guys were, and I wasn't sure what, exactly, I was supposed to do if they came barreling in to kill me. Maybe capture me again. Whatever they were going to do. I was very sure that I wasn't going to be able to fight them off. And Kurama was a trump card I kept to myself. No one else needed to know we were in communication, let alone friends. Besides that, Kisame was insanely powerful, his sword literally ate chakra, and Itachi had a Sharingan that could hypnotize my little furry friend. If I fed this all up, they might actually start cutting off limbs. Kisame would for sure. Itachi might now like what he was doing, but between me and Sasuke I knew who he'd pick every single time. Sasuke was his brother. I was just an old family friend. I tried not to think too much about that. I liked Itachi. I always had. Him and Shusui, and Mikoto and even Fugaku had been kinder to us than any villager outside of their clan. Either because we were Sasuke's friends, or Kushina's children. I didn't care. I just missed them. They'd been the closest thing to parents I'd had in this life, the closest things Naruto had ever had in any life, and they were gone. I hadn't been able to do anything about it. And now I was sitting here, thinking about them, instead of escaping. The obvious and immediate solution was to teleport away, but I'd been caught right outside the hotel room. I didn't know if they had Sasuke or not, and I wasn't about to leave him. With my chakra still sealed, I couldn't sense where any of my cards or any of my markers were. I hated to admit it, but it made me sick to my stomach. I closed my eyes again. I tried to calm down. I couldn't even hear Kurama. That was maybe the most unsettling part of everything. Being completely alone. Only I wasn't. Itachi was here, somewhere. And he was my friend. Practically my brother, Sasuke's brother. He'd shown Naruto and I kindness when he didn't need to, had guided us home on dark nights and guarded us from hurtful looks and words. Even though Sasuke would always be his #1 priority, he was still important to me. Carefully, I worked at the rope along my wrists. They were rubbed almost raw, but that didn't keep me from twisting almost all the way backwards to loosen a pin in my long hair, easily hidden against my skull. The clip came undone into a small saw that made quick work of the ropes around my wrists and my ankles. The skin under was pink and raw, but I tried to push away the sting of it. I needed to get moving. They'd taken my shoes sometime in this whole grand adventure, and I was forced to walk around barefoot. I made a mental note to switch to regular boots instead of weird open-toed shoes as soon as I could. As I walked, I ripped the paper seals off, setting my chakra free. It roared under my skin, so suddenly I felt my eyes turn red and my cheeks flush with the heady rush of power that came along with it. I looked down and found my nails elongated into veritable claws and my muscles bunched, ready to spring. "Took you long enough," Kurama grumbled irritably. I'd never been so happy to hear his grumpy voice. "Sorry. They took me by surprise." "What are you, stupid? You knew they were there." "I thought they left. And we've got better things to do now, you know." He grumbled more, but agreed eventually. "Yeah. Your little friend and your brother are here." I stiffened. I hadn't even noticed. Of course, Kurama's senses were sharper than mine, even like this. His chakra pulled back finally, giving me a little bit of a break, and I rushed out the room door. As long as I had my chakra, my seals would work, and I could teleport us out of there. Now that I was focusing though, I realized that the only markers I could feel were four. Close by. The one Itachi, the one on Kisame. The one I'd given Naruto and Sasuke respectively. I couldn't feel any of the others. Not my deck of cards, not Jiraiya, not any of the ones in the village. There was nothing. How far away did they take us? Kurama didn't have an answer for me. And I didn't wait for one. My escape plan was gone now. And there was no way that Kisame and Itachi hadn't felt me wake up and the sudden surge of chakra that came with freeing a Jinchuriki. So we needed to move, and now. I jumped and landed in another room, where my brother was tied up on the floor. He didn't look drugged, but he hadn't gotten himself out of it yet. I made quick work of his ropes and did an assessment while he hugged me tight. We had no weapons. We had no quick escape. We only had our ninjutsu and taijutsu, which I did not specialize in, and whatever seals Naruto and I could come up with on the fly. In layman's terms, we were effed. As soon as I had Naruto, we went and snagged Sasuke. I could heard or feel, or something told me that Itachi and Kisame were coming for us. But we must have been faster than I thought, or they weren't paying that much attention, or trying too hard, because we managed to bolt out the window and into the night outside. The air was cool, chilling my heated skin. Sasuke was the most beat up out of all of us, and Naruto and I kept him carefully between us. We didn't talk much. We didn't need to, and the quieter we were the better off we would be. We had to get away. The forest was unfamiliar. Wherever we were, it was more tropical than Konoha, but they couldn't have taken us that far in the time I was asleep. We had to still be in the same country, or at least just in one of the neighboring ones. For the most part, shinobi stuck to their own countries. Incursions required permission, paperwork, or a DMN good excuse. So help would be delayed in tracking us. It was smart. "Have I mentioned," I said quietly as we approached a break in the trees, "how much I hate your brother?" "Not really," Sasuke nudged me gently. Naruto stepped in front, ever the least patient, and pushed the trees aside. My breath caught. There, towering before us, was a massive stretched high into the starlit night, reaching its branches to the half-lit moon. It was surrounded by water, deep and dark, and I could just barely see a mist of foam rising up from somewhere far behind it. The sound of water roaring down was impossible to miss, and I knew with a terrible clarity where we were. They had taken all the way to Takigakure, the village hidden in the waterfalls.